Recording in progress.
Тимур, здравствуйте. Хочу заметить, что в данный момент у вас включен микрофон. Тимур, подскажите, слышно ли вам меня? Меня зовут Павел, я режиссер эфира. Тимур. Ну, чего? Сережка, крупный план.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Distinguished colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Let me start our third annual scientific and practical conference with international participation, real clinical practice, solutions and challenges. In this conference, we are going to discuss the most prominent changes that took place for the last year in the aspects of RWD, RWE, also challenges for Eurasian Economic Union and changes for the world. Today, we will enjoy the real-world studies carried out in the world and around Russia, from pharmacovigilance up to the assessment of healthcare technologies. We also discuss different legal changes that took place, for example, March this year, by the decision of the Council from March 17, 2022, with a number of 36, about the introducing changes into the expertise rule for medicinal products. We fix the following definitions. What is the real-world data and what is real-world evidence based on the real-world data? So this is very significant. This is really very significant for the Russia and for Eurasian Economic Union. Also, we will consider the aspects of future works that are going to be carried out in this direction. Specifically, we know that, in fact, it's almost ready and it is at the stage of technical editing the concept that is called to the collection, analysis, and the use of real clinical practice, how to use RWD, RWE in Eurasian Economic Union countries. And also we discuss future works, and specifically currently in different expert sites, there is active preparation of the first guides how to do the analysis. And also it will be discussed in the current conference.
В рамках конференции мы обсудим направления, которые сейчас активно развиваются.
We also discussed the directions actively developing in our neighbors in Eurasian Economic Community, and we will see what could be the for the adaptation for the territory of Russia. So the program is on our website, and you can enjoy it, you can use it. We will follow this agenda. So this year, we split it into several sessions, specifically 7 sessions. Which one is to be moderated, and also we scheduled some breaks in between. Each session will take about 1 hour. So we fully understand that this conference, as we hope, approximately to be ended by 7 p.m. if possible. Yes, this is a very long and a very concentrated day. Well, previous 2 conferences were also very much saturated and we had lots of presentations there. So this year we're expecting 28 presentations, and I'm asking all the speakers preferably to stick to the timing, 10 minutes for the discussion and 5 minutes for the Q&A, and I ask moderators to be stringent and not to deviate too much into the long discussions. And in the Soviet Union, there was a poet, Iosif Brodsky, very famous one. He used to say that people in Russia, people of very long sentences, those who speak short and write short, so they make people confused and compromise our wording redundancy. So we are a people of additional subordinate dependent sentences. So don't be too much dependent on your text. So please try to provide the concise and precise form of your ideas within 10 minutes only. As the last year, today we also enjoy the simultaneous translation from Russian into English and from English into Russian, and all the presentations would be available in both languages in the open access within next 2 weeks. So Once again, we also have the online broadcast, and by the end of the conference, we provide a special link, and we will provide the resolution of the conference like in the previous 2 years that would be approved by all the speakers. Then the resolution would be properly presented at all possible and available platforms. And now let me introduce Vladimir Petrov, who is the president of Volgograd Medical University, doctor of medical science, professor, academician, and member of Russian Academy of Science Presidium, lead of clinical pharmacology department. And to me, as a clinical pharmacologist, it's important to mention that he is a chief clinical pharmacologist with the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. Professor Petrov, microphone is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues. My congratulations with the start of the third international conference, Real Clinical Practice in the Changing World, Challenges and Solutions. So I think that's very good. That's very good. Title, very relevant, and this is exactly what we need, especially at the current situation. The studies of the real-world data, real-world evidence, and the further use of this evidence is a modern request of the healthcare system. And the interest to that is growing during few last years in the majority of countries around the world, specifically in the Russian Federation and the countries of Eurasian Economic Union. Real-world data, real-world evidence, that's what we are going to discuss. And at the same time, this is also the title of the professional journal, which is very well known to each clinical pharmacologist, and we are enjoying it. So currently, this issue is extremely important because actually it helps to resolve the issues of practical medicine from the point of efficacy and safety and availability of the healthcare technologies. This is how influencing and sculpturing the healthcare policy, real-world data and real-world evidence based on that, RWD and RWE, RWD and RWE contains great interest. Currently, there is a very big interest to the real-world studies and accumulation of evidence from that. It gives us the option of comprehensive assessment of medicinal products. It can support us in decision-making if we want to include medical technologies in clinical guidelines, standards, protocols, orders of medical care. Limiting lists of drugs, lists for reimbursement, for safety monitoring, for pharmacovigilance is also very important. We need to supply good quality of the real-world studies, and this is one of the key tasks in the paradigm of development of the real clinical practice and the implementation of the real-world evidence, which was obtained on the basis of the analysis of it as the most important tool for the decision-making and patient-oriented approach in the healthcare. How can we reach that? Due to the legal regulation establishing standardized, reproducible methodology for all the participants, the design of quality standards, training and education, all stakeholders. The strategy of the state in the healthcare, the development of the information communication technologies in general, and specifically in the system of the healthcare, may lead to the dramatic growth of both sources of data, real-world data, and also to the extension of the amount of the data and evidence. It's important to say that in the Russian Federation, the paradigm of RWD, RWE is actively propagated by clinical pharmacologists. They facilitate the finding real solutions and implementation of that in the decision-making system in the national healthcare. In the resolution of the previous conferences, we had important and ambitious tasks that still require urgent solutions. What is needed? We need to align legal acts and enactments of the Russian Federation legal field. For that, we need to establish legal principles of real-world studies. Then, to design ethical principles of expertise and studies in the real world, facilitate systematization, structurization, medical and information system to provide good quality data collection. We have to conform the requirements to the medical and information systems and platforms, which are to collect and process real-world data. To design the quality standards of real-world studies, especially in the data management, including very clear guides on the real-world data processing. We need to involve consultants into this process and initiate early dialogue at different stages of innovation technologies design. And last but not least, support discussion with all stakeholders on the methodology, how to carry out the studies in the real data via training and scientific consultations. Many of these tasks are successfully being resolved. For example, in EEU, we also confirmed the definitions of RWD, RWE. Also there, we see the finalization of approval of the concept itself. We started the design of guidelines to carry out the analysis of studies, and we do hope that these acts and enactments in the near future would be implemented in the Russian Federation. I wish you all the best and very fruitful conference. It is important. This conference is annual, and it is under the auspice of the Association of Clinical Pharmacologists. It is supported, and I wish all of you all the best, and please enjoy the Congress. Colleagues, thank you very much, Professor Petrov, for the support of our conference. Colleagues, we fully understand that the implementation of the real-world data, implementation of the paradigm RWD, RWE in the healthcare system is not possible without proper support, without active steps of regulators. And then through these positions of the regulators on this direction of the medicine, well, it is extremely important for all of us. And due to that, let me give the floor to the next speaker for the welcoming words. And this is Sergei Glagolev, who is healthcare vice minister. And for last 4 years, he is actively supporting us, helping us, supporting different initiatives in the promotion of this paradigm of Russia. And I do hope Sergei will reflect the general position of the Ministry of Health on that issue. You're welcome, dear colleagues. Welcome at the third Scientific and Practical Conference with international participation, real clinical practice and changing worlds, challenges and solutions. RWD is a modern trend which is providing fast access to the market and to the medical practice, all innovative treatments. Ministry of Health extends this practice and approves treatments for COVID. And within a very short period of time, we managed the registration and supply of the whole spectrum of anti-COVID treatments for the prevention and for the treatment. And it became possible due to the development of a digital contour, which includes labeling, monitoring, supply, also medical history data, including vertically integrated medical information system about particular pathologists. Today, we are facing the challenge. We have to now extend this practice and this approach to new drugs that will be able to change the situation with the efficacy and with the safety of treatment with a separate socially important decision. We have to mention that the Ministry of Health of Russia is actually working on the documents of EEU, focused on the creation of fast track for the drugs that are having very high social importance and also criteria for the identification of those drugs that could be approved via this fast track registration. The use of the drug based on limited clinical data provides intensive post-registrational clinical monitoring, which is not possible without the real clinical practice. That is why we are designing documents how to use RWE, RWD in the regulatory practice and pre and post-registration stage. I would like to mention that the documents designed by the Eurasian Economic Commission and by the Ministry of Health are available for the public discussion, and we would be very grateful for your comments, for your feedback. Now, speaking about strategic tasks, naturally, one of the first and probably foremost is the improvement of the legislation at the national and international level. The second aspect is the standardization of data of different information pools, description of drugs, then medical data that allow us to provide seamless informational exchange in between the resources, provide analysis in the all massives that are including different types of drug supply and treatment of the patients. Another important moment is the development of the analytical data, which are important for RWD, also for pharmacovigilance purposes and for the assessment of healthcare technologies, which allows to assess the behavior of the drug and its cost effectiveness in the daily routine use. And finally, very important issue is eradication of off-label based on valid assessment in the profile of efficacy and safety, which was based on RWD data. I wish you a very good day, a very fruitful conference, a very fruitful exchange of experience, ideas, and have a good day. All the best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergey. Colleagues, for us, it is very important to have Ministry of Health support in all our initiatives, especially in the real clinical practice and in the paradigm of RWD, RWE, and we value that greatly. And once again, thank you very much, Sergey, for this very valuable support. Colleagues, now Dr. Emelianovsky is with us. He joined us, who is the General Director of the Expertise Center for the Quality Control of Medical Care with the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. And we know that Professor Emelianovsky supports the paradigm of RWD, RWE from day one, and he always speaks at our conferences. We have one big annual conference with international participation, and to us, it's very important to get his position of Professor Emelianovsky about the perspectives of the implementation of this paradigm in Russia and the practical use of this paradigm. Professor Emelianovsky. Good morning and good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, Alexei, for the introduction. Well, I think many of you heard, because yesterday there was a very big patient forum and there was a dedicated session on innovations. So if we look at the perspectives, what are the perspectives of implementation? But well, you can attitude differently to that, but actually that means we can get rid of real-world data. So currently, the whole world in the Russian Federation, we have a very strong focus on that to increase the availability of innovations at different stages of providing medical care at different stages. And today, we speak about orphan treatments, we speak about CAR-T, we speak about gene treatments. So all these technologies, like many other technologies, they have as a minimum few similarities. First, we need to reduce time for the implementation them in the system, for the entering into the system. So normally these technologies, they don't have proper massive of clinical data, and they all come with deficiency of the evidence-based data. Then we understand that this data more and more go towards personification, this or that type of personification. It could be for the groups of the patients, or it could be even individualization for each specific patients. So this is also a trend which is also very important. And this is a trend which is telling us that the more narrow is the category and the group of the patients, the more difficult would be for the technology to collect proper amount of data. Then third, these technologies are very expensive. Well, they are innovations and they are new, they are expensive, and that is why when today we talk about the using of these technologies, about the entering these technologies, we feel the need to use them in parallel with the collection of additional information on the efficacy, clinical efficacy, and also economical efficacy. If we speak about the diving deep, if we look at the way of the trajectory of such technologies, so when we start, they have very high rate of uncertainty, clinical and economical, but the more data we collect, the more understanding, the better understanding we have about the mechanism of action, efficacy, effectiveness, clinical, economical, and actually the more we reduce this uncertainty. So the whole way of using innovations, new drugs, they were mainly focused on mass market. So on these drugs, it was easier to collect the data because this is mass market. And at that time, it required to represent this data regularly before the registration. But now the trend is changing. Now we have more and more personalized technologies. And all countries tell us, let's look at the world from different angle. Don't use the mass market approach. So now let them immerse into the healthcare system and in parallel collect data on the efficacy and effectiveness. That is why there are such institutions on innovation implementation. We know such institution in the UK. They have a foundation which is focused only on oncology. Now it's extended and now they have bigger spectrum of treatments. And many countries, they try to design these or those ways of how to introduce to the market this innovation treatments beyond the standard healthcare system. We do the same. We have the Circle of Good Foundation. This foundation finds two solutions. First is medical care to children, because children are priorities for the Russian Federation. That's why we started from children. And on the one hand, it is a social project and political project and medicinal project. This is care about children. But on the other hand, with this Circle of Good Foundation, we also assess the option how these new technologies, evidence-free, expensive, and evidence-free technologies could be immersed into the healthcare system if the Circle of Good Foundation would be able to implement and reach those targets they have, but they have no other way. Maybe it could be a little bit faster, maybe a little bit longer, but still the Circle of Good should show us the best practice of implementing new technologies, innovative technologies in the system of the healthcare of the Russian Federation. That's why we are saying that Circle of Good Foundation, it's an interim point for the new drugs, because the assessment of their effectiveness would be done whilst they are administered to patients through the foundation. And then sometime later, 2-3 years later, the final decision would be made whether they are excluded from the reimbursement or if they go into the national level reimbursement list. So they go to 14 or 21 nosologies or essential drug lists, reimbursement lists. So today we are just analyzing how it's going on, and definitely everywhere we should speak about real world data. What is real world data? So actually 10-20 years ago, it looked completely different. About 10 years ago, real world data, it was just an attempt of industry to include the drug into the reimbursement lists without proper amount of clinical trials. And our attitude was very skeptical to that, very skeptical, because actually we considered it like a trick of industry to avoid the requirements of the law. But now situation changed. Now it's very difficult. It's very difficult sometimes to recruit the patients. Now it's very difficult to provide adequate clinical trials, to get proper level of evidence-based evidence, which we get used to in the randomized clinical trials, which is a golden standard. Today, we are saying that we should make a shortcut for innovations, and we should start helping those patients where we can help. And in this context, it's a way where RWD, not yet RWE, but also RWD, can become a very serious source of information, and we cannot ignore this way. We cannot ignore this option. So everything which is happening today, it will be facilitating in the near future. In the near future, and we are expecting that the pool of this data, RWD data, real world data, would be getting bigger and bigger and playing more and more role in all decision makings which are done now. So the way what is initiated now and that first monography which is already published and those discussions which are ongoing currently, so these are the dialogues that should lead us to the fact that we need to change our legislation at the level of registration and at the level of inclusion into reimbursement lists, and also at the level of inclusion into the Circle of Good Foundation, and also adjustment of the clinical guidelines based on RWD data. How to translate this data, RWD, into RWE, which criteria to use? Well, this is exactly what we need to design. Currently, we speak about the concept of RWD, RWE, but tomorrow we will need to understand how to live with this huge amount of data, RWD or RWE. And in this context, we need to understand what are the sources of data, which are significant, which we should use, how to classify them, how to range them, how to process them, and actually how to use them for making these or those managerial or expert decisions. That is why I'm fully supporting all these initiatives. I'm very grateful for the invitation to all the organizers and to Professor Kolbing for actually broadcasting this topic. Well, thank you very much, Professor Emelianovsky. Well, definitely RWD and RWE discussion in the real practice is very important. And here, the position of manufacturers, designers of treatments is very important. And now I'm happy to give the floor to the executive director of the association in Pharma, Vadim Kukava. Thank you very much, Alexei. Well, in fact, you are absolutely right. In my understanding, well, I will try to be short, not to take too much of your time. So in my understanding, this concept of RWD and RWE is the avant-garde of science. This is the avant-garde of the scientific and medical thought and thought of manufacturers, designers, which is now actively entering Russia. So I think in the current situation, it's very important that we are implementing these conditions. And once again, we are demonstrating that Russia is in current trend, is in the trend. That's first. And then second thing, which was already mentioned, it's very important how it can be perceived. So the concept of RWE, RWD, and how it will be fixed in the legislation. Actually, a lot of work was done, and terminology is fixed on the basis of law. Now we are discussing the concept, and we are all participating, and hopefully it will be fully approved. And then the next steps, how these things would be introduced in our federal law number 61 about the supply, how the drug is included into the list based on real world data, and then how the drug and how the payer is paid for that. This is our law 44. So all that here is going in complete symbiosis with some other things like innovation models of contracts, and we as an association actually promoting it to the regulators, and we discuss it in the different sites. So let me repeat it once again. This is absolutely correct thing to do. This is what we need. The trend of personalized medicine and actually the real world data. Let me repeat it once again. This is absolute avant-garde, and you already mentioned that, and possibly next speakers would be talking about it. Now, from the point of production, the paradigm is also changing, because before that, for years, we lived in the paradigm of big plants that are producing for mass market. They're producing lots of drugs, and they are standardized for everyone. Now, this paradigm is changing. And we see that there are teams in the Russian Federation that are implementing these projects, for example, in Leningradsky region, where we see the plants which are not so big, but you can produce really minimal amounts for specific groups of patients and sometimes for the single patients, easily combining the ingredients, excipients, and making it very easy. That's why the data of real practice is very important, something important. And now we start a big project in the association. Next week there will be a meeting of the working group, which is called the Project on Personalized Medicine. This is fundamental project, and actually there we will discuss everything which refers to innovations, and actually one of 4 directions that we preliminarily selected for ourselves, very big ones for work, for future work. This is exactly work on the RWD and the use of that into the legal field and future use. So once again, it confirms how this issue is important. Thank you very much. Vadim, thank you very much. Colleagues, well, we are right on time. We are right on time, and I'm extremely grateful for your sticking to the time. And yes, everybody listened to a call of Iosif Brodsky. Well, definitely, when we talk about the real clinical practice data, and Vitaly already covered that to a certain extent, definitely the use of treatments and drugs with actually unknown or clear final effect with not properly studied safety profile is extremely relevant for the adult healthcare. But speaking about pediatric healthcare, neonatology, well, that's most vulnerable, and it becomes number one. It becomes number one vulnerable point where the absence of data or not complete data could appear to be critical. And now it's my greatest pleasure to give the floor to Leila Namazova-Baranova, who is the president of the Union of Pediatricians of Russia, who is the lead of chair in the pediatric faculty in Pirogov Medical University. She's a chief pediatrician on preventive medicine with the Ministry of Health. She's a professor, doctor of science, and academician of Russian Academy of Sciences. And she supports our conference for all 3 years. And thank you very much that this year you also found time to join us today. Leila, you're welcome. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, let me congratulate you on behalf of the Union of Pediatricians of Russia, on behalf of big army of doctors, pediatricians, and specialists who are working with children, with the opening of this fantastic scientific and practically oriented conference. This is already the 3rd annual scientific and practical conference with international participation, real clinical practice in the changing world, solutions and challenges. And first and foremost, I would like to express gratitude to Professor Kolbin and organizing team for the initiation of the series of these fantastic conferences, and also for the invitation to participate and speak up today, this year, to participate in the conference. I would like to mention that all of us, doctors, healthcare professionals, we all feel and see that actually there are more and more treatments around the world. But the question is, well, in fact, how much do we need in order to treat children properly? Well, I'm speaking as a pediatrician about children. Well, I clearly remember how 15 years ago there was a discussion with my colleagues at another roundtable. We just recollected that by that time in the Russian Federation, there were about 20,000 brand names of different drugs and treatments. But for example, in Sweden, well, for the same day, for the same clinical situations, they had just 6,000 names registered. So the question was, do we treat 3 times better, or do we have 3 times more opportunities? Well, probably not quite right, not quite right. And well, normally the situation is somewhere in between, because besides simply the amount, we need also to look whether they are new and modern, whether they meet the current challenges of the current day, how they effective and how they safe and how they help us to treat and cure our patients. Because if drug comes even for the patients who even yesterday was considered to be incurable, or for example, like patients with orphan diseases, they were, let's say, considered to be palliative patients, but now for them, we have fantastic targeted options to treat. And these are really great achievements of modern medicine. But on the other hand, we as pediatricians, almost daily, almost every minute or every hour, we face a number of very serious challenges. that really make our life more difficult. Well, first of all, for children, like for any other category, a very big challenge is to use drugs off-label or, let's say, without proper registration, because unfortunately, the market of pediatric indications is much more limited versus adult indications, and that is why for the manufacturers sometimes it's not interesting to go into pediatrics, and that is why organization of any clinical trials specifically for children, for the pediatric group, which is much more challenging versus adult trials, well, it's always a super task. Also, age specificities as related, age-related specificities could be seen at any age, especially in children. So what do I mean by that? Because when we were young medical students, actually at every discipline, including pharmacology, we always faced with the specificities of pediatric age because metabolism is different, the reactions are different, and it doesn't mean that the dose should be always smaller. And definitely we step away from the principle that for 6-year-old child, you should split the tablet in two, and for 3-year-old, you should split it in 4. No, we know very well that actually there are groups of treatments and the doses for pediatric are actually the same as for adults. And sometimes we have doses higher than for the adults. Adverse events. This is also important. So different events after the use of treatment. Definitely, this is very challenging topic for the adult specialists, but especially sensitive for pediatricians, because to us, the principle of safety of any drug is always crucial. Keeping in mind that some of our reactions that are typical for children are dramatically different from what we see in adults. Now, generally, about the difficulties of clinical trials in pediatrics, well, I already mentioned that. Let me just remind you that unfortunately, although since 2007, our legislation and legislation of the leading countries of the world changed dramatically there. But in order to stimulate the manufacturers to organize and carry out clinical trials, including pediatric population, well, in fact, we didn't see this legislation change in our country, so we still see huge deficiency of specialized pediatric trials. And the most important issue here, and this is something which is already entitled in the conference, and I emphasize it once again, how we can extrapolate this data of the clinical trials to what we do in the real practice. Because we need to understand that the cohorts in the clinical trials are very limited cohorts, very highly and stringently standardized. They're meeting inclusion and exclusion criteria. Well, definitely they are easier to analyze, but then obviously it creates a bias. It creates challenge for further interpretation and translation this data, copy-paste into clinical practice, because there is always a question whether it's applicable, to what extent. Besides, we need to remind you that very recently, International Coalition on the Drug Regulation and also EMEA, European Agency, European Medical Agency, they published the statements in the medical journals, and they're calling international community to provide the maximum amount of collection RWD data, so real world data, evidence, which we call in the acronyms RWD, RWE. So they're very important and they add on, and also to a certain extent, they overlap the data of the clinical trials that we traditionally call data of real world practice. So today, with a special attention, we need to work on 4 strategic directions. First, the terminology. Well, normally definitions, terminology, that's always a crucial point. It depends on what we call and how we call it. And this is how we can understand whether we mean the same using particular wordings. That's why harmonization of terminology, it's the first and foremost. Then this is still the issue of harmonization of different legal acts and enactments, guides, etc., and definitely sharing the best practice and experience. I remember in 2009, we have been collecting the first and probably the only Congress of Pediatricians.
В Москве, то выступали коллеги из Европейского медицинского агентства и как раз рассказывали о первых 1,5 годах практики вот после введения новых форм законодательства, стимулирующих производителей в отношении клинических исследований.
And definitely we need to develop the legislation which stimulates the manufacturers to design and produce something for pediatrics. Well, there was a huge breakthrough done and it is improved situation. And that was the whole spectrum of new knowledge, new data in the evidence base. And we started moving forward. But by now we need new studies. We need some new steps, harmonizing requirements. And this is how we can move on in this way. Well, definitely, it is not possible to resolve any issue of the public health care, not discussing and not improving this drug supply of the population. And last but not least, transparency. This is also extremely important. Well, sometimes patients believe that doctors are hiding something, they're trying to blame us, but actually, it doesn't work where we have open data, where we have obvious evidence, where we can provide arguments and fight for our position. That is why definitely the objective of the conference, like we are opening today, is exactly in that, to focus on our efforts, resources, our knowledge, experience, enthusiasm in one way to resolve these issues. So once again, many thanks to the organizers of the conference for this opportunity to provide my position and for the opportunity, and I'm pretty sure that by the end of this very important sessions, we will enjoy the concentrated position, status of the art. So, and then we can use it both in the legislative and executive fields. Thank you very much for the participation, for the organization, and wish you a fruitful day. Thank you very much, Leila, for the continuous support, for very good words, and for the words that we are going to discuss in the plenary sessions later on. Colleagues, for about 3 years, Aston Health is the technical organizer of these conferences. We know that Aston Health is a true Russian leader and a global leader in the carrying out of clinical registers, analysis of data in very different areas, medicinal areas. And let me give the floor to Anton Artyomov, who is the director of board of Aston Healthcare. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on your time zone. I'm welcoming everybody here, also those who are sitting on the stage. I'm happy to see all of you today. Well, looking back at the experience of our previous conferences, I know that the timing is really very strict. And well, due to your words, Alexei, and due to the quotation of Iosif Brodsky, we are moving really very fast. And honestly speaking, I thought you will give me just 30 seconds for 2 words, but now I'm hoping for 3 words to say. Colleagues, I believe that our conference is a true breakthrough, very serious breakthrough, because we as Aston, we are dealing with the real world data, we're dealing with real world evidence, RWD, RWE. Well, we started back in 2009, and together with Professor Namazova-Baranova, we started in pediatric rheumatology. So that was the very first register we managed to establish and develop and grow. So that was exactly 2009. So since 2009, we're actively dealing with the collection of real-world data, and this switch from RWD to RWE to transfer the data which is accumulated into proper analytics, into the information that is supposed to be very helpful, that is supposed to facilitate healthcare. So this experience to us, the private company, is also available. And actually, it appears to be that for about 11 years, we have been dealing with the registers, And these are not just the registered. So in any case, we accumulated huge massive of data, lots of clinical data was accumulated, and the topic of processing and transfer that accumulated information into proper conclusions, guides, recommendations is quite challenging task. And I think our conferences and this merge on the one side those people and organizations who are representing both the state structures and also public organization and patient advocacy groups, so a private business. So that's extremely important. It's one side for all. So that means what actually Professor Namazova-Baranova, she mentioned terminology. Terminology is the first and foremost element, or let's say not less important than some legal changes or legal initiatives, because in terms of wording, we faced and we still face multiple challenges. That, for example, the word register, that we interpret one way, and actually, when we use the word register, we understand mainly clinical register. So that's the set of clinical data. But let's say, if you ask somebody else, people can interpret this definition very differently. So there are registries and registers. So that's why terminology means a lot. Registry and register, these are different things. That's why we need to have consensus on what do we mean by register. And from the very beginning, I used to say that, for example, there is GMP and GLP and some other standards where the clinical and laboratory studies could be carried out, and the registers, we need the same. So in the collection, in the accumulation of this real world data, we also need standards that help us to identify which data is valid, which data is not valid, which data we can trust and cannot trust. So in fact, we already faced many times, actually continuously still facing that I'm speaking about the registers, because to us it's the most important direction. And actually clinical registers of the patients, this is something which is a key tool for the collection of the real world data. And validity of data, it's a key thing, because on this data we have to build on lots of scientific publications, and Vitaly already mentioned that, and all previous speakers already mentioned about that, that based on the real world data, we can design a very big part, bulky part, the most significant part of the healthcare, and particular guides, recommendations, the efficacy of assessment of efficacy and safety of treatments that could be finally very helpful for the patients, to improve their quality of life and to resolve, if possible, all issues with the health. Well, Alexei, I think very briefly I mentioned all important tasks that we are dealing with as Aston Health. And once again, I would like to thank all those who joined us today. Definitely now these remote online technologies changed the formats of such conferences, and we have some empty seats here, and I'm pretty sure that those almost 500 participants who registered to be with us today, it's many more than we experienced in the previous 2 years. So our audience is extending. So Alexei, thank you very much for leading this process, for initiating this process, supporting it and promoting it, because I think that the attention and the real world data now rush to us. So this is how I believe that this is truly something that should be the driver of growth in the Russian healthcare in the near years. So I wish you good luck in the conference. Well, thank you very much, Anton. Colleagues, actually, all of our speakers provided their welcoming words. I have some text on paper, but here is ending up, and there is a general discussion where we finish the third annual conference. But this is something I will speak later on after we listen to 7 sessions. Well, now we have great opportunity maybe to discuss a little bit within a plenary session some other aspects which are beyond the title of the plenary session. We can speak about the efficacy, effectiveness, safety to use drugs. And the first question I would like to ask you is the following, because Leila mentioned that as a problem number 1 in neonatology, in pediatrics, is the use drugs off label. So it may seem that the tool, RWD tool, and later on RWE possibly, is actually the tool which allow to switch, at least theoretically, sometime later, drugs from off-label to on-label in pediatrics. To make it, let's say, allowed, to make it approved. But unfortunately, we don't have Professor Glagolev with us today, but we have great opportunity to ask this question to Professor Emelianovsky as one of the regulators' representative. Well, about a year or 18 months ago, we started actively discussing off-label in pediatrics, some definitions and legal initiatives, well, maybe already 2 years ago. So what do you think? What can you comment on the RWE and RWD concept and how it could be helpful for the pediatrics and maybe some perspectives of some future activities of the Ministry of Health regulators and experts in this field? Please comment on that. Well, I cannot replace Sergey. So I represent expert community about the off-label. Well, topic is important. So for about 10 years, we're already communicating in different sites what to do with off-label for pediatrics. And about a year ago, we all witnessed that suddenly there was like a burst out. And then there was dramatic change into the Federal Law 323 about off-label treatments. But not very effectively, quite asymmetrically, and not fairly. Because actually, from all the patients in general, there are children with specific diseases, and they are in the front line, which was dictated by the desire of particular experts to provide particular freedom to themselves to administer off-label to the children with specific diseases. What to do with other diseases, but still the off-label is relevant. What to do with non-pediatric population, where off-label challenge is also quite relevant. And here, it will be so-called age-related discrimination. Now we discuss amendments to this law, but this law is approved. And even the previous practice off-label, they actually could come into the clinical guides, but they were not included into the standards of treatment. They were administered through the treating commission in real practice. Then today, for these categories, we have opportunity to include them into the standards. But our guides, they cover different diseases according to international disease classification, and the standards could also cover different. So that means in one guides, we have drugs that are off-label, but we can do them. But in the other ones, this is something which is not allowed. That creates very difficult practice of legal But in the framework of this work, actually, and today we ask the Ministry of Health about it, how to use the drugs of label and which requirements they should meet in order to get into the pediatric or adult indications with different diseases. So, and for that, we need design particular approaches, what can be merged there and what cannot from off-label there. And again, first and foremost here is real-world data, because if the drug is off-label, then we say that according to these drugs, in the registration dossier, we don't have specific indications, but normally specific indications are not recommended if there is no clinical trial data. RCT data. That is why in this paradigm, the role of real-world data can become stronger, because it is the real-world data could be the basis to use off-label. Real-world data could be the basis, the grounds to use off-label. So if you look at the arguments which are provided by the medical community about the off-label use, they're all telling us why this drug is off-label. Why is it off-label if we use it already for decades? What does it mean, 4 decades? That means for these drugs, we accumulated very big experience to use them, not only in the clinical trials, but also in the real-world data, So that means we need to know how to use this data, how we copy this data, analyze this data, and collect as a data on efficacy based on real world. So that's also something special. Well, we don't speak too much about it, and this is very good that Leila already mentioned that, because this is really the topic. This is really the topic that really concerns doctors, pediatricians, but this is a global, very wide problem, because the applicant that registers these or those indications, they do it from their vision of the situation based on available clinical trials, but we know that very frequently, industry or manufacturers actually they follow based on the expert data which is generated by the system of medical science. And nevertheless, industry first puts its own interests and its own understanding, and if there are some amendments, let's say, related to the off-label based on real practice, it could force the industry to change the registrational authorization license and then to legalize the drug in the healthcare. So this way, that happens today. This is also actively disputed, and also here, real-world data, which would be drifting towards RWE to be used in the orphan drugs. This is also very serious, which should not be ignored. Thank you very much. Classification of the drugs in pediatrics, in neonatology, it's just a consequence. So there is a reason why it happens, and Leila already mentioned that limited number of the clinical trials, and sometimes the registration holder doesn't want to go there, etc., etc. So to our country, don't you think that we face more strategic challenge not to try to legalize the term of label, but maybe to design a national concept, as our colleagues telling, best drugs for children, best drugs for children from the position of the designer, and then how we need to do it, then simplification of clinical trials, a very clear legal base where we can and we cannot do the extrapolation, what types of extrapolation is available, full or partial. So more fundamental story, because don't you think that it should be done urgently? Because we know in one of the drafts, Pharma 2030, which is approved, so there were some positions about children, so they were all recommended. But finally, we are again stuck with this off-label. We are trying to explain the terms. We are trying to find a legal explanation without resolving global stories. And we're just saying best drugs for children. Don't you think it's important initiative? And maybe you can be the initiator of that together with pediatricians.
Сергей, провокационный вопрос.
Well, this is a very provocative question. Look, we have a problem. Let us get away from pediatrics for the moment. We always have those who say that innovational drugs are not available. So the first question is to raise the accessibility, well, to raise the amount of money. And the second is to make a systematic approach to the provision of patients with these drugs. So the same here. We may say here about urging the industry to make more clinical trials. Well, there might be some tax exemptions, there may be subsidies on the part of the government, but it might become profitable for the company to make a trial on the patients that are not profitable to the company. That's why the company company will say, well, we are ready, but we must understand what we are doing it for. We are not ready to invest our money in the market that will not repay our investments. That is the opinion of the industry. Now let us look at the experts. The experts cannot urge the industry to make trials. They cannot urge the government to pay. So they have to work in the informational and expert field that they have. That's why they have to analyze real-world data to make observational registering trials that would allow them to legalize these or those solutions. The problem is also that when we propose something, well, I'm not a regulator, but I have to support the regulators here. We have very many wonderful ideas, excellent in from different angles, in different directions. But the questions goes into details. If there is some idea and the government accepts this idea, so the expert has just had his say. He has done what is required of him, and now the government is to legalize it, to compile laws and regulations that the consequences would not spoil the real-world practice. So each proposal we are making is to be very well calculated, very well elaborated from the point of view of the future actions of the government. And we should think about negative consequences that may arise. So again, I'm not representing a regulator, but I understand very well that if you propose something, you must clearly, very clearly write down the criteria along which it will work or won't work. When we speak about something, when we speak about the proposal, they should be followed by bills and laws. And sometimes all these bills and laws leave nothing of this good idea, but nevertheless, they are required. They allow to adapt, to bring these new ideas closer to Earth. There are very many proposals coming from the industry, from patients. You know, patients are very pragmatic about these things. They sometimes offer many things to make these ideas closer to the Earth. Therefore, when we say let us use real-world data, but we must understand if we say yes, RWD is launched, but we will have consequences that will frighten us. That's why we should clearly elaborate the use of real-world data, real-world evidence, how it will be, how it will match other fields, what will be the criteria. We must understand how this RWD will be introduced into the regulatory solutions that we expect. So this issue is a key one. There is not a single person who would say RWD is not needed, is not required. But the question is how to make this expert technology down to the earth. Thank you. So you have raised the two very important issues for discussion. And today, during our symposia, we will discuss this issue. There will be presentations of experts. First of all, they relate to RWE, how to turn the RWD into evidence. And we know the concept of evidence-based medicine is critical for this task. And it is very difficult in use. The experts work on these approaches. There are various approaches in different countries, not only in Russia, and we will speak about them. And the second thing I would like to discuss with Vadim Vasilievich is regulatory basis. When we started this project in Russia, when we began to meet different expert groups, associations, including associations of manufacturers and developers of drugs, we still feel that they are scared about this RWD, RWE paradigm. They are afraid that it will not be perceived properly. People will become bringing different data. Vladimir Vasilievich, what do you think? In what direction the regulatory basis should be moving in this respect in order to give an impetus to the development of that paradigm in Russia and to make it very practical, very down to earth? You have raised a very proper topic. So goal setting is very important in this area, not only in pharmaceuticals, well, in all other fields as well. I worked for the government very much and always tried to make the laws that are adopted to be closer to earth. You know, our national projects, our national laws are quite correct. Everything is done very properly. Reduction of mortality, increasing the life expectancy. So the goals are very, very good. But when we go to the level of federal laws and regulations, unfortunately, we see that the things are not so good, and there are a lot of discrepancies in these laws and sub-laws. So now we are discussing the fundamental document of pharma development for 2020-30. And of course, part of this document is development of pharma innovations. And of course, new drugs, new medical makes are to go through the standard procedure that is covered by drugs and medical makes in other countries. Our pharma industry is quite strong now. And that's why the main vector of this project is the innovational development of innovational products. The goal is very good. And innovational development is, of course, provides for the intellectual property protection. So any industry is to be sure that the investments they are making into the development of very expensive products will be paid off. Then the industry will be ready to make these investments. So the goal is good, but we have a system of forced licensing, for example. Also, there are some things, there are some procedures that don't allow the processes we are thinking about to work. So, you know, and that's why this legislative basis sometimes doesn't allow to fulfill goals completely. And I understand the fears of the industry. There are examples when some very good ideas were so transformed during the legislative procedures that they all came to nothing. That's why it's very important, of course, to use the initiatives and to make up a project. And of course, the Russia is not a pioneer in real world data practice, but let us look into other areas where they use RWD, what mistakes have been made and can be avoided when we apply it in Russia. We should be very careful about doing it. So I understand the procedure that we are to follow. And we have working groups, pharma groups that will discuss, elaborate the ideas for the regulators. Academician Petrov in his presentation, and Sergei Vladimirovich Glagolev and Leila Simurovna, all our speakers today said that it is very important to cooperate to match the data that we have and to compare them with the world. We need an exchange of information. We know that the register is the most formalized form of data collection that we have today in Russia. It is a very well elaborated, formalized platform, and it looks as if it is quite simple to compare our register with the European register for the same disease or with any international register. That's why I have two questions. Is it really true? And second, active the active ascent of orphan diseases into medicine. Well, I remember some 10 years ago, you said that with the modern development of genetics and pathophysiology, all diseases will become orphan very soon. But we see most often diseases in pediatrics. How is it possible to create a register of orphan diseases? Thank you very much for your question. Your questions are really very up to date. As to international practice, of course, we studied and continue studying what is happening in the world. Of course, the registers were not invented in Russia. You know, the USA occupies leading positions in this respect. And of course, we always looked to the practice of the United States when we made our registers. At the same time, it is difficult. You know, we have communicated with colleagues from Germany, Italy, and other European countries on registers. Nevertheless, there are very many national and regulatory specific features in every country. But there were times when the European legislation was behind the Russian legislation as far as the private data are concerned. But some years ago, Europe was very much concerned about the private data protection, and you know, they introduced very large penalties for wrong processing of personal data, and we were really very impressed by the size of these penalties. Nevertheless, this international cooperation in clinical registers is very important. And I would like to brag a little bit. Last year, you know, we have the largest register of diabetes mellitus, the largest register in Russia. And there was an international trial of 23 registers from different countries on endocrinology, and our Russian register of DM2 occupied the first place by the quality of the data it contains. So we have something to be proud of. We have something to offer to international community. These contacts are necessary. They are quite important. As to orphan diseases, you know, the circle of kindness is a good example how the government can help some categories of patients. As to the program, the circle of kindness, it works very well. We have a relevant register. It is extended every year. And now we have about 25,000 patients in the orphan register, which is quite a big number for this area. We have about 16 nosologists in the orphan register. And can I ask a question to you? Of course, registration and introduction of data of real-world data is very important for this circle of kindness. I can't say that we cooperated very closely with this program. But so we did not have any realistic contacts. But I think that would be very useful to introduce all this data. Probably we could exchange this data with you. I'm sorry that I'm asking this question, but I would like to get an answer. What is your point of view? This organization, for example, can the commercial company Aston and the Circle of Kindness cooperate? I don't think we will be able to do it. You know, the fate of all registers is very doubtful. You know, the government is ready. I don't think that the government is ready. Probably it will be ready when there is a marketplace for the companies who get this information. But today, it is impossible because the government is not effective in introducing informational technologies. And certainly, the data are to be collected. They are to be sent to the health care ministry. So we have money for funding projects on providing children with drugs in accordance with the circle of kindness. But I haven't not seen any realistic projects in this field, and that's why I think it is difficult at present. Nevertheless, I think we need to ensure communication at this time, and I quite agree that information technologies are introduced, and if there is some experience gained. But you know, here we have to deal with government companies who hold their own positions. So we have they have counter registers, and the fate of the DM register is also very difficult. And now there is a discussion about the prospects of this register. That's why we may say that the situation is very complicated. The data of the registers are discussed and used by the government. So we need some compromise at the present moment. Yes, in any project, in implementing any project, no matter who initiated the project, the government, private business, it is necessary to have various resources, diverse resources, and companies that deal in clinical registers have a high human resource. They have professionals, experts that have been covering this way for decades. And if the government makes up government clinical registers, it will have to take into account the experience of those companies that have already had this experience. And of course, it will take into account the higher professional resource created by a private business. Otherwise, it will be just ridiculous. And we have seen very many ridiculous things in Russia about it. Now we have 6 minutes, dear colleagues, to ask questions to our speakers. We have 6 minutes. Any questions to our experts? If there are no questions, they will appear later in the day when we continue our conference. I would like to congratulate us on the beginning of the 3rd international conference. We will have representatives from other countries. Thank you very much for the support to the whole number of companies that helped us conduct this conference in this very difficult time. We will work until 7 o'clock. It will be hard. The organizers have told me that we have 469 registered members. We have a hybrid way of conducting the conference. I thank those who have come today. We will have a big dinner. It is very important in these difficult times. You may even take this dinner home. So we will come back in 30 minutes at 11 o'clock. And Vadim Vasilievich will be the moderator of the first symposium that is called Real World Data, Regulatory Bases in Russia and Eurasian Economic Council. Thank you.
Я
Нам какую-то отмашку дадут или мы можем начинать? Добрый день еще раз, уважаемые коллеги. Мы продолжаем наше мероприятие. И сейчас у нас симпозиум, который называется «Реальная клиническая практика, регуляторная основа в Российской Федерации и ЕАЭС. Международный опыт РВД, РВЕ». Я так подозреваю, что мы сейчас от наших экспертов, спикеров услышим более детальное описание того, о чем мы отчасти уже поговорили в первой сессии. И первому я бы хотел передать слово Александру Викторовичу Иванову, руководителю отдела стратегического
I would
консалтинга.
like to give the floor to Alexander Ivanov, head of the Strategic Consulting Department of Aston Health. Alexander, you're welcome. Thank you, Alexander Vasilievich. If we speak shortly about the goal of my presentation, I will give a review of what is happening in our country and in the world, because there are very many changes. Some news is always on the agenda, which is very good. You know, the time of my presentation will not allow me presenting everything that has taken place, but I would like to speak about the main things. So the latest news, what is happening in the world among the leaders of this area, the United States and the European Union. They have different approaches to the problem, but their strategies are similar. As to FDA strategy, it is creating guidelines of RWE use, and they have advanced more than we have. And in September, recently in September this year, FDA published a guideline for those companies who sent their drugs for registration. And the document defines
the document identifies in which cases the real-world data can be used, let's say post-marketing studies, etc., and the arguments how to use this data. Also last year, quite recently in spring, FDA issued a very interesting initiative that is a standard for the organization of the patient registers, some criteria, assessment of qualities, etc. And this is a very interesting document which requires studies and possible implementation, well, partial implementation for us, because as we spoke in the previous session, that is the topic which is not yet quite well regulated. If we speak about the European Union strategy, we see interesting things as well. And also this year, back in May, European Commission launched a project. This is so-called European Health Data Space. European Health Data Space. And they published the way of working. So these are standards of the collection and transfer of the data for the whole European Union, which is, you know, sort of overboard document, which is interesting. And as a continuation of this initiative, already in Q4 2022, they launched 4 pilot studies with the participation of regulators. One of the projects is Darwin, and there is a lot of big interest there. A lot of interest is demonstrated towards Darwin. This is a project which starts just this year, but finally it should go in full regimen in 2024-2025. And already now in Q4, they launch additional projects in the European Regulatory Commission on Pharmacovigilance. That includes also Commission on Orphan Diseases, on pediatric indications. Also, there is a number of projects for the development of interaction with the Association of Healthcare Assessment, Healthcare Technologies Assessment, HTA. Another interesting topic which we should look at very attentively and should follow and definitely copy-paste the experience, including, by the way, a regulatory experience. But if we take globally those blocks that international initiatives are focused on, so these are the following. So first is safety, first and foremost, safety of using the data, then the order of data transfer, then standardization, which is important because, well, definitely data and the challenges we face and data storages that accumulating the data and store the data, they normally are not connected with each other because there is no common standard. Definitely legislative confirmation, because without that it is not possible. Then validity of data, establishing the register, and all that is actually focused on the facilitation for the launch of innovative treatments. And actually it fosters dramatically the topic, and COVID actually fosters all that. COVID, which is still ongoing in different forms. And by the way, looking at the results of one of the commission, they actually decided that actually the second use of data, the data which was accumulated, the data on the real clinical practice, could save about 25-30 billion a year. So Europeans, they account everything. So, and that savings could be 50 billion euros for the next 10 years here. So the reuse of data. So that means these are not only huge costs for the implementation of real world studies, but finally it could be quite a big benefit and quite a big saving. Not only from the point of helping the patient, improving the care, improving the quality of using medical technologies, but also purely financial benefit. What happens to us? As we said before, and actually we already talked about it in the previous conference that was reported, but what is good now that we have really some breakthroughs here. We don't yet experience the common register and the roadmap, and the procedures of data set assessment are not also fixed, and we have no common reglement. And with the current legislation, yet there is no mentioning on what it is. But what is very good here is a very good step forward. And the breakthrough is done by the organizing committee and by the lead. And this is exactly what Alexei spoke in his introductory word, because at the level of EEU, Eurasian Economic Union and Eurasian Economic Commission, the rules of registration and expertise were published on March 17. And there we also see the mentioning on terminology. We also see the mentioning that registration certificate holder should inform about the RWD, RWE data. So these first steps, they have already been done, initiated, and they are visible. They are visible. The third conference, and by the end of that, as you know, Alexei said it before, the resolution is to be published, it will be issued, and it will continue this fantastic trend, and it will be seen not only in the legislation of EU and also at the level of Russian Federation. And another change we saw in 2021, so there was experimental legal regimen. There was an attempt, and there were attempts giving terminology and definitions and proper wording and terms of RWD, RWE, yet we have no updates and no new data here. But it's good that it is available, and we hope it will be published and some new data will come. Well, speaking briefly on what it is, RWD and RWE, and what are the challenges here. Well, in fact, it's a project where we need synergy of three big pillars, which is methodology, those who are designing and creating these concepts, then IT designers, and finally, legal people. And as we see, if one of the blocks is not working, there is no moving forward, or process is frozen at particular level without moving on. And only common synergy, finally, allows to facilitate the project and to move forward. At the end of my presentation, very briefly, I would like to comment actually what is the advantages of the private company, because that was a discussion at the end of the plenary. Definitely no commercial solution can replace state-based system, but nevertheless, as practice shows, again, the practice from international markets in the big companies, commercial solutions, they allow to find faster solutions. That's why commercial participation in some niche issues could foster the project and provide very fast feedback to anything. Thank you. Alexander, thank you very much. You are absolutely right. So the importance of legal field, regulatory issues. Yes, we are at a zero stage, at the stage of a start, at a baseline level, where the federal law should be changed and other laws and enactments should be approved and accepted. And we will see whether we are able to do it in the winter session, and it will depend on the activities. But concept at the level of EEU is discussed. And as I see, it's all very positive there. So thank you very much once again. And let's make it to the following. So we have some time for Q&A. So if you have any questions to the speaker, please ask them. So any questions from the landing platform, please check the chat. Please check the chat Q&A so we can enjoy some questions in writing. Okay. And then thank you very much. And now Ravil Niyazov, this is Center of Scientific Consulting. So how we can use RWE, RWD for making a regulatory decision. So I'm giving the floor to the next speaker, Dr. Niyazov. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I appreciate if you can share my slides in the big screen. So today we are talking about RWE, RWD, and regulatory issues mainly abroad. And I will be using English-based terms because they're shorter and much clearer, although I understand that wording in Russia is currently being approved. But definitely it's difficult to get rid of English-based acronyms. My next slide, please. So how do we use this data? Currently, the data could be used in four main directions: pharmacovigilance, and mainly we are talking about the clarification on safety data, then let's say market authorization, and definitely this is not new registrations, but new indications, new subpopulations, new alternative regimens of dosing. And on the next slide, I will explain why we are not speaking about the authorization itself, but we are speaking about only add-on authorization steps. Then clinical trials. Well, definitely here we mainly mean optimization of clinical trial design keeping in mind real needs of the patients and patients' experience they gain during the treatment, and also healthcare technology assessment, HTA, but this is not quite regulatory, that's why I'll mention that briefly. So what is the experience using? Well, this is quite limited, but still very positive, and this positive experience, well, fosters the future development of
день большинство заявлений на разрешение на продажу в США включают, так или иначе включают эти данные. Это не значит, что эти данные являются основным источником доказательств. Это не значит, что только на
is
этом
the
основе.
most important. It doesn't mean that decisions are made only on that, decisions of regulators, but these data, they're important for different purposes, and they are included into the dossier. Similar here, a year before, a European agency got submissions, and 78% of FDA-approved files included already real-world evidence. More and more frequently, they use artificial intelligence within a lifestyle of the product, and this is very helpful for the real clinical practice. And there are good examples of successful approval of new indications in new populations in different diseases. And mainly here, these are some rare situations, orphan diseases, because of the real-world data normally allow us to see the bigger population and to see how one specific patient could react towards treatment. Because we know in the clinical trials, we are designing drugs with statistical point of view, and we look at median data, but in the real-world data, likewise in other new tools which are more and more frequently used, NF1 studies, more and more frequently we can individualize these pieces of evidence and to approve new indications and new dosings.
И в своем выступлении... Так, нет. Следующее это вот этот, да.
Yes, this slide, thank you. So we have two legal jurisdictions where we normally take inspiration to establish rules. So we look at the legislation of United States and European Union. Let me start from United States, because in their case, the development was a bit faster, because United States is a mono-jurisdiction, so there is no multiple approvals, so they managed to create it faster. Back in 2016, in fact, Barack Obama administration approved amendments to the law on drugs. This is so-called 21st Century Cures Act, where they introduced the framework, the structure, the model, the definition of real-world evidence. And actually, the same piece of law obliges FDA take regulatory instructions. In European Union, it all goes slower because there are multiple members. Standardization is not an easy thing to do. And it is why today we're speaking about only on working plan, so action plan of the task force and priority guides. Action plan of task force and priority guides. So United States, let's look at 21st Century Cures Act. It introduces just one small section. Well, in our case, it will be article. And this is a law about the food drugs, DNCA. And in this section, 505F, they speak about the objectives, why and how real-world data and real-world evidence can be used. And this is approval of new indications for new drugs, and also the help to the justification requirements of post-registrational studies. And also there, you can enjoy the definitions. And this is data how to use and potential risks and benefits of drugs that are obtained not from clinical trials. So that's probably the most important definition. So in fact, we have two options how to use drugs. You can use it in experimental design, which is a clinical trial, and you can use it in a general non-regulated medical use, which could be a routine clinical practice, or it could be some other less relevant and less interesting regimen, but this is not experimental. That's the most important. It's not a clinical trial. That's the most important. So what's the model? What's the framework? Well, framework probably more convenient word for Russia, and in Russian we hardly have equivalents. So these are frames. These are comprehensive frames. So what are the sources? Continuous safety study, observational registers, and patient-centered approaches. What are the challenges? Definitely gaps in the data collection, in the continuity. Also standards and methodology could have some gaps, and actually challenges and opportunities which also should be considered. So in fact, in this article, we see the big picture, So the issues are formulated, and they're saying that these are the challenges that exist, and later on, regulator is going to resolve them. Here you see some notification for FDA industry. According to law, they had to approve multiple documents that would regulate. These are those issues related to the RWE, RWD. So currently, you see multiple documents, at least seven documents, and 2 of them are already in a final version, and 5 of them are drafts. But according to the law, the drafts are to be approved by the end of 2023. So here you see very different aspects of RWD, RWE regulations. So how this data could be used for the decision making for medical devices, the use of electronic health record data, standards for drugs and biological products, submissions containing real-world data, also assessing registries, and a lot of efforts on data standardization, how to get standardized data, how to analyze the data, how to interpret. So we see 2 very large vectors for the development. So how these results can be worked and how they are included into the decision-making of the regulator. And on the other hand, what can be done? What can be done to make good quality data that you can rely on? So all these documents are to regulate all these issues. And now we are coming to the EU, European Union. So this is joint action plan of the task force on big data, EMA and HTA, European Medical Agency and Health Technology Assessment. So this action plan is not just the result of European regulator, but this is also the result of drug regulator and another regulator that is responsible for healthcare technology assessment. So that's a joint project of the task force, because these results would later on be used not only by drug regulators. And here we can immediately appreciate the plan. So this plan is split into 3 slides. We see very long and very bulky processes. So the relevant plan started in 2022, which acts until 2025. You see different activities, strengthening of so-called Darwin assessment, that is a program for real-world data collection. Then there is work ongoing on the quality and representation of the data, on discoverability of data. And the next slide is the continuation. You see efforts to develop skills of regulatory networking, scientific networking, processes which are ongoing within networking. They look at opportunities of the network to analyze the data which is provided by experts. And here we see, if we dive deeper, here we see that different documents are planned and scheduled, and different guides that on the one hand should standardize this data. You see dictionaries and lists of data sources, and there are attempts to standardize them now and to launch pilot projects in different diseases. So there is clear integration with the pharmacovigilance databases, with the system of decision-making of particular committees of European agency where the regulatory decisions are made. Also, analytics is involved with artificial intelligence, etc., etc. Here you also consider different activities on the structure of management. You see international initiatives and European agencies playing a very active role here, and big attention is paid to stakeholders. That means all stakeholders, all involved parties. So this is not just the work of a regulator, but also active role is played by the medical community, by the industry, and I wouldn't say that regulator is playing a passive role, but the regulator is not the lead. Regulator is mainly actually working hand in hand with others, because everybody needs it as well as a regulator, and different solutions can be offered from the medical community as well. And also Europeans, they don't forget veterinary, because they also have some drugs and they use these drugs for vet options and medicinal devices. Here you see priority recommendations, priority guides, and actually they met the points in the previous 3 slides. Now these priority guides are updated. So for the first time, they were published back in 2020, as well as the schedule. Currently, we are in 2022, and the movement is going proactively. That's very effective movement, and there are no delays. So in each slide, you can see what's going on, but what conclusion can be made? The process is actively ongoing. So it's a global, everything is done, lots of specialists from all sides, from the side of a regulator and the industry and scientific and academic communities that are working on that, and they're actively involved patient communities. And here, on the one hand, we see the scales of this process, but on the other hand, we see the clear plan. Plans are executed, and we see this interaction in between different elements. That means between the optimization of decision-making, information standardization, modernization of expert consultations, etc. So previous 3 slides, as well as this slide, should show us what is a serious attitude in Europe to this work, and how many activities are planned, and how all is rolled into one singular system, one system, which is supposed to be very strong. And this is my final slide here. So these are acronyms, very useful acronyms. Oh, there are so many acronyms here. And now take-home messages. So my conclusion here. So by now, RWE is one of the drivers for the drug design, as well as medical devices. And there are comprehensive systems for standardization, collection, processing, and analysis of medical data, and the quality of data actually guides the approval. The industry is the active lead here, and the purpose is move together. The theory of design and the practice of use were coming closer and closer to the patients, and this is how we see that earlier decisions that were made at the stage of development could later on influence the outcomes, the experience that patients get after being treated. But moreover, now, due to the fact that we are coming closer to the patients, now we can provide more information to the earlier stage of development in order to close this circle. And also here, I wanted to mention that real-world data and real-world evidence is not an additional activity. This is complete transformation of pharmaceuticals and life science in general. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Niyazov. Any questions, comments, remarks? You're welcome. Well, we don't see any questions. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Dr. Kostyuk, who is the board director of Scientific Center from Healthcare of Kazakhstan. He will speak about decision-making in the healthcare using real-world data. So right now, we will know more about Kazakhstan experience. You are welcome. You are welcome.
Александр, мы ждем вас в эфире. Включите, пожалуйста, вашу камеру и ваш микрофон. Да, да, можем анонсировать следующего сейчас. Мария, здравствуйте. У нас происходит замена докладчика. Могли бы вы выступить сейчас? Скажите, пожалуйста, с нами ли вы?
Без проблем, я всегда с вами.
Я вижу, слышу вас. Давайте запустим вашу презентацию, сделаем демонстрацию экрана.
Так.
Подождите, мы не в эфире.
Не в эфире?
Сейчас не в эфире.
Рано?
Вас, Анна.
Накладка с текущим спикером, поэтому мы поменяем местами. И сейчас мы попросим выступить Марию Анатольевну Борзову.
Colleagues, now we're giving the floor to Maria Barzova with her presentation of NICE, basis of RWE. So we'll listen to the news from Europe, and now Maria will share some data from the UK. The floor is yours. Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, can you see my slides? Yes, we can see your slides. Very good. So let's talk about NICE experience. Well, first, a little bit of boring things. I'm a legal person. I love corporate law analysis and to analyze Anglo-Saxon system of regulation that UK belongs to. This system is different from Russian Federation that belongs to so-called Roman German family of laws, and key difference, and I apologize for that, that our norms are more generalized and they contain more clear definitions. But if we take administrative law, then we can completely exclude the subject from that. Anglo-Saxon system of law and different approach is typical. They also have some general norms and recommendations of what and how to do it. They also have quite a big area of guidance, guiding principles, definitions, clarifications, what Ravil called framework documents. Yes, baseline, basic documents that answer principal questions. Why these norms exist? What was the purpose of that? So how it should be developed later on what subjects it is focused on. And there are multiple methodological approaches that shows the subjects, how they work. So this system tells us not only what to do and also how to do it. And this is very tempting approach because it allows very dynamically introduce new approaches into law. And you can understand all subjects and what is required from that. So the document we are going to talk about, this framework, NICE real-world evidence framework, it's not an exception. So NICE, National Institute of Excellence in Healthcare, so published this document in June, and they provided the description on what and why we use the data of practice, how they transform into the evidence, how we can use methodological approaches to the collection of data, to the analysis, to exclusion of bias, etc., etc. And if we look at the preamble, it tells us this document does not contain any minimal standards of quality. It's mainly on how this part allows the market to collect and to regulate the data of real clinical practice. And it contains very clear referral to the fact that all the standards, they are presented in the practical documents. They are setting the standards. So that means this.
У нас техническая заставка. У вас не переключаются слайды. Подскажите, пожалуйста, можете ли вы курсором мышкой кликать на слайды, которые находятся в левой части экрана, пронумерованы 1-2 кнопки, ну, циферки есть такие, видите?
Нет.
Нет, хорошо, тогда, пожалуйста, нажмите Escape.
А если вот так?
Нет, слайды не меняются, к сожалению. Нет, нажмите, пожалуйста, Escape.
Так, нажала Escape, дальше.
Теперь курсором мышки. Да, давайте будем переключать слайды вот в таком режиме. Хорошо?
То есть вот так вот?
Да, мышкой.
Хорошо, без проблем.
Даю обратный отчет. 3, 2, 1. Мы в эфире.
Супер. Итак, мы вернулись к слайдам.
So
Я
we go back to the slides. And now I am saying about the definition of RWD, which is given by British NICE. So this is the data about the status of health of the patient or medical experience collected beyond clinical trials. So this is a global experience that meets the experience which is available in the United States. Then NICE tells us that the real-world data analysis can give us evidence based on this data, and this evidence can improve our process of providing care, then health of the patients and their experience, and also influence of health technologies, including medical devices and digital technologies in routine conditions. So yes, this is also a standard approach that reflects the general trends and also the approach described in the United States. Then, from the point of methodology, NICE is telling us how we are getting evidence based on a real clinical practice. And here NICE describes three key principles. First is transparency. So we should get this evidence through very transparent and clear approaches. Also, it should be good practice, starting from planning up to reporting. Then you have to be sure that data is trustful and data has proper quality in order to answer the question. So data is feasible, so applicability and feasibility. And finally, the need of analytical methods, because they reduce bias and they can assess the uncertainty. Because when we collect the data from the real clinical practice, something can drop or mistakes or errors may happen.
Подход и говорит о том, как необходимо подходить не только к проведению исследования, да, но и к планированию. Вот,
This is how we need to approach to the planning and to the study. We need to plan it in advance, and options of the protocol should be published. We need to collect data that we can trust.
Дизайн исследований и аналитические методы должны
The design of the study and analytical methods should meet the objectives, keeping in mind possible bias. And we also need to establish and implement the standards of quality for the integrity of data. And this is, again, general global approach, which is reflected by the most progressive regulators in the United States and in China. So it's important to mention here, NICE tells us that we need to stick to local law and rules and good practice code, because again, at the very beginning of the documents, that framework is not setting minimum standards. It gives just recommendation and more details you should look for in documents of other levels, so code of good practice. And then in the studies, we need to make the reporting very transparent, and those who later on can check this reporting, they can check how it was done. So it increases the trust to the result, and then independent researchers can repeat and reproduce it. And this is also very important through the whole NICE document. So it is the same situation.
Практики, естественно, подготовка отчетности. Естественно, NICE говорит в своей методике.
Naturally, NICE in its methods telling us that the data should be assessed from the point of applicability. There are two factors here: the origin of data, why the data was collected, which data, who and how was collecting the data, then how the data management was ongoing, and also applicability of the data to the purposes of studies. And then NICE splits it into criteria. Again, relevance of data. So from the point of quality, NICE tells us we need to assess how precisely data is provided. If there is lack of data, we need to find why. Also, the data should be precise, and also the relevance. So whether the origin contains all the parameters of the study, so whether it meets the conditions of providing medical care according to the requirements of regulator, the size of sampling, and the period of follow-up. So once again, these are obvious things on the one hand, but on the other hand, methodologically, it's quite helpful to those who are promoting the studies in the real practice. So they can be easily guided up to checklists. So which questions they should answer in order to get best quality results. And another very big piece in the NICE documents, this is comparative effect study. So NICE tells us that RWD, RWE can be used with the absence of evidence in clinical trials or add-on to answer more questions about the consequences of intervention in routine practice. And NICE in the framework document provides examples, best practices or best approaches how to analyze these or those cases. And here, from the point of methodology, NICE gives us algorithm from 4 points, which is extremely important, because for us, the real clinical practice should be done in the best quality. So we need to use the approach of so-called target trial approach. So they tell us that we need to identify potential biases or, let's say, difficulties or bottlenecks. We need also to take into account the bias. If there are some errors, mistakes, or subjective point of view during data collection or some data drops off. And if you see something like that, it should be eradicated in order to get more precise results. And besides, in the number of segments of the documents, we'll see notifications that the analysis of sensitivity and bias analysis should be carried out to assess the reliability of results, for analysis of reliability. I think NICE has quite tempting and very sensitive methodological approach which describes what to do and how to do it. And also it has some qualitative referrals to additional documents, which again contain requirements to the collection and analysis of data, and they tell us what we should try to reach as a subjects in the pharmaceutical industry in order to carry them in the best quality and get very reliable results. And very frequently, these results can support the data which was obtained, let's say, in the previous clinical trials, or in some cases, they could add on, be the add-on, or they could go the opposite. And in the NICE documents, there are some examples. And again, the document shows how valuable this data could be for the healthcare in general. And that's it. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria. We should say that Maria is one of the leading experts in the pharmaceutical industry in Russia in the very big issues related to RWE, RWD. And now Dr. Kostyuk, I think, connected, and he's with us. Now we can share Kazakhstan experience. So once again, Alexander Kostyuk, who is the chair of the National Scientific Center for Healthcare Development in Kazakhstan, and he will speak about decision-making in the healthcare using real-world data. Mike is yours. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, dear colleagues. Yes, the topic of our conference today is very relevant, especially for Soviet countries and Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, specifically for Kazakhstan. And give me a second, please. I'm trying to share my slides.
Александр, мы находимся в логотипе, нас не видно, не слышно. Давайте я вам помогу. Смотрите, вам нужно сейчас открыть вашу презентацию, 2 раза нажать на нее.
Так.
Запустить о слайдах, чтобы она была в полноэкранном режиме, а потом в Zoom вам нужно нажать на кнопочку демонстрации экрана и там выбрать, в окошке поделиться, выбрать вашу презентацию.
Так, секунду. Потому что я ее не увидел поделиться в окошке.
Это в Zoom, внизу кнопочка зеленая, такая демонстрация экрана.
Я знаю. Почему-то у меня полноэкранный не выходит. Режим презентации нужно, да, включить?
Да, вы нажимаете режим показа слайдов в презентации.
Он у меня вот включил. И что, я его сворачиваю?
Да, и теперь заходите в Zoom, нажимаете зеленую кнопочку «Поделиться» и там выбираете вашу презентацию.
Я ее не вижу там. Я объясняю. Странно, что-то у меня с компьютером. У меня куча вкладок. А именно презентации.
Так, у меня, к сожалению, нет вашей презентации.
Вот, у меня очень много окон нашел.
Нашлось. Можно закрыть лишнее, да? Уже появляется.
Нет, просто там нажал вкладку «Показать все». Сейчас вы видите мои слайды?
Да, давайте запустим их в полноэкранный режим, в режиме показа слайдов.
Так. У вас
Ага,
запустилось?
теперь, пожалуйста, вперед-назад стрелочки нажмите, будут ли листаться слайды.
Да,
Все,
листается.
возвращаемся на первый слайд, я даю обратный отчет, и мы выходим в эфир. 3, 2, 1, мы в эфире.
Я рад поприветствовать участников.
I'm happy to welcome all the participants of the conference that is devoted to a very relevant issue for our region. And this is the use of real-world evidence in the healthcare. Definitely, global practice shows us lots of perspectives of using this data in different aspects of drug supply, starting from the registration, then surveillance, healthcare technology assessment, and the outcomes. Kazakhstan is doing first baby steps for the development of the system of real-world studies and analysis of this data. And in my short presentation, I would like to mention briefly where we're moving as Kazakhstan, what is our local vision about the real clinical data, which is collected beyond RCT, and correspondingly, what are the aspects of use of this data we see for ourselves in Kazakhstan for real-world evidence. So the sources are quite standard. So, for example, in Kazakhstan, we have a very good site to implement real-world data and to analyze this data. And this is development of the electronic recordings and medical information system. Also, we have some national registers that are existing for different diseases. And we also have a number of other systems with mobile apps. So the sources of real-world data are multiple from the position of electronic healthcare. They are quite developed, and the use of this data could be a very strong resource to support the decision-making from the position of entering the drug. And if we speak about Kazakhstan data, about the issues of reimbursement, which is important, which is also decision-making on the healthcare technologies decision. So, besides the data of randomized studies, we use this data and we can answer the questions not only about efficacy and safety, and we can comment on that and we conclude it because we have it also in the format of RCT. But in general, we can analyze it through the prism of pricing of potential drug that we study in the real clinical practice. But again, even about the issues of efficacy and safety, the format of real clinical practice allows us answer additional questions that frequently are beyond the randomized clinical trials that are frequently limited with the pool of patients, with the selection of the patient, number of patients, and also duration of the study. That is how the real-world studies allow us to get more extended palette of data, looking at effectiveness in the real practice beyond randomized trials. And this is a longer period of follow-up, a more diverse population, how it can change the source of the disease, keeping in mind real practice, also compliance of patients to treatment, which matters, and again, the response of patients depending on the compliance, etc., etc. The same refers to safety. And definitely, from the position of activities that we are having. So this is National Center for Healthcare Development. This is national level center for the healthcare, and we're also resolving issues, the cost price, the pricing of technologies and drugs, and making decision about the reimbursement either by the state or by the system of the obligatory medical system in Kazakhstan. So this is the real data. So they play a big role because what is the influence of and presence of and resources and what are economical and social potential advantages and how economically effective could be versus comparators, and if there is any add-on versus current available treatments. I think in these aspects, RWE and RWD is of great interest for us, and when we assess this or that drug, we are planning to integrate this data for the decision making to our payers or the insurance or to the ministers, depending on the source of budget. Besides, the studies in the real world and real data allow us to answer questions about the patients. This is extremely important from the patient-oriented approach. So how it influences the quality of life of patient, improves the results, the outcomes which are important for patients, how patients are compliant to treatment, and some other parameters. So this is how implementation of RWE, RWD in the real practice will allow us to activate the analysis of the drug during the whole life cycle, as you can see it here. So as you can see, some data could be obtained from randomized clinical trials, and if we speak about real-world evidence, possibly lacking of this data is seen in Kazakhstan healthcare, because definitely innovative products are coming massively and not always coming to our market. Let's say if we speak about some orphan drugs, etc., or randomized clinical trials, definitely the real clinical practice studies. So it allows to, let's say, replenish some gaps that may exist due to the limited sampling and not enough data after the clinical trials when we launch products in Kazakhstan. Well, beside the data in the electronic systems, and I will mention briefly because we understand that we need to get, more comprehensive data. These are observational studies and also other types of studies, and also historically controlled records. This is something what we want to use actively for the decision making, together with data of randomized clinical trials. But which aspects do we see here which are important for in general, and they are consolidated with the global and international approaches? So this is decision making on the real practice, and this is how it can be included into the national clinical guidelines and clinical protocols for diagnosis and treatments. Also, the issues of pharmacovigilance, we can analyze adherence and compliance of the patients, and then it will help us to make decisions and see the perspectives or advantages of particular treatments or devices, and then make conclusions about long-term efficacy and safety. If we talk about specific aspects in the healthcare technology assessment, the system which is already created in Kazakhstan and main center supporting the system, this is a center of healthcare. So these are things like the data of Kazakhstan population, which is most frequently seen, and this is what we see in the results of the randomized clinical trials, because the majority of the randomized clinical trials based on which we are making decisions are done beyond the territory of Kazakhstan and beyond the territory of CIS. Also, due to this data of real clinical practice, we can see another important point of using them in the specifications. So we can look at the comparative efficacy in the context of real conditions of healthcare in Kazakhstan. And definitely here, beside the drugs, we could assess also medical devices and the schemes of treatment in general using real clinical data and the healthcare programs. So our information system already have some initial sites for the development in clinical practice. Although there is always room for improvement, we need to continue collecting data and make the data available for the final user. And this is how we want to move here. If we talk about the using of real clinical data and creating approaches to the treatment of the patient, so I think these are realities which are clearly seen by our specialists in Kazakhstan now, and definitely the creation of clinical guidelines in our national Kazakhstan protocol would be very important, and mainly it goes by traditional way, and in the hierarchy of the evidence, mainly we'll look at systematic reviews and meta-analysis based on randomized clinical trials, although we also need to integrate this data of the real-world studies into the process of creation of in the format of clinical protocol. Yet, this data is used like fragmented, and there is no systemic approach to use them. I think this is a big focus. This is a focus site, and possibly we need to, digest it and understand how to use it in our approaches, to understand the place and the role of this data, and then to use it more actively in the design of the national clinical guidelines. So what are the perspectives here from the position of our healthcare system? It is very clear that the real-world data becoming more and more important for the decision-making, for the players, for the regulators, and for healthcare professionals. And we want to see the same in our Kazakhstan system of the healthcare, because these studies provide additional data beyond the format of RCT. And then finally, we can move to from efficacy to effectiveness, and then to have more comprehensive assessment of potential value of the drug or medicinal products. And definitely the advantages of real-world data that we can get simultaneously data from several sources. These are registers and also additional pragmatic or observational studies, etc. So definitely in this context, we support the initiatives to create structures and guides at the level of the European Union. And I think this is really a very good initiative of St. Petersburg School of Clinical Pharmacologists. Our clinical pharmacologists, let's say, will fully support this initiative, and we collaborate for quite a time with St. Petersburg colleagues, and not only with them. And definitely speaking about the real clinical practice, so that's a very good site for the very beginning of cooperation between Russia and Kazakhstan that we have in terms of data, because we have similarities of healthcare system, like in many countries of Eurasian Economic Union. And I think the transfer of this data should be seen. So what are the challenges in the integration? Definitely the quality of data. This is something we are confused by, because not all our information system and sources of data in the clinical practice have approach oriented on systemic approach. So sometimes sporadic order leads to some chaos and bias and no systematic presentation of data, and definitely it limits the possible use. The question is the compatibility or matching in between different systems, because sometimes they are in a separate regimen. If we look at different electronic systems, they are very different. And until we have integration of all of them, we would never have the comprehensive picture. Definitely, this is an obstacle as well. So we need common platform for all information system and the vertical of data collection, starting from medical information system or laboratory information system up to the national level system. So this is approach that would help us to resolve this problem. So, starting from previous first parameters, we could speak about other parameters shown here. So, this is again usefulness of data, which we can get, and this is prediction of the beginning, and also prognosis of future incidence and prevalence risk assessments, and keeping in mind multi-variativity of data. And definitely what we need here is a better structured approach to the real clinical practice data collection, and then this data can be used in all processes that I presented in the previous slides. And from this position, we can make particular conclusions, both at the level of the regulator in the registration of drugs in Kazakhstan, from the position of a payer, where we can do this evidence, and then for the whole system of providing medical care in Kazakhstan. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak up, and I would be happy to answer questions. If you have any, you are always welcome. Thank you very much, Alexander. Any questions from the hall? Alexander, no questions. So yes, very good data, interesting data. You show us how RWD and RWE is developing in Kazakhstan. And I see that you have deep knowledge and you have a very clear action plan on that. So I think all colleagues who were speaking in the session just confirmed, all of them confirmed that the regulatory issues are very important. Regulatory aspects for the proper use of RWE, RWD. Definitely, we need to work a lot with regulators, with Ministry of Health, with other stakeholders, and federal laws are to be amended. So I will finish with what I've started today. So association, what I lead, personalized medicine. So one of important directions for us is to use RWE and WD. So if some of you would like to be involved in our group, you're always welcome. So with that, thank you very much. We are precise on timing, and now I'm giving the microphone to the next session. Now we deserved a little break. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation.
Роман, здравствуйте. Меня зовут Павел, я режиссер эфира.
Здрасте.
Вы у нас выступаете первым.
Да.
Вот, мы можем сразу запустить вашу презентацию, сделать демонстрацию экрана. Еще можно вас попросить, если есть такая возможность, камеру чуть ниже опустить?
Нет, нет уже больше возможностей. Ниже уже некуда.
Я понял.
Видно?
Сейчас прогружается. Да, вижу в полноэкранном режиме. Переключайте слайды, пожалуйста. Ну, вперед-назад один раз, чтобы убедиться, что они у нас переключаются. Да, отлично, все листается, все хорошо. Спасибо.
Не за что.
Роман Сергеевич, добрый день. Пользуясь моментом, хочу поздороваться, передать привет. Это Самсонов. Давно не слышались, не виделись.
Да, давно не виделись, да. Тоже видел вас в программе.
Ну да, но я тоже на расстоянии. Буду в зуме рассказывать.
Понятно. Но вы совсем далеко на расстоянии?
Ну так, не очень.
Ну, если вдруг решите до Смоленска доехать, приезжайте.
Хорошо. Может, я знаю, вы регулярно в Москве бываете, так что...
Ну, регулярно – это такой термин, не очень.
Понятно. То есть больше в Смоленске.
Да. Я бываю, да. Так что давайте стыкуемся.
Хорошо, да, конечно.
Хорошо, конечно.
Замечательную конференцию. На самом деле, Алексей Сергеевич, я хочу вас поздравить с этим мероприятием.
And I want to congratulate you, Alexei, with this event and the whole team that was designing the concept. I appreciated how much you are advanced now after the previous year. We now see multiple documents that allow together with the international community, allow to develop RWE, RWD in our country, and probably colleagues appreciated the agenda. Agenda is very logical, from generalized common issues of legal and regulatory issues. Now we go to positions on the real clinical practice from the point of data or evidence that we are collecting, and specifically methodology of data collection, then the evidence-based data, and then our part of the symposium, which is associated how the data is collected, what is the value of these data, and how it is sufficient. And besides, to me, what is very important is also the cost issue. How much is to collect this evidence, and how difficult it is from the position of the process and from the financial aspect. So cost price issues are very important, and we will cover this aspect later on today. There is a very good information source, which is a journal, and actually there are multiple publications in order to get it, and it will facilitate the development of legal and also the quality of data collection and how we do it. And one of significant options about the speed of getting data in the real clinical practice is definitely the pandemic of COVID-19. It became quite a catalyst, starting from the vaccine and the design of the vaccine, then use of the vaccine, then therapy of different conditions in the patients with COVID. Actually, many clinicians, they were arguing how justified in different versions of the clinical guidelines could it be, keeping in mind that infections is still viral by its nature, so would it be possible to use antibiotics or not? So it was all recommended antibiotics. And one of the directions in the WHO, this is a problem of antimicrobial resistance. This is inappropriate use of antibiotics, and many of our residents also get antibiotics with foods. And the second thing, what we faced, specialists and actually our next speaker will cover that. On the problems of antibiotic resistance, it's right in the pandemic of COVID-19. So this is how we would be happy to get some real practice data. So what would be the consequence of all that, and maybe would lead it in the future, such massive use, so to a very big pool of patients, and we understand how deficient could be some of the antibiotics. Roman, are you with us? Yes, yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm connected. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. What happens to antibiotics resistance and how coronavirus pandemic influenced that? Well, at first, I want to share a very interesting publication, which is 8 years old already. So it looked at the influence of resistance to the annual mortality rate. And so about 700,000 die annually from the resistant microorganism. And there is second thing. And if you do nothing to resolve it, then this amount could be increased by 10 million by 2050, which would be definitely more than currently die from oncology. Just 2 million, just 2 million. Now, if we appreciate the data depending on the region, it's important to understand, well, it is absolutely clear that bacteria, they don't perceive any administrative or political borders. So you see that all in all, this is a challenge for every country of the world, regardless of the gender, regardless of the ethnicity. And actually, this is the worst scenario by Dr. O'Neill, because he said that annually the mortality rate would be 10 million. He was criticized by the number of investigators because they call it is estimated data, 700,000. But back in January this year, we experienced brilliant publication, which is a systematic review that includes 204 countries and territories, 23 bacterial agents, 88 combinations, agent versus drug, assessment of 471 million individual case strains, and more than 7,500 years of studies. It is in Lancet, and due to clear reasons, it is dated by 2019. But main 12 infectious syndromes were included. For example, lower respiratory tract infections, bloodstream infections, intra-abdominal meningitis, and other CNS bacterial infections. Also paratype and invasive non-typhoid salmonella, so urinary tract infections, acute gut infections, TB, except HIV-associated bacterial infections of skin and soft tissues, infectious endocarditis, infections of bones and joints, and gonorrhea and chlamydia. Well, if you are interested, I can recommend this article strongly because according to its methodology, again, applying to the real clinical practice, is actually something phenomenal. It is really something phenomenal. For the time-saving issues, I will provide you just few data. So they estimated, this is estimated data, I emphasize it, they estimated the total mortality rate in the patients, the mortality rate related to the resistance, so when the agent was resistant and that led to fatal outcome, plus negative influence to the main disease. If there is a resistant agent versus the other disease, which led to the same outcome, but with sensitive agent. But we are amazed by these figures. So they calculated, they annually, well, I remind you, they said it's 700,000, but annually from the infection with resistant microorganisms. So the direct influence to mortality is 1.27 million. 1.27 million. If you add on here some mediated data, so that means when the resistance influenced negatively to the final outcome, the figure is 3.1 million a year. So the data is very impressive. And the other thing, just from the infection with the 700 staphylococcus, 700,000, 590,000 Klebsiella, resistant Klebsiella, and about 400,000 resistant pneumococcus. I'm not going into the depth of other figures. So the real figures showing us, and historically, who are dealing with that, that's very objective. Why do we speak so much about it? Because I want to show you our data on our country data. So there is a very big international resource, which is actually could be found in WHO data, and European data is there. So I will be guided by our own data. We'll look at the map of antibiotic resistance. As you know, from 1990s, we're dealing with that. And actually, annually, we get from 6,000 to 9,000 of strains. And once again, this is not the data. These are strains. So we re-identify them in Smolensk and we measure the sensitivity. So the quality of data is super high from the point of methodology and the absence of variability. So let me show you the data for the last 2 years, 2021, 2022. So these are projects and 36 centers from 32 regions of Russia participated here. So we got 11,300 plus strains during pandemic. So we see that Enterobacteria is the leading one. So it takes 50%, and then Escherichia coli, Staphylococci 12. But if you split them in types, then the leading is Klebsiella pneumonia, then Pseudomonas aeruginosa is the second one. So resistant Pseudomonas, 800,000. That's additional mortality. What happens in the country? So how pandemic influenced the rate of bacterial complications? Yes, it did influence them. This is our data. 53,000 hospitalized patients and 3/3 confirmed COVID. 60% were hospitalized into ICU. Pest control, 10%, they were getting different types of respiratory support. The rate of nosocomial infection was approximately 39%. And it is clear that the most frequent, these are lower respiratory tract infection. And this is the structure. On the one hand, structure is different. It is clear that patients in ICU, etc. But we see a very big dose of Staphylococcus, Klebsiella, and also plus to that Escherichia coli. Yes, structure is changed. But mainly, these are not changes of etiology, but the influence of the respiratory support. So no surprise. So how the resistance of main agents can influence? Well, with Pseudomonas aeruginosa, I'm not going to comment on that. We see that just polymyxin is working, and I'm extremely grateful to the Essential Drug List Commission with the Ministry of Health and Irina when she worked there very actively for the proper understanding, because our patients currently are getting those drugs which are essentially needed, and polymyxin, which was added, it's critically important for us, and also ceftazidime avibactam, ceftolozane avibactam, that's also life-saving, and they have proper activity for main agents. But I promise you our own data, what happens in the country. So this is Pseudomonas aeruginosa. This is aeruginosa, and this is some data. I show you just carbapenem resistance, but I want to tell you that in modern condition, what is very important, dear colleagues, microbiologists, it's very important to know molecular structure. Yes, that's a particular clone which is dominating in our country. But why microbiology is important? Please appreciate this 5, that's a mechanism of resistance. We believe that it could be the next epidemiological potential. And we are the country which has dominating to OXA 2440 and OXA 23, and we can appreciate here for carbapenemase. So this is a European and Asian moment. We see here that OXA 24, OXA 40 dominates in European country, and to less rate in Asian. In Asian, it's mainly OXA 23, but we see that in average level of resistance is actually very high. Enterobacteria, well, also the same. We are OXA 48. We are very similar to many other countries of Southeast Asia with domination of OXA 48, because in Europe KPC is dominating, but in Russia KPC is also increasing due to St. Petersburg and Krasnodarsk region, Kurgansk and Sverdlovsk and Tyumensk region. So summing up on that, we see that there is no calamity. Pan resistance is not high, but multiple resistance or polar resistance is increasing, and figures are high for gram minus. So the use of antibiotics that Helena announced. So there are some positive examples, and mainly with vaccination. We see a recovery of sensitivity of pneumococcal to ceftriaxone, very clear correlation with conjugated vaccine for children. And we see, regardless from the human being, positive example and natural biological factors for us, effect of replacement of poly resistance leads to the recovery of sensitivity of Staphylococcus aureus. So the use of antibiotics, colleagues. So we had a very good structure of antibiotics use before the pandemic in outpatient and hospital. Then it grew by 28%. Due to the titanic efforts in 2021, we managed to improve the situation, but the use actually due to the new neofloxacin, azithromycin, and a very clear high level of resistance. What is important to mention, dear colleagues, in modern conditions, it's important to support microbiology because it's unprecedented story last year, because regions got 5.8 billion Russian rubles and there were 133 labs, and they purchased new equipment, and they tried to make one strong laboratory in the region, and also many words of gratitude to the Ministry of Health and to the government. What is very important, what we can offer and what we are offering, I'm already finalizing. I wanted to tell you that we need adequate local monitoring of resistance. And that is why, dear colleagues, that is why we established the whole ecosystem of the products that help our colleagues to be adequate and to deal with the monitoring of resistance. So we have a map. And let me remind you, this is just our data. So we established a special program product, and it allows any patients to identify resistance and not to create other different maps of anti-resistance. We have a program IMRC for molecular biologists and for clinicians. Let me show you just some examples, summing up my presentation. What is important, colleagues? It's important that, in fact, using it, We are not the owners of your data. You yourself either open, disclose your data, or you don't disclose. So what we did a locomotor that allows you to analyze that. So this is open platform that allows you to be used in 11 regions of our country. And it's very helpful to clinicians, and they're getting this type of dashboard. So scanning QR code by smartphone, they can get data on the resistance of the main agents in their departments. So the system is actively working. So please get to your site antibiotic.ru, so we will see. So I'm not speaking about MRCI. So summing up, dear colleagues, we established MR book. So this is like a reference book, definitely not branded, definitely properly updated in the online regimen. And by the way, it is available in the Google Stories. So colleagues, wrapping up, I would like to tell you that yes, pandemia showed additional challenges here, but we have all tools, availabilities, and mechanisms that allow us to minimize antimicrobial resistance. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kozlov. Thank you very much. Brilliant presentation. And it shows us the community and professional community that we have great options to use the data that you showed us. And I have a very short question here, because actually the discussion is here, and maybe some of you have some questions, comments, and remarks. So my question is, the data was provided on antibiotic resistance. So how can you assess the quality of this data, how it correlates with the results of the clinical trial? And what do you think could be the locomotor for the professional community to introduce the data into the database? Because to my understanding, the more messages we get on the topic, the more information is coming, the better evidence-based data we can get at the end. Yes, you are right. This is very relevant, but I want to tell you that what is also very important is the primary data. That's why I'm emphasizing the big percentage of people, they identify sensitivity not a very right way to do. Because in the Russian Federation, for example, there were no own discs for the detection of good quality. So we are dealing with the registration, and so we can do it as soon as we do the common methodology and we see the methodological guides, as soon as we see unified standards. When we have good quality discs, then very clearly we'll be able to collect data, not strains, and then even better, we'll be able to adapt to the changing conditions and the problems that could be created by microorganisms. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I really enjoyed the data you presented. And I hope that the resolution of this conference and all these messages that Roman mentioned on where we're moving to, so it will find its implementation like it was done in the previous results. Colleagues, are there any questions, comments, remarks in here? So we are moving on, and now we're having next presentation about the perspectives to use real-world data in oncology, and this is example of Moscow. And I hope Irina would be connected. So this is Irina, and are you with us? Yes, yes, I'm here. So she's advisor of chief oncologist with the Ministry of Health of Moscow, Moscow Department of Healthcare. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, correct. Colleagues, yes. From the beginning of this year, Moscow has a very interesting project that refers to the real clinical practice. And the real clinical practice in this project is very important. And this project is an example of best practice. Some intermediate results. Why real clinical data is important for Moscow? The point is that what is important, so we see the change spectrum of drugs recently, and definitely this is very wide use of targeted immunotherapy and extension of indication for the costly treatments. So finally, we faced very high costs, and correspondingly, we understood that we need to reach particular regulations. So in Moscow, from March 2019, there is an order of government 177 that guarantees additional drug supply for the residents according to the clinical guidelines. Let me remind you, Moscow is the first region that took this opportunity to follow these new clinical guidelines as a must. So currently, right now, from December 2021, the structure of 177 is extended to 10. So that's 95% of localization of all oncological nosologies. So from the start, we added here some new drugs. This is for once and also new forms as alaparib. So here, the structure of the regional reimbursement looks like this. These are regional reimbursement treatments. So these are tablets. Then out of that, non-tableted and infusion. And also there is a project that allows to minimize some defects. So that's procurement story, or as we see it, or if there is an absence of scheduled reimbursements, so them to pay compensation to avoid out of stock. At the same time, Moscow continues the supply of international residents with the reimbursement issue. And also, I would like to draw your attention to the following, that in fact, and that is why I'm showing all this to you, to understand what's the outcome of that. We see that all new names coming to the market, they're extending time and the load for regional reimbursement. So we don't have the data for their efficacy in the real practice. And we cannot recommend that for the reimbursement in regional lists without the proper understanding of toxicity profile or using in the efficacy of the patients. Due to that, in December 2021, there was order of Moscow government to organize observational study for the efficacy of particular drug treatments. The point here is that, and we want to pay attention to that, that the list of 10 drugs was recommended by Moscow Oncological Society. So these drugs, both the new ones and the drugs with new indications that are in the real clinical practice. So the platform was then embedded into the EMEA structure, and we created the design of observational study. It was done and is being done in the digital platform. And here, colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to the following, that the initiation should be done by the treating doctor, and he is presenting to the consilium. So here, we see the compensation option. And without any wait, a patient could purchase the product into the pharmacy chain. What about the dynamics of inclusion? So by the moment of start in January, so we started from the inclusion, we were preparing to that, and by September, we have already dramatic number of included patients, and majority are patients with a prostate cancer, lung cancer, and renal parenchyma. But the point here is, according to the age, the youngest age for the patients in the breast cancer and prostate cancer, and then elderly group is an average 71 years. In the younger category, so you see mainly these are patients with diagnosis. And for the younger group, we identify the category of adjuvant treatment. So the number of treatments, alacyclib, olaparib, could be administered with the prevention purposes to the patients with a high-risk group. Elderly patients, these are 81 plus. So this is mainly prostate cancer. And as data showed for the last time, mainly the incidence of prostate cancer is increasing. So I want to show you the following scheme.
10 препаратов, включенных в наблюдательные исследования, пациенты активно включаются в группы. На данный момент есть уже понимание профиля токсичности, который в некоторых случаях лучше, чем в клинических протоколах. И результатом непосредственно наблюдательного исследования будет выявление тех препаратов, которые наиболее востребованы, обладают меньшим профилем токсичности и могут быть включены непосредственно в рамки региональной льготы для плановой закупки для всей популяции пациентов. Конечно же, предвещая вопросы о возможности включения новых...
Это и компьютер ее мужа. Извините. And these are all new drugs. And this is how we are going to improve it. So this is Moscow Oncological Community, and this is indication and extension of indications. Also, we assess the dynamics. So this is really, this is a live system which is discussable. Thank you very much, Irina. Thank you very much for the presentation. Well, I think so it was organized in general, and the guarantee of that for the patients. So this is quite resource consuming. And one of these diseases, after the orphan diseases, that's very significant. And we as organizers, we are eagerly waiting for the practitioners from the medical staff. We see the results of comparative studies to make correct economic decisions, because we understand because in economics, we're always lacking financial resources, and that is why we want to be sure what are the outcomes. We are very much concerned about the outcomes. You were talking about the organization, observational studies, but still in the real clinical practice, we know that there is another important element of modeling. So when you launch these observational studies, well, first of all, in what part they're covering, so what is that? Is it a very new treatment, or are these treatments that were already administered before, and can we already preliminarily predict maybe some particular outcomes when we launch this type of observational trials? Again, whether you use the element of modeling of the situation from the point of switching patients to these or those treatments. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, definitely. These drugs, they are registered in the territory of the Russian Federation, and they also were tested and they are labeled. We're using these drugs for the extension of indication, of course, and it is more or less clear what could be the efficacy and what could be the toxicity profile that we see in the clinical trials. So we see what was shown there. But nobody studied this efficacy and safety in the real population. So for 10 years of the observational study, we just confirm the RCT data, the data of the clinical protocols that we saw before. And moreover, even toxicity profile is a bit lower versus clinical trials. So for the group selection, there is always alternative, and patient presented like alternative schemes, and also the options to use new schemes of treatment.
Спасибо, коллеги. Есть еще какие-то вопросы к докладчику? Ну, я с своей стороны, Ирина Ивановна, очень хочу пожелать вам все-таки, чтобы у нас было больше организаторов здравоохранения те, которые отвечают за лекарственное обеспечение, больше понимания все-таки, какие препараты должны быть первоочередные при одинаковых примерно клинических исходов с точки зрения экономики, потому что все-таки в настоящее время в перечень же на ВЛП входит 120.
Currently in the EDL list, we have 121 orphan drugs, oncological drug, and from them, many are positioned as targeted, now the status of orphan ones, and we understand that this is also associated and positioned with different reimbursement sources in these treatments. So I do hope that those clinical guidelines, which are currently actively amended, would contain, let's say, more information for the specialists and would provide better understanding about the prioritization and selection of these or those treatment options. Well, thank you very much, colleagues, and we are moving on. And next presentation is real-world data in the pulmonary arterial hypertension. Hope Marina is with us. Yes, I'm here. Yes, colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm connected, I'm here, and this is Professor Zhuravleva. She will speak about real-world data in the pulmonary arterial hypertension, PAH. Can you hear, can you see? Can you see my slides? Yes, we can see your slides. That's very good. Thank you very much. So I support this strategy. When we provide different studies, so these are these are issues of drug supply, and these are important. So the results that we are getting from the observational studies should be immediately interpreted and should be modeled for the whole process. And I want to emphasize
лекарственные препараты мы получали для быстрого использования и внедрения в такую клиническую практику, в ежедневную нашу практику, и нам очень помогли также регистры. Вот у нас прекрасный регистр ремдисивир был, затем моноклональных антител, и то есть наряду с клиническими исследованиями, безусловно, это имеет...
Together with clinical trials, we see how important it is. We have to present these results. They should be seen by healthcare professionals, healthcare organizers, and they should differentiate these approaches. And as clinical pharmacologists, we are hoping that all that would be in the frame of the label and also would be reflected in the guidelines per se. And then keeping in mind the individual approach. So the issues of real clinical practice in the pulmonary arterial hypertension, PAH, this is a huge area, and actually we are quite positive about that. So although this is pretty rare and partially some of the patients, they are getting reimbursement as an orphan patients, but the plus here is that we are actually quite comprehensive for such dramatic groups and groups of drugs for such complicated nosologies as pulmonary arterial hypertension. But now we see that doctors, they improved dramatically the understanding of the processes related to that, and now they understand the patient journey, they understand the algorithm of activities, and the most important, they're focused on early diagnosis. So to all of us, almost for all diseases, the most important message is to use real clinical practice for early and fast diagnosis of all conditions and diseases. That is why when we speak about pulmonary arterial hypertension, now we all speak the same language. So now we know quite a lot about the pathogenesis, and now we understand our most important tasks here for the management of these patients. But if you see here that the average age is 42, so these are quite employed and pretty young cohort of patients that require to be actively socialized to perform in their life and to improve quality of life. In the absence of treatment, please appreciate median of survival less than 3 years. So these are definitely very challenging patients according to their structure. And now we see here that at the same time, there are very many there. They are suffering, children are suffering from that. And this is idiopathic lag, which is important. And from them, 190 children. So we say that these are orphan, and at the same time, we see very high prevalence, 6.6 per 26 million people. So once again, it emphasizes how important is to make correct diagnosis. So associated PAH and idiopathic PAH. So these are similarly the same percentages. So in fact, it's 67%. And what can we do? So this is first of all assessment of the patients, and the objective is first of all to reduce risks and then to increase life expectancy and also to improve the prognosis for the specific patients. The most important what we can provide to the patients. So containing the low risk profile. So this is pretty high level of good quality life, good assessment, and opportunity to prolong this healthy life, to avoid fast progression, and then we can do it for the next dozens of years. Also, it's very important to assess the risks initially. That is why here we need to use all possible available tools, including the artificial intelligence, also diagnostic search, to provide multi-parametric assessment of severity of PAH in one specific patient. And what we see by now from the point of clinical pharmacology and patient management, definitely we have some new innovative options that could provide very good results and very good outcomes. So we should assess risks and we should follow the patients to control them properly, to control the dynamics, and to do everything possible that the dynamics of the disease would be positive. Talk about the relevance of real clinical practice in pulmonary arterial hypertension. Well, probably once again, and also we need to understand that correct management of the patients, this is a reduction of burden of very severe disease that currently is seen, and this long-term
в частности, один из самых таких на сегодняшний день по эффективности и безопасности доказанных препаратов.
One of the best is Celepsipag, and that this is what was demonstrated and studied in a clinical practice. So this is Griffon clinical study. This is a multi-center randomized clinical trial.
Оно проводилось с участием более 1000 пациентов, и оно настолько было всеобъемлющим, что это было 39 стран, 181 медицинский центр, и наша Российская Федерация также.
So Russian Federation was presented there, and so this is open phase in Griffon study.
Хотелось бы отметить, что именно реальная клиническая практика по препарату Селексипак, она нашла свое отражение в сформированном регистре, который называется SPHERE, и исследование Exposure, где было совокупно 3800 пациентов. Если мы обратим внимание на частоту встречаемости данной патологии, то мы увидим, что это колоссальная.
If you look at the rate of the pathology, we will see really huge rates, and here we see that this is a really good opportunity for all the patients. Now register is multi-center prospective study. So, and it is not just
всю картину его лечения с оценкой эффективности и безопасности, прописываем побочные эффекты изменения режима дозирования, функциональный класс заболевания, его прогрессирование или, наоборот, стабилизацию и даже регресс симптомов. Поэтому вот такой регистр СФИАР оказался крайне востребованным, крайне важным в данной ситуации. Он отражает динамику всех пациентов, которые получают терапию селексипагом в условиях реальной клинической практики. Характеристика пациентов была сформирована и сформулирована и проведена аналитика первых 500 пациентов.
So first 500 patients here in FCR registry, and here you see how we start. So this is what presented in the European Society of Cardiologists. So who was included here into the registry? So these are all patients aged 18 plus, and this is first treatment of selexipag, which was administered for the first time less than within 60 days or even earlier before the inclusion into the register. So medical data was collected and analyzed, and in 3 months and until 18 months after that. So the data were finished to collect on December 2019, and in the analysis, first 500 patients were included. So we used a calculator of risk assessment revealed to 0, and also we used Kaplan-Meier method for the calculation of probability of survival, which is important from the moment of start of selexipag. We looked at the efficacy and safety of treatment. So here on the slide, we can see that all the patients, and we are speaking about the first part of the registry, these are first 500 patients. So mainly they were female patients, approximately plus minus 60 years old. Median of time between the diagnosis and start of treatment from 3-4 up to 7.4 years. So, and here we see that this is pretty long period of time that patients were having the disease, and possibly we need to minimize these periods. Here you see functional class, so mainly this is functional class 2-3 by WHO. So interesting to mention here, what are the patients that were included into this registration study, and actually who actually received selexipag here? Well, definitely this is idiopathic form of the disease, idiopathic, which is the most important. And we have also induced by drugs, hereditary, and toxin associated. So it's important for the understanding of pathogenesis and future pharmacotherapeutical or therapeutical support patients. And when we about these diseases, what are diseases? So practitioners, so the advantages here. So we need to understand what is the main portrait of the patients, which requires these are systemic diseases, congenital heart diseases, portal hypertension, and HIV infection. This is very important data that was obtained there.
Also analyzed the basing of the drug, the maintenance therapy. So that was the dose was 1,200 2 times per day. 96% of patients that become part of this register received one more drug of the specific therapy. So in general, 43% had dual therapy and 10 received triple therapy. So, but they were not specific drugs. Mainly they affected the effects of decompensation of the heart system. Mainly those were diuretics and anticoagulants. 18 months, after 18 months, most of the patients showed improvement and stabilization of risk by the calculator revealed to 0, and 2.7% showed the worsening of the risk reduction, the increase of the risk, which requires additional analysis. But we understand that this disease is very complex, life-threatening, always progressing. That's why this data give us a key of to managing these patients. So I would like to remind you that 500 patients were included into the population, and we noticed the change of the functional class during the first 18 months of follow-up, and we may note stabilization of the process, some improvement, almost 1/4 patient improved, and 1/8 or 1/10 showed the absence of the positive dynamics and even worsening of the state. But this is a national process. We just see that on the whole, the course of the disease is very aggressive. The survival also, we looked at the safety and survival, and we see that the most frequent reason of discontinuing selexipag was the development of adverse events. And we would like to draw the doctor's attention to the development of adverse events in such difficult diseases. 11.4% of patients had to discontinue therapy because of adverse events. And none of the lethal outcomes was connected with the selexipag. And looking at these 500 patients, we see the assessment of the drug efficacy, the assessment of its safety, and the opportunity to use different calculators to measure risk in respect of prognosis. So we may model the situation and have very good statistical data. So real clinical practice, the availability of patients in the register allows us to prognose and see our future way. So it is necessary to note that more than 2/3 of the patients received selexipag, and the majority of these patients had been diagnosed earlier. They had degree 2 or 3 by the functional class. No new adverse events were registered. That is important to note. Also, we made an exposure trial, a prospective description of clinical characteristics and outcomes of patients who went through the PAH therapy for the first time. Now, the goals of the exposure were to describe clinical characteristics, schemes of therapies, and safety of therapy in patients who started taking selexipag. So there were 3,300 patients, quite a good sampling. It was a prospective study, and almost 1,500 of patients received selexipag, and others received other antispecific therapy. The duration of the trial was 4.5 years. The patients were followed up for 18 months. I would like to note that this trial had 2 cohorts of patients. The first one received selexipag, and the patient who received other drugs. Of course, we would want to know new innovational strategies, and the cohort of selexipag included patients who received this therapy for the first time 1 month prior, before they were included into the trial. So exposure included only selexipag patients for assessment, where we included demographic data, clinical characteristics, categories of risks, and schemes of treatment. So, you know, we are very, very... may I ask you a question? also our patients get this drug financed by the Circle of Goodness. So is it possible to make a map of data presentation about outcomes of patients who use this drug? Because the informational resource that is necessary to be maintained by the healthcare ministry, we see that all patients must show efficacy within, we must receive data about the efficacy of the drug within 6 months. And for our specialists, it is very important, not only the data that you receive as a result of centralized trials, but also the data within the normative registers. Do we have an opportunity to unify a certain form and recommend it to our patients so that they could objectively assess the therapy of this drug? Yes, of course, we have such opportunities. Thank you for a very generalized and specific question. On the basis of what we have, and we have foreign and our local experience that can be modeled, I think it is necessary to create a system of the doctor's decision support to simplify this process for the doctor and compile specific recommendations that could help us assess the course of the disease in accordance with these recommendations. We shouldn't reconsider our strategy and tactics each 6 months. We have a long experience of 3, 4, and more years, and I think it should be done when we will think how it can be presented as soon as possible. So if you give me 2 more minutes, I will show that today we have great possibilities for pharmacotherapy that affects mortality, progression of the disease, and we see that the main criteria that complicate the disease are very well controlled by these trials. So in conclusion, I would like to say that we will think over and discuss it with you how we see the modeling of the course of the disease of PAH, and with the help of clinical practice, how with the help of RWD, we will be able to improve the situation, and we will, I think that such trials that were made with Selexipag provide us with good opportunities of assessing not just one drug. We see just a drug strategy with the help of these trials to treat such difficult diseases as PAH. There is always an opportunity for an educational process for the mapping of the doctors' and patients' journey. These are very important instruments for managing such patients. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, if we move forward in accordance with the objectives set by this conference, I would like to say that Marina Vladimirovna managed to show that showed one of the sources of getting data. This is having a register in conformity with the international standards. No, you know, we also have a lot of data on the basis of which we can get information about real-world data. So they are not implemented to the full extent. And in the future, we will have focus on this theme how the data are transferred. You know, our doctors are very busy, overloaded with their functions, and how we can get them to unite all this their data into the databases. Well, it is, you know, of course, it is based on digitalization. It should be done automatically. We have a single IT system in the government. There are very many registers there, and we have certain requirements for presenting efficacy data. But now, when we defend the requests, we see that not all the adequate data are included. So the patients get a drug, but we do not see what is the result of this drug, how this drug helped the patient. Well, the cost of the drug is very high. So we need an informational resource for patients with life-threatening diseases that are paid from the additional tax on the citizens' income. They are purchased by our center. And this area, you know, the number of patients is about 3,000, and we spent about 40 billion rubles on these patients. But each of you who renders professional aid would like to get an answer. What is the efficacy of these investments? And I'm very pleased to note that today we receive data, real-world data about the therapy of patients with the spinal muscular atrophy. There are 3 drugs used there. They are similar in some respects, but are different, are somewhat different in their mechanism of action. And we, the center who administer large amounts of money. Last year it was 40 billion rubles. Next year it will be 76 billion spent on it. So for us, real-world data are very important. The data about the efficacy of these drugs, how necessary it is to develop them within the Russian Federation. We had a risk with omics again. Remember, Dr. Kutsin said that we have certain specifics and genotypes of patients in the Russian Federation. We cannot find even 50 patients in the country in accordance with these genotype classes. Zolgensma. So, and each time we pay for the drug after it is introduced. So now we have only 36 patients of this kind, although when we made forecasts, they told us that there would be 120, 150 patients like this. That's why those companies who think about developing analogs of the drug have higher risks. One thing is to ensure it within the global market, and the other thing, it is only a national market. That's why the real clinical practice that Sergei Kesarinovich will speak about is very valuable to us. Sergei Kesarinovich, you are welcome. Dear colleagues, I will speak about real-world data for SMA therapy. It is not a secret to you that recently revolutionary changes took place in the therapy of this disease. And the drugs we have changed the prognosis, changed the outcome, changed the quality of life of those patients who get these drugs. Elena Anatольevna knows that the first the inclusion of the first drug into the list of essential drugs was heatedly discussed. So whether we should support these patients, how we should do it, in what amount. But thanks to the health care ministry's support, and thanks to you, Dr. Maximkina, the drug was supported by all members of the commission. The drugs can be used in real clinical practice. And in Russia, we have accumulated quite a large experience in treating this disease. For example, speaking about Spinraza that appeared in 2019, so we have already data on 700 patients. And this drug, the last one you have mentioned, has been received by 40 patients. Of course, for 10 minutes, I won't be able to discuss the entire clinical practice, but I would like to discuss the following. When we discuss problems of SMA, we focus on the first type of the disease because it is early beginning, it is quick progression, it is life-threatening state, but SMA can have a second or third type. It may onset later. That's why the right to pathogenetical therapy is possessed not only by children, but by teenagers and adults. Adults with CMA, with the later onset of class 3 or 4, they can live for a long time, and their life, if they are treated properly, their life is not different from the average life of the population. Thanks to the pathogenetic therapy that we can apply. So the trials showed that these drugs have improved the quality of life, have preserved the motor function, the movement function, and the ability of patients to perform their social functions. Today, you are quite right, this data of real clinical practice, they are analyzed both in the Russian Federation and in foreign countries. I will start with the review of the foreign data. Our colleagues abroad started to use these drugs earlier, started to use Spinraza much earlier than we did. So, and in real clinical practice, they have seen that the use of pathogenic drugs on adults has every right to exist. It is as well justified for adults as it is justified for infants. So we only have meta-analysis that consolidate the data of the clinical practice of, and one of the first meta-analysis about Nutersen for SMA for patients with the later onset. So the drug was used for 14 months, and now you see the results. The results are really wonderful. If you look at the 60 minutes walk scale and analyze the results, the growth in adults was 20 meters and in children 19 meters. So the adults responded sometimes even better than the children's population. A very well worked out and analyzed data from Germany. They show that the 6-minute walk test, adults showed the increase of 60 plus 60 meters, in Italy plus 20 meters, in Germany plus 46 meters. So it shows that pathogenetic therapy is good for adults and it allows to get a long-term response and to preserve the motion function. The Russian experience is not probably so well analyzed, it's not so well presented in modern literature, but this experience exists and it should be also consolidated. Look, the annual therapy by Sunirsen in adults in St. Petersburg, there were 13 patients, they received this drug. And it was demonstrated that its use in adults is very effective. From Stavropol, the data are about children's population, and in any types of SMA, the drug showed its efficiency. If we analyze this data from Stavropol, we will see that the most use was received for SMA type 1, but patients with SMA type 2 and 3 had advantages when receiving this drug. Their quality of life improved significantly. The profile of safety is one more aspect that can be studied in real practice. It seems to me real-world data and this are very valuable because in clinical trials we cannot cover the large population of patients and cannot identify rare and very rare drug-induced adverse events. And it's difficult to assess the profile of safety in such a small population. But look, real-world data show that there are no adverse events to Spinraza and other drugs of pathogenetic therapy. Summarizing, I would like to say that we witness revolutionary changes in treating SMA. And they are possible through registration of pathogenetic therapy drugs. It is very important to understand that these drugs are to be used not only for the most severe types, they are to be used for all patients with SMA. Because if we look at the adult population, it becomes clear that adults with suffer from SMA not less than kids. They are invalids, they desocialize, and the drugs help them to preserve their functions, and this task can be solved. As to the assessment of effects of this or that pathogenetic therapy, here we can be helped by the results of the trials, by their contemplation, and by their pharmacokinetic assessment. And I support your proposal to make an assessment of real efficacy and safety of drugs for primary PAH. The same trials can be made for pathogenetic therapy of SMA using real-world data. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Really, we are expecting a proposal from all specialists to the healthcare ministry, especially those who have to use costly therapy. And I'm very pleased that we have such a range of doctors who are interested in clinical outcomes. But, you know, since I am in charge of funds and distribution of funds, and of course, I would like more patients to get this expensive therapy. So let us not forget about economic grounds. That makes this theme very valuable because we have doctors who see clinical outcomes and which is the basis for the registration of the drug. And of course, clinicians show the safety and efficacy of the drug, but we should find deeper evidence. We may widen the aspect, for example, the problem of label. And you remember the file was added, the file was complemented by the data of the real, by the real world data. And that is very important. Now, as to SMA, we're only trying to introduce, to start this work. We know that in the West, for example, they have they start with Spinraza, and then they add other drugs when the results are shown. We see not only economic outcomes, but changes in the life of the patient, improvement of the quality of life, and this conglomerate it allows us to see the results that will be shown in the future. You know, the work of the doctor is not only science, it is also art. It is a creative job, yes, supported by scientific results. Doctors are very indifferent people. That's why I urge you to continue working in this area. I was very pleased to be a moderator for this session. So, Elena Anatolievna, thank you very much that you have found time in your very crowded schedule, and you were an excellent moderator for this symposium. I don't know what will the next moderator do after such an excellent level. And a small announcement, we will have now a large break until 2 o'clock. So those who are working with us online, come back at 4 o'clock and we will start discussing real world evidence. We will discuss mechanisms, how to turn all the data into the evidence data. So I expect all of you to come at 2 o'clock. And those who are in the hall, we will have lunch on the same floor until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте. Почему-то ваш звук
Все
издалека слышен.
хорошо, теперь он будет слышен гораздо ближе вам. Подскажите, пожалуйста, вы с одного компьютера будете выступать?
Вот с этого.
С одного компьютера, правильно понимаю?
Да.
Презентацию вы показываете от себя?
Да.
Давайте тогда откроем вашу презентацию, точнее сделаем демонстрацию экрана, потом откроем вашу презентацию, подготовимся к выходу в эфир.
Так?
Сейчас, секундочку. Да, полистайте слайды, пожалуйста, вперед-назад. Да, вижу, слайды листаются. Подскажите, как у нас будет происходить с вами смена спикера? Я так понимаю, что второй докладчик сядет на ваше место во время вашего доклада.
Это он с другого места будет выступать, и он зайдет, в смысле, свою презентацию откроет. Это будет
у вас будут разные презентации?
Да, да.
Все, я понял. А когда мы можем увидеть второго докладчика? Может, мы просто пытались дозвониться и не смогли дозвониться. Может быть, там рядом человек?
Нет, он не рядом, он в другом учреждении, но он очень ответственный, должен скоро подключиться. У нас 14:05 доклад заявлен, я думаю, сейчас он будет подключаться.
Хорошо, тогда мы ждем, вам передадут слово, то есть вы услышите, увидите эфир, вам передадут слово, и тогда, значит, можно будет...
Но у нас все без задержек, все по плану, да? Вот, да? Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Отдельно должен быть? Да, отдельно окно будет. Сейчас, секундочку. Подскажите, а какая очередность доклада у нас? Кто будет выступать первый?
Я выступаю первая.
Все, хорошо, понял. Закройте, пожалуйста, окошечко с зумом.
Он мне пишет, что есть конференция.
Верните его просто на черточку. Да, нажмите. Ага, и сейчас еще раз презентацию вперед-назад пощелкайте, щелкается или нет.
Щелкается?
Да.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы продолжаем.
Dear colleagues, we continue our conference. And now our symposium is called How to Make Real-World Data to Real-World Evidence. We will start discussing this problem during this symposium and continue it further on. So RWE is a very important element. As to RWD, everything is more or less clear. At least we have questions that may ask RWD in respect of quality and others. But as to RWE, we do not yet questions, or we are just forming these questions. This classical evidence-based medicine that we have been working for 30 years, can the same technologies be used to RWD and to turn RWD into RWE? We will try to discuss some aspects of the problem in our symposium, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce the first presentation, which is called Analysis of Survival, how to avoid typical mistakes in exploration of medical records and databases, a dialogue between a biostatistic and clinicist. The presentation will be made by Professor Plavinsky, and the second by Dr. Orlova from St. Petersburg. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I am Kristina Orlova. I work in the Blokhin Center in Moscow. I'm a clinicist, and part of my work is devoted to trials. And I study the medical records and databases. We understand today that observational trials are very important. But I won't dwell on this necessity. You know very well, understand it very well. But understanding that real-world data trials are important. You know, it is a trial. It is not just investigation of medical record. The trial will allow us to get quick results. We understand that during these trials, some systemic errors can be made that would affect the correctness of the results. So one of the trials that we made, ADMIRE, where we assess efficacy and tolerability of the target therapy, anti-BRAF therapy in patients with metastatic melanoma. And one of our goals was to define the accessibility and quality of the target therapy in the Russian Federation. And there was no statistical hypothesis. We just wanted to see how patients in the Russian Federation are being treated with metastatic melanoma are treated. So the trial followed all the rules of the clinical trial in the Russian Federation. It was registered at the site, clinical trial RF-RU. So we had 382 patients. This is our publication. Most of the trials that are made today are not published, and I urge the clinicists, if you have negative results, it is also a result, and it is necessary to publish it so that people who would plan further trials would see that some things have already been done and shouldn't be repeated. What have we received? One part of the work was devoted to surgical therapy because we assessed general approaches to therapy. So there were 107 patients who went through surgical treatment. They went through metastasectomy. And their median survival was higher compared with the group without surgical treatment. So the results are quite significant, but probably they were influenced by the fact that those patients who went through surgical treatment had a better prognosis from the very beginning. That's why such questions may arise in respect of this retrospective data. Therefore, I would like to focus on the following. When you plan databases, you should understand that this is not just a base, it is a trial. And that's why you should formulate the goals and objectives of the trial. What do we actually want to get? No, we can't get everything. And a very important aspect is the development, is the consultations with biostatistics, because we have to develop some hypotheses for the trial to understand what we want to get. Then we have to develop an individual registration card in accordance with the goals and objectives of the trial. And the card is to be fulfilled strictly in accordance with the goals and objectives. We need to receive an approval of the Committee of Ethics and register the trial on the clinicaltrials.gov. That will simplify the publication of results. So the doctors are supposed to write down, to make notes in the medical records so that they could be included, yeah, into this slide. That is all I wanted to say within my time. And now it is with great pleasure that I give the floor to Professor Plavinsky, who will speak about biostatistics.
Ну что ж, уважаемые коллеги.
Well, dear colleagues, I will continue this topic from a more theoretical point of view. In fact, if we look at the real-world data and to turn them into real-world evidence, where can we use this data when analyzing survival? First of all, it may be synthetic cohorts. There are publications, there are approvals on the basis of trials without control. The assessment of the gap between efficacy and effectiveness. Also, it is important to receive data by virtually final endpoints. It is general survival when we get a permission to introduce them into the civil use. If we look at the data, we see that there are two threats to our results. A threat to generalization. This is a threat to classical clinical trials. And there's a risk of distortions. For example, how the surrogate endpoints survival before relapse and general survival, how do the figures correlate? So I'm citing an article where they say that the correlation is minimal, but the things are not so bad. Here I show you publication of 2022. They used a large register and showed that this data are quite good to build up groups in trials on metastatic melanoma. The same basis was used for comparison of clinical efficacy and clinical result. So they also assessed general survival in the real world. But reading articles, we should remember about systematic errors that may arise. So, for example, I will show you the examples. There was an article in the British Journal that professors live longer than ordinary people. Why? If we make this analysis, we will really get these figures. In order to become a professor, you need to live a certain time. And when the person just graduates, he has a chance to die before he becomes a professor. If we compare the life expectancy, it is clear that the professors should live longer than ordinary doctors. So we may just forget and lose people in our trials. There is one more problem with survival. With the usual analysis of survival, we have censored figures for those who die from the competing reason or lived until the end of the trial. That's why there are various solutions to these problems. We may use special statistical methods instead of Kaplan-Meier. We may use Allen Johansson. We should take into account what we have variables on what variables we have on both sides that could not be measured. We should try to correct to those or to adjust to those that can be corrected. Here you have corrected Kaplan-Meier lines. We can make an analysis about the cause of death. Probably the cause of death is connected with the therapy. But the death certificate shows some other reason. We may calculate the loss of life years to see how the therapy affected the lost years of life. So how can all these problems be solved? Through the statistical correction, through the Mendeleev randomization, and through the assessment of survival. If we want to make a statistical correction, we may think about possible influence on the outcome. We may remove the systematic error of left cut, or we may use the index of conformity, or use alternative methods to remove shifting the censorship. So that's how we can improve our observational trials. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. A very good presentation. I learned two things. First of all, that the word reaches St. Petersburg from Moscow for 3 seconds. And it is not in vain that we arrange this conference, because I have now a hope that I will live longer than my college mates, because I am a professor. The next presentation, are there any questions to the previous speakers? We have a unique opportunity to ask questions to Professor Plavinsky, who is one of the leaders of biostatistics in our country. If not, then we pass over to the next presentation. I do not see the next speaker on our slide, on our slides. Although we don't see the picture of the next speaker, I would like to say that we have more people who will speak from their offices, and the first presenter will be Dr. Gusev, who will speak about the practical use of the personalized medical records as the source of real-world data. Dr. Gusev has participated in our conferences many times, and he participated in the work devoted to the use of the personalized records. Dear colleagues, today I tell you about our experience of electronic medical records as the source of real-world data. I will shortly speak about the project I am representing. We are a research team. We are developers in the field of artificial intelligence. We analyze the electronic records. We use AI to retrieve data from electronic medical records, we developed different models of machine training to detect patients with the missed disease and the prognosis analytics. This is our platform. About 11 million patients have gone through this platform from 17 regions of the Russian Federation. This is quite a representative group of people. What we see as a result, what we see in the data on the platform, first of all, electronic medical record is supposed to have a lot of technical opportunities, but 50% of this record contains protocols of medical examinations. It is not structured, and it is just in the text form, narrative form. The second part of information is laboratory tests. So laboratory diagnostics is digitalized very well, and well, it is really a very good flow that goes into electronic cards. But other specific notes, protocols of treatment, instrumental tests, they are lacking in medical electronic cards. I would like to say a few words about the quality of these records, because we have spoken about confidence very much, but the confidence in the confidence relies on the source from where we get information. Half of the electronic medical cards contain empty pages. So the patient is registered, his gender, his date of birth is shown, but there is no clinical information. The second half of cards, of records, has some information, although it is far from being complete. So 20%, there are 20% of medical records, electronic medical records, that have at least 20% of information about the patient. So we do a lot in prognostics, and we may say that the history of the patient is not shown in these cards. So we don't have the history for 3, 4, 5 years, which is, this information is quite necessary for prognosis. If we look at the dynamics, how these e-cards, e-records appear in the system, you know that our projects digitized, have been digitized since 2011, but the records have been kept for 4 or 5 years. So there is there's a big gap between the beginning of digitalization and the time when cards became, these records became to be filled. Now we are coming over to a very important psychological barrier. You know, soon, next year, we'll have 1 billion entries in our platform. But now I'm coming to the conclusions. The confidence in quality has been mentioned many times. My first conclusion is, out of hundreds of billions of the database that was taken from the records, we calculated how many entries are just garbage, absolute garbage. You know, there is no mathematics in filling in these records. We just checked and saw quite unreal data. For example, the weight of the patient 500 kilo, 500 tons, when the height of the patient was 3 kilometers. So you see how some types of information, how many mistakes this information contains. If we look at the diagnosis in the records, half of these diagnoses are not existent. It's a very important conclusion. It's a very important thing to say when we speak about confidence. And we should admit the critical remarks when people say that there are very many mistakes in these records, and there are very many omissions in these records, just hollow spaces. Speaking about medical records, we often hear a very hurting word that all this data are garbage. No, you shouldn't call it a garbage. Let us call this data a certain rock. When we compare with the earth, with the soil that is processed, it is just a certain rock, but in each there are some crystals, some valuable things, but you just need to process all these things correctly. If you need a sampling of 5,000, you are to be ready to process 5,000 medical records. So medical records require certain work consisting of different stages. Well, there are some doubtful data, 3-5%. So we should know to what layers of this rock may contain garbage information. So when we speak about confidence in the conclusions, we shall understand how this real-world data appear in clinical practice. We made a lot of studies and now present in our materials what we see in clinics. Doctors very often copy the entries. They do not examine the patient. They do not specify the data, just copy some data. There are very many omitted things. There are very many uncontrolled introduction of the data. And knowing all these drawbacks through this knowledge will help us build confidence, will help us develop a strategy. So, and we use AI in order to do it properly. Thank you, dear colleagues. Are there any questions to the speaker? I have a question. So it is really, you've made a very interesting presentation. Medicine changes, it evolves. Methods of diagnostic and treatment are changing, new recommendations appear, the level of education is changing. Thus, retrospective data, what can they tell us from the point of view of this process management? How can they help us make clinical conclusions apart from just assessing the discipline assessing the procedures for keeping medical records. Do you really see how it is to be done? Maxwell and Halp repudiate the model, saying that the past history does not always help. You know, I'll give the following answer. First of all, this retrospective analysis and tough criticism of this analysis resulted in the conclusions what shouldn't be done, what mustn't be done in using RWD. For example, in machine training, you cannot teach AI in some conditions at some federal center on some population and use this AI in the neighboring clinic or in any other conditions. So here you see sensitivity and specificity is distorted and it is quite unpredictable. Sometimes AI training provides 95% of sensitivity, but in the other clinic where things are done differently, it falls to 15%. What damage can be done if we do not take these risks into account? Two small questions. Number one, the data that you have shown to us, are these national data? Yes, it's only Russia. This is the largest base that we have. No, we haven't heard about the larger base. So we can make a conclusion that it takes place in Russia, right? Judging by the share of the population, I think we have approached the 10% level. It's quite enough. So the concept, the management, the recommendations developed give two terms: medical record and integrated medical record. Could you just educate us a little bit? What is the difference between the two, medical record and integrated? Electronic medical record is all the entries about the patient's health, about his visits in one medical organization. It can be polyclinic. If it is a hospital, it is also an electronic medical record. But when parts of this information are collected into one data bank, and there are episodes of all visits to different organizations, it is an integrated medical record. It does not contain all the entries. Only extracts are needed, but it shows the patient's journey from the very beginning until the present time. They say in Estonia they have integrated the medical records. Well, we use this term, they call it EH, электронная карта здоровья, electronic health record. So in some countries, it is only anamnesis, the fact of the visit, the tolerability data, and the results. But in Russia, you know, for each episode, we have a statement, and for RWD, for analytics, it has a higher quality compared with just metadata. Any other questions? Thank you. Then we keep up with the time and we pass over to the next presentation. Today, during the plenary meeting, we have spoken, or we have said that we need some large databases where we will collect real-world data. Alexander has just said, for example, electronic medical record or integrated medical record can be one of these bases. Although the lag between the time when the government introduced the cards and between the time when the first entries were made was 7 years. And we will now hear about one more methodological approach to data collection and creation of a database. And some experts say that registers, trial registers, are devoted to real-world data is one of the ways. So I would like to present Dr. Getzman, General Director of Enroll.me RU, and he will speak about the generally available register NARNES for the publication of observational and other trials in Russia. Dear colleagues, I am representing Enroll.me RU company, and we are the leading set of observational trials. We have 17 projects. That's why this is a very important topic for us. And we work with prospective data, unlike Biomed. Why do we speak about the register? We all know Articles 35, 36 of the Helsinki Declaration that says that trials are to be published, are to be generally available, and the results of the trials are to be published. The goals of these recommendations are quite clear, and virtually in all countries of the world, there is a relevant register. There is a register in China, in Germany, in Brazil, India, and so on. There is a very famous register, clinicaltrials.gov. We haven't had it until recently. And those researchers, investigators who wanted to publish their trial use the American register. But what is the problem here? These recommendations turn to the public domain in the language zone where the trials are made. These data are to be generally available in the RU zone. When they are in the English language zone, they are less significant. The history of clinical trials was not even. For some years, nobody used this register until the Association of Chief Editors of Medical Journals in the USA took a decision that they wouldn't publish articles with the reference to the trials that were not registered on the platform. It changed the situation, but even now, not more than 30% of observational trials are registered on the clinicaltrials.gov. Therefore, Russia needs a register, and our users asked us about it. We did it with some delay. We planned to do it at the beginning of the year, but for some technical reasons, we launched it only in August. And now we have it. It's called NARNES, National Register of Observational Trials. No, we don't want to get into the healthcare ministry field, but we know that GLBS site is very limited by the presented information and does not fully correspond to the WHO recommendations in respect of these registers. That's why, but we can publish everything in NARNIS if the user wants it. The register users are pharma companies, committees of ethics, initiators of medical trials. We know a very well-known problem. It is about dissertations where references are made to the works that were published as theses. Yeah, so they were not generally available. The committees of ethics, well, this is their work, this is their task to carry on ethics in the field of trials. NARNIS is a voluntary register and it will remain voluntary. It will never become a government register. It will never become an element of some government services. It is fully free of charge. Everything is free of charge. The access to information, placement of information, the actions that the user can make in this register are free. And there is no double bottom here. It is free. The user himself bears responsibility for the information placed in the register. During registration, there is some moderation, but moderation concerns some visible qualities, visible signs. So they are to avoid fakes or any other things. It is generally available. It is safe because it is made on the in the Russian language field. You know that we do not even have channels that can allow hacker attacks. And the register is very simple from the point of view of management. How will this register develop? First of all, it is the increase of the share. First of all, we would like to get registered, to get the OE. We know this is an electronic identifier for publications. We shall start work with the WHO partner program because NARNIS is in full conformity with the WHO recommendations. And also we will do integration of databases. And I will end my presentation by saying that this is not a commercial project. It is publicly managed. It's managed by the committee, headed by Professor Tafriev. Dr. Volskaya is his assistant. There are representatives of RKK and IPM, academician Sычев, academician Khokhlov, Dr. Kolbin. We propose each investigator, each company to consider this possibility and publish their materials in our register. So our speaker is offline, so that's why we may ask questions. May I ask a question? The Russian Federation, apart from territory, it has some other limitations in relation to data. Are there any prospects for involvement of of countries of the Euro-Asian Economic Council into the register. Yes, it will happen by the end of the year. It is connected with the management of the access. We will extend this access to the Euro-Asian countries, but it will be always in the Russian language. It is very important, especially for the Eurasian Union. You know that Eurasian different expert groups promote the concept of RWD, RWE, and NARNIS will be a very good practical application for promotion of this problem. Not only just theoretical proposals, papers, but for practical work, it is also very useful for making analysis. Any other questions? Do we introduce only planned materials into this register? Both plans and results. Before the trial, you may introduce the basic set of data and make this data available. After you complete the trial, you may fill in the information about the authors, about the results of the trial, a short resume. You may introduce some reports. You may publish references to publications that were made based on the results. It's very good. The problem is that some investigators believe that if they published the initial data of the trial, so it is already to be considered as a high quality trial. And do you plan to promote such a topic as a request of our journals, to require registration like American journals do? We do not have such an organ, such a body as the Council of Chief Editors. You know, there is an idea to create it, but we don't exist it. But we met some doctors. We probably met with some authorities. Probably something will be done in this respect. But so far, we do not to create some operative system. We want the process to be evolutionary. We would like the use of the register to pave the way for the further work, to pave the way for its perfection. When we are sure that it is perfect, then, well, we may use it. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, if there are no other questions, we will pass over to our next presentation. We have started our section in such a way that the first presentation was made by a statistic and clinicist, and now the last presentation will be made by a statistician. So have you been with the clinicist before and lost him, or you have come alone as a statistician? So the presentation is called From RWD to RWE, Statistical Issues. Thank you very much for a very timely presentation, and I hope it will be forwarded because it is a very important component. I speak about the previous report. Now, my presentation wanted to look at the state of RWD and RWE. So, and you know, my main experience is in clinical trials. We will speak about types of trials. So what types of trials, comparative trials, do we have? From the point of view of statistics, we base on the theoretical hypothesis. First of all, the hypothesis is to be put forward. We have epidemiological trials, instrumental, observational trials. Their goal is to put forward some hypotheses that are to be proved by the trials. And speaking from the point of standard clinical trials, we have statistical hypothesis, inferiority, not inferiority, and others. These are the standards that we know. Where is the place of real-world data and real-world evidence? First of all, observational trials. Here we have registers, cohort trials, and so on and so forth that contain real-world data and real-world evidence. But what about the supporting hypothesis? Because we speak about the transfer to RWE, and evidence is supposed to prove something. And if we look at the FDA documents, they analyze only data received in only in observational studies, the pharmacovigilance system, the medical comparison of medical records. But we have real-world data received in observational trials as well. We have simplified, randomized trials based on real practice. They are not classical, but they are also trials. There are hybrid trials where real-world data are used as a means of current control, and interventional trials. There are very many questions arise, and the first, we need to understand, in order to define the transfer from the data to the evidence, we need to state the goal, divide the goal. It can be the assessment of risks, risk of side effects, adverse events. Prognostic models can be used. We can prognose risks, we can prognose effects, but these are still models, and how evidenced they are, we can't say. One more goal is to assess the effect of adjacent factors, supporting therapies on outcomes of the well-known therapy. It is quite easy to use modeling to build these trials. In order to calculate the sampling, it is very good to use the RWD, RWE data. There are a lot of papers that were published about checking the coordination between the results of the trials and real-world data, and the number of such publications is growing. The next goal is comparison for prospective trials. If we do not have, if we can't provide a second therapy, we can take this data, the existing data from other trials. So these are the things that are connected with the existing clinical trials. But efficacy data of trials raise very many statistical issues in prospective trials. In experimental trials, we are to prevent systemic errors in sampling, control, randomization, blinding. RWD trials that are built on real clinical practice, they are to be in conformity as well. Probably we won't have blinding in these situations because in real practice it is difficult to blind. But in observational trials, we can make an adequate sampling and execute an adequate control. And a lot of issues arise here as well. We have traditional, interventional, and observational registers. What is population different from? Traditional, heterogeneous, the groups of comparison. There are absolute comparative, in usual trials, and interventional. We have problems, but a very difficult problem arises in observational trials. The groups sometimes are not comparable. The strata are different in number. We assess outcomes clearly formulated in classical trials. They are defined by the protocol. In interventional trials. As to observational trials, the databases do not always register the same approach to the registration of outcome. Sometimes you look at the observational trial and try to unite all these trials into one cohort, into one system, and you get the situation when here it is registered by one questionnaires, and here it is defined by another questionnaire, so they do not match. The same happens in the registers. They are not standardized. Time points are not standardized. In traditional trials, we have traditional time points. In observational trials, we have only real practice. When it comes, it is good. Missed data, a lot of missed data in observational trials, and they cannot be regulated. If in traditional trials, we keep an eye on them. In interventional, we can also keep an eye on real-world data. In observational studies, this missed data cannot be restored, and people cannot be asked about it. And now let us come over to statistics. The procedures, what procedures are written down in interventional trials? There must be some standardization in the protocol. It must be written down what we want to find. But in observational studies, there is a big issue. For example, the supporting regulatory decision says that the trial can be made without a control group, but we may use preliminary data. The same questions will arise here. interventional trials. They're large, pragmatic, hybrid. Mostly they look at the frequency, and they make frequency analysis, survival analysis, but it doesn't require exact time ranges. But as to time ranges in other methods of statistics, the problem arises. We need to compare the figures at one and the same time points, but the registers are different. And we cannot get the data about one patient at the same time points. The same about assessment of risks. At what time do we assess risks? What is the time window do we set to assess the risk? And what effect does this risk window have? So the number of observational trials is growing rapidly, but the analysis is mainly descriptive. They do not assess efficacy. They do not forward any hypothesis. They just assess outcomes and present them in the form of descriptive statistics. If we look more attentively, we will see that they use mainly logistic regression, ROC analysis. Can we assess the size of the effect? We may build up a logarithm, we may model something, we may make a curve, find some coefficients. But how can we numerically assess the effect in accordance with, by regression? Virtually, no. Modeling, prognosing, they all can be used. What is important when we make regression? Valorization, validation, yeah, of for other subjects. We have heard previously 2 reports about it. The assessment of sensitivity. As to comparative effect, here, if regulator allows us, we can use computer simulation. These are simulatory trials, and here we can assess the effect as it is. So my time is up. Okay, let us skip some slides. What problems do we have with registers? First of all, not standardization of collected parameters, non-standardized coding. But you know, in FDA, for example, they have standards for electronic information and coding of data. We do not have such standards, but we have to develop them. The problem also is that very many errors that exist in databases. If in clinical trials there is monitoring of what is put into the database checked, and sometimes you get a database where visit number 3 is earlier than a screening visit, so nobody has checked dates when these visits were made. Data exchange. You know, register owners are reluctant to share their data. Even our national database of pharmacovigilance has the data of the adverse event, but it is not connected with the outcome of the therapy. the database doesn't have a database of medical institutions doesn't have a column to register it. And of course, evidence, it is better to get evidence from the very well planned, very well structured clinical trials. And it is always important to consider the clinical significance of the effect, not the statistical significance of effect, because we sometimes have very many patients and say, for example, the difference between men and women can become significantly important. Now, the use of artificial intelligence for making regressional models is also discussed. But is it justified? Will we get effect, and how we can get this effect? And the next point, development of the statistical analysis for different conditions. It is important, otherwise we won't be able to go further. You know, we have no recommendations for making a statistical analysis, and that may hinder our future work. So planning, planning, and planning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a brilliant presentation. So we have 1 minute for our section. So, of course, we need books and guidelines on biostatistics, and you will write them with Dr. Plavinsky and others. We won't be able to do it, and we will read them. Thank you very much. Let us meet in 10-minute meetings and have our next symposium.
Денис, здравствуйте. Меня зовут Павел, я режиссер эфира. Денис, ответьте, пожалуйста, что-нибудь. Давайте попробуем с вами совместно использовать презентацию.
Так, Павел, меня слышно? Добрый день.
Да, прекрасно слышу, но пока не вижу вашего изображения.
Хорошо, сейчас, секунду. Так.
Видео. Ага, появилось видео. Смотрите, я сейчас передал вам управление, и вы можете, по идее, переключать презентацию свою, которую я транслирую для вас.
Ага, все, вот появились кнопки.
Ага.
Ага. Все, ага, то есть надо будет... Ага. И как мне завершить показ, да?
Ага, я, то есть, мышку трогаю, и у вас тоже двигается, правильно? Да, я понял, значит, мне нужно не трогать мышку. А вы трансляцию не завершайте, я сам прекращу трансляцию, то есть, как вам передадут слово, я открою вашу презентацию, передам вам, сделаю демонстрацию экрана. Вы как увидите, что появилась презентация, что у вас появилось управление, смело начинайте.
Да, и, соответственно, вот я только нажимаю на переключение слайдов.
Да, совершенно верно.
Хорошо, все, Павел, спасибо большое.
Пожалуйста, все, до встречи. Раз. А вот сейчас я открою. Раз. Закрыл. Тимур, здравствуйте. Хочу заметить, что у вас включен микрофончик, не слышно все ваши передвижения.
Да, вроде бы отключал. Спасибо. Здравствуйте.
Пожалуйста.
А могла быть камера.
Тимур, Ольга, пока все пьют кофе, приветствую вас.
Пытаюсь по голосу узнать, не Михаил или Юрьевич это. Шучу.
Да? Да вот почти угадали.
Как ваше настроение?
Какое? Рабочее? Как ваше?
Ну, тоже рабочее.
Ну, самое главное. Ждем сейчас, когда Ольга расскажет через 2 сессии о успехах Флекса.
Замечательно.
Я надеюсь, что это перерыв.
Нет,
это перерыв.
Прямой эфир транслируем.
Ну да, нас, наверное, коллеги с интересом слушают.
Да, Борис, здрасте.
Это, ну, там народ пьет кофе или, может быть, даже что-то более вкусное ест, но мы тут...
100%.
Виртуально просто в зуме общаемся. Тоже должен быть какой-то перерыв и общение.
Да. Ой, я немножко, конечно, не дотянула. Я бы, наверное, могла приехать, но у меня совершенно ресурса не хватило выстроить эту логистику, там, сообразить про билеты, про то, про сё, но еще...
Ой, нас же еще Борис Константинович слушает. Я тут посмотрел с видео.
А вас не слышно, Борис. Вы замучены.
Включился.
Так он нас слушает.
Интересно, нас весь зал, может быть, слушает, нет? Давайте у организаторов спросим, может, нас весь зал слушает. Все эти 240 человек, нет?
Ну, так это же прекрасно. Бодрые голоса из зума экспертов. Что может быть лучше?
Так, у нас с чего начинается-то? У нас модератор, потом Солодовников, потом Рош. Так у нас всего 3 доклада сейчас получается. Потом опять перерыв.
Не, ну сессия четко это грамотно было сделано. Но она, во-первых, народ укладывается большинство, что хорошо, и в принципе так качественный очень материал. И потом вот перерывы вот эти на дискуссии были грамотные, время выдерживающие.
Да. Удивительно. Мне кажется, это потому, что Драсколбин на всех наехал. Особенно на меня. За отсутствие таймкипинга.
Ну, Тимур, это же прекрасно.
Это вообще прекрасно. Так что сейчас будет четко.
Когда научный руководитель четко выстраивает по формату и по времени.
Да. Так, ладно, тоже включу пока видео.
Ладно, пойду я тоже чайку налив скажу.
Да, все. Перерываемся на чай.
На связи, да. Всем приятного аппетита.
Спасибо.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at our next session. And first, I would like to express gratitude to the organizers for the opportunity to discuss a very important and relevant topic, implementation of real-world data in the use of drugs. The tools of real practice are important not only for pharmaceutical business, which is confirmed by multiple speakers today, but also for the regulators. And we know that on behalf of the Ministry of Health of Russian Federation, I'm coordinating these guides for the implementation of real-world practice into the guidelines. And I have to say that together with Alexei Kolbin and his team and the experts in the pharmaceutical industry, we made a very important step in this direction. On the side of the task force of Eurasian Economic Commission to formulate general approaches for the regulation and drug supply, we approved the concept for the development of the real clinical practice concepts. And also there is some work ongoing for the approval of the first legal act. And these are guides and general approaches for the analysis and the use of real-world data. Also, it's very important to mention about existing barriers that prevent us from the wide implementation of this tool and to make it fast. And the biggest challenge here is that there are common approaches to provide quality assurance of the data and to create the general database. I'm pretty sure that we will overcome these barriers. The tool that we are discussing, we can add on the data of randomized clinical trials, and in some cases we can replace them. That would be proved by successful Western colleagues' experience, where the electronic system is well developed. On the one hand, thalidomide tragedy and other negative events tell us that the drug supply is the most regulated. But coronavirus pandemic tell us that this drug circulation should be very flexible. And we're looking for compromise, and I'm pretty sure we will be able to find it. Today we have actually 4 speakers that hopefully help us to find that great compromise in the drug regulation. And now let's move to the presentations, and let me remind to all our speakers about the timing. So this is 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for discussion and Q&A. And now I invite Alexander Solotovnikov, who is the quality director, and he will speak about the use of RWD for statistical analysis. So the unique and identification and matching of RWD from different sources. So Dr. Solodovnikov, microphone is yours. So dear colleagues, I would mainly proceed with the topics that were presented before by Alexander Gusev and Elena Verbitskaya, because we, as a company, and I represent Start Docs, we are not collecting data, but we are processing the data. We analyze the data from the very beginning, starting from 2016, actually. We were specializing on analysis of the data and most complicated situations with the data. That is why it logically happens that we talked a lot how data is collected, how the data is analyzed. Now we reach the point when it's high time to analyze the data. So from the point of analysis, the data of the real clinical practice represents actually quite a complicated task for the statistician, but actually it should be under the control of clinicians. So this topic has already been raised. So now clinical content is very important. I will explain you why. So if we refer to the definition of RWD in Eurasian Economic Union, well, we have the same very wide definition. So these are data from different sources. But if we refer to FDA presentation of 2016, we will see that actually a lot of information in that presentation, and I'm not going to quote FDA completely, but actually they say a lot on how real-world data could be used in the collection of information in the interventional studies, in truly clinical pragmatic studies, and also in the observational and register-based studies that we mentioned today as well. But if you look at the definition wider, both EU and FDA, so we understand that we have the data of the trial, but also we have the system of the healthcare. Alexander spoke about it, and quality of electronic records. So we actually know quite a lot from experience about them. We understand that it may not be full data and it may not be valid data. And from the point of statistician, as it was said before, we see the weight of the patient of 5 tons. That means data is not complete. So that means when we remove non-valid data, so not accessible data, we actually are left with very limited pool of information that is to be processed. Then we face why data is not valid. Probably it's more important than the fact that it's not valid. So the question is why. So actually, we don't have the data of insurance companies because in the United States, they are sharing with investigators very actively, but we don't have this source of information. Well, at least we start, and we are getting this data from the hospitals and outpatient centers, from medical records also. We also have some positive experience for the last 2 years. This is data from medical and portable devices, accessories. So continuous glucose monitoring, tonometers, smartphones, smartwatches. So they're all sources of medical information. So we actually keep information in social networks because this is not structured information that should be processed with neural nets. We should find domains here. So this is not direct information. This is already processed information. But as you see here on the slide, each of the sources can be characterized with a different level of structurization and the different level of completeness of information. In order to process the data of real clinical practice, we need to assess the specificity of each sources of data, whether it gives us completeness or not. For example, we have the database from Federal Lab, let's say, very big lab chain. So I'm not naming so, but there are several chains like this. And definitely we believe that this is complete. And all the data which is there, it's in the lab. Unlike medical records of the patients in the hospitals, laboratory data can go there or maybe not. So what patient gives us is limited with what he or she filled in because they could do it or they couldn't because some information could be missing both in diary and in the portable accessory. So the reasons why is it absence? It could be accidental, well, simply forgot to introduce the data, both doctor and the patient, or it could be intentional. In American publications, they frequently say that depending on the type of insurance, the doctors may introduce extra information to get additional compensation, or they can hide information, and then patient would not go beyond the borderline of the insurance. So in America, it's all that regulated by the financial story of insurance. So what was not mentioned today is that when we work with medical information, which is coming in the real practice, normally we have multiple sources of data. So this is the same data that could exist in several options. They could be presented here, there, and somewhere else. Also, we need to assess the completeness and uniqueness of the data identification, then methodology of what we confirm that, let's say, the data is absent and we cannot find it, then to do the sensitivity analysis, and most important, interpretation of the results versus targets, because sometimes there could be a situation when we do the analysis in some subgroup, and this subgroup appear to be actually 4 patients. Unfortunately, in this case, we need to change the task because this is not sufficient data in this subgroup. And all that should be properly described in statistical language, in the procedure that would be very transparent and very reproducible. If the other statistician will do it, he will get the same results. If the procedure is not reproducible, that means it's not valid. Data of real practice, initially, they're not focused on the resolution of the specific scientific tasks, and the biggest problem is non-structured data, which is presented as a text. as a text. It is very clear that neural nets allow to identify some elements of text and then structure them. But sometimes it can happen that the text is not structured at all, that you have to check it manually. And the biggest problem here is not complete data, not complete data. And now we approach the most important. We speak about a lot about this data. Pressure, glucose, diagnosis, yes or no. But you see, we have so much meta information associated to that. We can match it with one specific patient, with one specific time point, at what moment patient had this or that intervention, then source of the data. What is the source? What is the original source of the data? Also, has it already been found, or maybe we should find links with other data sources, and clinical context, what group this patient belongs to with all this set of data, concomitant treatment, what are the risks, what is the initial risk, what will be the risk in the future. So all that is a clinical context. So this is characteristic of the population where a patient is in. So all this meta information should be counted when we carry out the analysis. And I will start with the uniqueness of data. You see multiple sources here. What is a primary source? Where initially this information was presented? What we can count? If sources are mismatching in between, what we believe to be the only correct one? How we understand that it is the same? And what if it is the wrong date? We believe that there were two tests with the same results, but in fact, the same test, but the date is wrong. How do we identify? Can we, in the medical records or in the laboratory information system, from there, can we understand that this is the same patient? How unique is this identifier, ID information? Because in big databases, you can see people with the same names and same date of birth. Can identifiers be converted into each other? Again, the issue of identification and the completeness of meta information. Matching of data. What would be the mismatch? Different volume of information and different sources. In one source, they say patient has not medical history, but the other one says that there was a cancer and the surgery. What to believe? Contradictory data. For example, there is a male gender and positive pregnancy test. Contradiction metadata, different dates, different results. And we have to tackle with all that when we analyze, although we make the data clean via different ways, using AI or manually or automatically. But statisticians, they still face these problems, and we have to have a very clear scheme. And meta information would be absolutely complete. Otherwise, the completeness is lost. Well, if this is non-matching data, so if this is laboratory data, we first go to the lab. Then we attach category of validity. If information goes there automatically, there is no human factor, then we can say that this data is valid and there is no non-compliance, and we compare everything with that. But it's not always the case. It's good if we have the third sort of arbitrary source where we can compare it with. If we see in multiple sources that the patient is male, let's say, and there is an examination of male urinary tract, so probably pregnancy test is a mistake. And not completeness of data. This is the absence of data, plus the mechanism or the reason that could explain this insufficiency of data. this incompleteness, and these are things which are connected in between. The absence itself and the reason of absence. With portable devices, we face the same situation. So there is a system of continuous glucose monitoring, CGM. Everybody believes it's really continuous, but the patient is not linked to the system. Let's say patient took away the bracelet, but he's on business trip and there is no replacement. Or let's say he didn't switch it on until he eats the cake. And then I normalize the glucose and then I continue. So this is not accidental reason of absence of data. Patients or simply people, healthy people, they can use bracelets and they can use them when it's convenient. When we analyze just the existing information, it may look that he's very active, but he switches on the bracelet only once, and the rest of the day stays on the sofa. Well, this is aggravating examples, but you need to understand that information that comes for the patients, we cannot provide it 100% of time continuously. And the factor of absence of data could be also very important for the interpretation of the results and for the clinical context. Yes, the separate follow-up could be absent or separate parameter, and you should have different attitude to that. If we don't get the data for the whole patients, well, normally this is higher level of loss than one parameter, although for that we have some methods how to replenish. So statistical methods, please appreciate, we don't always go for the replenish. Sometimes we say that, well, the absence of data is also important as a presence, and we analyze the absence data here. For us, it is also very important. So how long patients was not monitoring his or her glucose? I'm not diving deep into the statistics because this is quite a review presentation, but again, but sometimes data is absent accidentally or maybe intentionally. And if it is intentional, then there could be a very different approach how to restore the data. And this is what we need to know, how to actually supply and compensate the data. So here on the slide, I provide the methods of replenishing for different situations.
Подходят для разных паттернов отсутствия данных. На пропущенных слайдах вы можете потом посмотреть, слайды будут доступны, вы можете посмотреть примеры публикаций, где восполняли...
So you can look at the examples in the publications where you see different patterns of absence of data, intentional and non-intentional, and both is of great interest and great challenge. So wrapping up, as my time is over, I have to follow. So statistical analysis is important here.
Статистик, например, без медицинского образования может вообще не понять, о чем ему говорит отсутствие данных. Поэтому здесь предъявляются особые и очень, получается, строгие требования к тому, как анализ будет проведен. Коллеги, спасибо за внимание.
Александр Геннадьевич, огромное вам спасибо за замечательный доклад. Позвольте задать вам вопрос. Как вы считаете, какие...
So what do you think?
Я бы сказал, что самый очевидный здесь вопрос, вернее ответ, заключается в том, что мы должны оценить неполноту данных и после этого произвести разные методы восполнения и оценить в итоге чувствительность данных к тому, что мы делаем. И чем данные у нас менее чувствительны, то есть чем меньше они дают дисперсию, разнородность в результатах, тем мы больше им доверяем. Если по результатам нашего анализа чувствительности у нас, например, исходы могут гулять там, от, грубо говоря, 0% до 50%, значит, возникает вопрос, насколько мы клинически адекватно будем этим данным доверять. Не менее важно то, чтобы мы могли четко идентифицировать метаинформацию у каждого пациента. То есть вопросы кросс-чеков, это вот на этапе контроля качества, это должен быть, на мой взгляд.
So at this level, for the control of quality, it should be a must. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes, please.
Спасибо огромное за очень такой интересный доклад.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have a suggestion now. We reached that point, so this is a standard, new standard, and it's very important to invite clinicians to that. And we face now, it's very important to involve the same carrier of expert knowledge in the level. So, and some hypotheses or some tools working with data could be changed, because it may not be just the clinical sense, but also the source of that. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. I am on your side. I support you. You already mentioned that. So I just kept one line here. We can refer back to the source of data. Of course, it is very wide definition. You're working with the system and then you understand the context of the system better, because I myself, a user of continuous monitoring system, and I was an expert for the data analysis who understands how the system is working from the position of the patient, because this is very important, because you cannot get this clinical context externally. Well, colleagues, if we have no more questions, we can move on to the next presentation. Is the next speaker with us? Yes, yes, colleagues, absolutely. Good afternoon, Dr. Galimov. We are happy to welcome you here in this symposium. We are moving to your presentation, which is called RWE Data Management and Data Science, Practical Aspects of Collection, Processing, and Presentation of the Data in the Real Clinical Studies. Please confirm you can see my slides. Yes, absolutely. I think I'm sharing the screen. Yes, now we can see your slides. Thank you very much. All right, then. As the whole event today was initiated by the quotation of Iosif Brodsky. And, well, I have already 2 orders for not sticking the timings of the events in the real clinical practice. That is why today I will try to be very brief. On the one hand, it's very difficult to speak after Gusev, Verbitsky, Solodovnikov. Well, I'm very unlucky, and we are overlapping presentations very soon. So let's say it's a repetition. It's a repetition to a certain extent. I want to confirm once again. And we are not dealing with the theory. We are very practical. And today I will provide in my presentation some practical aspects, because we are practitioners. We are working in real life. And here you see the cumulative slide with challenges and then slide with solutions and with a representation of possible option of ideal RWD project. So why actually RWE is not fully trusted? Because in fact, still we have many problems of methodology. We continuously face with them. Specifically in the company, for the last 3 years, after the active participation working on these projects, we faced multiple methodological failures, and specifically in our initiative on data science, we carried out about 100 projects. And the problem could specifically be split into the systemic, technological, engineering, etc. Also problem with processors, with the absence of statistical tools, adequate statistical tools, or the ones which allow us to automatize medical very fast, because we don't have clear regulation here. And also we have lots of factors. And first and foremost, which was already mentioned in the previous presentations, that this is a low level of documents and the absence of standardized approach to data collection. Well, if this is laboratory data or if this is medical data, so that's absence of standards. And we can follow that as a standard, and that could be followed both by medical doctors and those who introduce this data, etc., etc. It could be labs or, let's say, teams hospital teams and assistants, different assistants. And specifically, I would like to mention big challenge with availability of data. Although from time to time we see data sets on the markets, there are different initiatives, and nevertheless, in fact, we set a task to collect data which is statistically significant, showing some trends, relevant data, valid data, data similar to clinical trial, and important for clinical data management. So normally in 99% of the cases, it's a problem of non-availability. So you cannot adequately in several sites agree with chief doctors. But if we overcome this level, so there is a next level challenge. So there are some technical limitations, etc. And this is very important. And then they lose interest to the project. In fact, it could be a very strong bottleneck at the very start when we start with the project. So the next one is a complete absence, the absence of adequate reference book or textbooks. Yes, as we understand, if we force the doctor to use METRA or let's say EDH classification or other classifications or maybe international disease classification, then we limit the doctor strongly, which is against, in principle, against the most important positions and most important patterns of any medical information system, that the doctor should have this opportunity to, let's say, record what he or she is feeling in the format which is most convenient to him or her, where they believe it to be correct. So on the one hand, but on the other hand, we all understand that in routine practice, we have just 20 minutes for the patient, and it should be enough just to examine the patients, to make the diagnosis, to make some recommendations, and definitely all most important information could be filled in. So we mentioned neuronal networks, AI, so we mentioned that, and we are doing it with the consortium with Kudrar, and actually at a systemic level, already for years we are there. And I can tell you that the real coding from the average Russian set, using AI, using statistical basic methods, actually using the whole set, which is available now, specifically for Kudra, so it gives us maximum 70% of automatization, 70% only. The rest of 30%, well, you should do it manually, do the double coding and the rest. So when people tell me, yes, we took some data set, we took some artificial intelligence and 99% is coded, I never believe it. I never believe it, because I have clear understanding that actually sometimes these are not existing diagnoses, and you need to work with that somehow. And also the drugs, sometimes they prescribe which are not drugs, and definitely Alexander Solodovnikov already mentioned that. He spoke about the fragmenting data as well as Elena, and another important issue with professional data, because definitely we yet had no challenges here, but we all understand that this is very sensitive area. Because if in the industry somebody is misprocessing the data,
персональные данные какой-нибудь звезды, то у нас будет серьезный претендент и, возможно, серьезный скандал, и мы вообще лишимся возможности индустрии работать.
So this is industry which is working with the primary data. Now speaking about the quality of data, well, Alexander already spoke about it before. We face almost continuously in RWD, RWE projects with the volumes, not sufficient volumes of information for the adequate analysis. So that's crazy amount of drop-offs, etc. But generally at early hospital stages and in the orphan diseases specifically, we are lacking. We are lacking a cloud of data, let's say. A lot of noise, lots of illogical things, inconsistency, sometimes duplications, and we put it all together, and we understood that we had category of patients who love to check and double check and, let's say, triple check the quality of local labs. And we can do it. Yes, I'm here.
Там порядка 15% таких пациентов, и мы долго ломали себе голову, что делать с подобными данными. А задвоение, это я сказал, противоречивость бывает в данных, особенно если мы работаем с обратной связью от пациентов, имитация данных, да, тоже уже сегодня было неоднократно озвучивало, просто массовая проблема в данных, собираемых в России, особенно с точки зрения врача, с данными, которые считаются некритичными. То есть это вес, возраст, рост, давление, как правило. Особенно если на потоке идут пациенты, у врача мы явно видим, что, прогоняя через фрод-контроль, через какие-то базовые методологии, что большая часть вот этих вот, мы даже целый справочник у себя внутри составили в группе по Data Science, что есть такие параметры, которые врачи очень любят, ну, условно имитировать, да, ну и есть, конечно, откровенная фальсификация.
So there are some parameters that doctors love to imitate.
Ну, относительно, конечно, часто Саша, вот, в частности, приводил.
And Alexander specifically gave the example with the insurance in Russia. I wouldn't say that somehow it is related with the insurance, although we saw it in the voluntarily insurance, but sometimes it is also in routine practice and also operational challenges. This is a very superficial attitude. All the absent protocols when we are planning the experiments, I'm the advocate of that the protocol should be like in a clinical trial. And normally we either see, you know, a little bit of add-on to the marketing and primary requirements to RWE projects. They are mainly like in marketing. So normally teams have no adequate experience from the clinical side, although they're gaining and experience is coming. And it is published in Western sites. And for example, federal sponsors here, they are happy to do it. And it's very good. It's very good that it is perceived positively. Now, some attempts to carry out studies without adequate tools. And we need to correct it somehow, where there were some attempts to do something in Excel locally without adequate information collection, without adequate processes, etc. And actually, last thing, what we believe to be an ideal RWE project, first of all, which is properly approved and agreed with data science and clinical data science protocols. And also we use RWD as a synthetic arm or as element of the pharmacovigilance, which is also very important. Also, we need sufficient budget for that, advanced tools, and to provide assessment of risks and reliability. First, we were adored, but now we see ourselves that RWE, RWD, these are tools which are mainly matching either for synthetic arm, and it is very important, especially for the Russian data. And we always call for adequate budget, and we always call for the adequate tools that help us to organize very advanced communication in between all the parties, to process the data, to assess risks, to have reliability assessment as well. And last but not least, we should plan it, some systematic errors. There are several examples of systematic errors, some biases, but that would be my next presentation. With that, thank you very much. Well, Timur, thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. Can I get your position on what could help us to avoid to repeat the same mistakes? Well, I think on the one hand, we would be happy to get standardization, because at a certain point we were so much depressed with the quality. We were so much losing the quality. So we wanted to have them standardized because we were really upset about it. We thought that maybe this market should be monopolized or to have more stringent control here. But on the other hand, we have clear understanding that it can demotivate the business and maybe the development of adequate meat systems, but also it would be interesting for anti-monopoly services as well. But in fact, it is not quite correct from the basic pattern of MIS, medical information system. That means that something that could limit the fantasy of the doctor in the system. And this is the way how we can do it. For example, and then the doctors would have opportunity to use it. And I think RWE projects, first of all, show us that first we have classical arm, but also retrospective data could be introduced by a healthcare professional team by looking at primary source data. From my point of view, that's the best quality. So it's not just simply taken from medical information system, but retrospective impact, and then restructurization is done by the team. And only then the quality of data is increasing. Thank you very much. That was a very good question, by the way, very good question. But monitoring system, which is used to analyze clinical trials, what do you think? Should it be somehow implemented or extended? Well, absolutely. I think RWE could be covered by central monitoring. So here we don't need the same operational and complicated processes and on-site monitoring as well, using the same tools. We send queries and let's say, in fact, what we need is advanced team, clinical data scientists to have adequate projects. And definitely we also need somebody from medical affairs, but without visits to the site. So you can easily organize it. And we already had such projects. So Mikhail Samsonov, he's with us. Maybe he can comment on that because actually, so these are public projects, and Mikhail already spoke, and some previous events. So they were large projects, absolutely with on-site monitoring. So that was pure RWE project. Timur, I would be happy to speak in 15 moments. 15 minutes. Yes, yes, that would be a very good warming up of the audience. Well, thank you very much, dear colleagues, friends. If you have any questions, comments, remarks, you're welcome. Well, if not, then let's move to the next presentation. Thank you very much. And the next presentation would be devoted to the experience of medical records working. And this is Dr. Gavrilov, who is the chair of Karelia, Russian Cardiological Society. So, Denis, the microphone is yours. Colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Can you hear me? Not yet.
Мы начнем. Дайте мне буквально 30 секунд.
Коллеги, а что если мы перейдем к Михаилу Юрьевичу? Нет? Нормально?
Денис, попробуйте попереключать. Так. Ага, все, вижу, переключается. Сейчас я на секунду мышку поиспользую вашу. Двигайте, чтобы закрепить ваше изображение. Итак, все готово. Даю обратный отчет, и мы выходим в эфир. 3, 2, 1. Вы в эфире.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will take 10, I'm happy to welcome you, and my objective is for 10 minutes to tell you about the role of the clinicist and our experience in using electronic medical records from the point of view of real-world data. If we have already determined the terms, the relevant terms, but as to how RWD will be turned into RWE is a big issue. For 3 years, we have been analyzing electronic medical records from the point of view of the data they contain and the trend that has been visible in the growth of publications on this theme shows that the role of these data is becoming more and more serious. If previously we mainly dealt in cardiology, but now we have projects connected with other fields, clinical fields, such as oncology, for example. Real-world data per se is a large layer of data, and for the 3 years that we have used them, they have grown in bulk 3 times, and they enable us to answer some of the questions. But approaches to them have not yet been finalized, and our goal in this presentation to show what approaches are used by us. As to the medical informational systems that have been mentioned already today, there are about dozens of them, but 5 or 6 informational systems are leaders. And they have different structures, different introduction and storage of the data, and has an effect on the processing of this data and on the evidence that we can get from these data. Important aspects that are to be taken into account that will affect the evidence received from electronic medical records are the follows. First of all, types of procedures that are contained in the medical record, from what organizations the data are received, and the parameters that are contained in these records. Parameters can be divided into the quality parameters, for example, availability of documents, the way they are filled in, types of documents, and quality parameters. And quality parameters are a cornerstone for confidence in this data and for their further transfer to evidences. This slide has been shown by Alexander Gusev already, but I have modernized it a little bit. And we see that the possibility of mistakes, the risk of mistakes is very high in medical records. And of course, that will depend very much on who introduced the information into the electronic medical record. And it is sad to admit, but the greater is the role of the person in introducing the data, the higher is the risk of the mistake. And by our data, the most reliable data are received from laboratory documents. The lower confidence, all the others are of lower confidence. especially the reports about patients' examinations that are written by doctors in accordance with the format. Well, let me give you some examples. You have a screen of the release document. So the main diagnosis is hypertonic disease, but another code is used in the statistical fields. For this or that reason, an error was made that has an effect on the analysis of this electronic medical card. Or another example, when the patient completed treatment, but data were introduced after the date of in accordance with the format. And I have a question whether the doctor introduced everything correctly into these examinations, and what is the role of the error received that can happen when the data are introduced in this way. We understand that the risks of errors in medical records can be observed on the entire journey of the patient, from the patient to the doctor introducing data into the electronic medical record, and their storage in the informational system.
При подходе к обработке данных электронных...
And when processing the data from medical records, we decided to take into account three basic points of the clinician's participation to manage these risks. And first of all, it includes the analysis of the correctness of methods to receive data from medical record, to retrieve data from medical data. The second is analysis of primary data. And before they are presented for processing. And the last stage, at the last stage, the clinicist comes to the stage, he looks at the results, analyzes them, and make conclusions about the conformity of this data with reality. And this is an example of the first approach. This is an audit of an NLP model, how it retrieves the data from the medical record. Here we analyze instruments with the help of which we get some parameters that are important for the further analysis. We understand very well that NLP models are far from being ideal, and providing new texts in the course of work, we can assess the success of this data retrieval or finding the error. The first example is the hypertrophy of the left ventricle was retrieved incorrectly from the medical record. That shows that we must pay more attention to the retrieval of the data. The second example is modeling outcomes in oncology, breast cancer. There is a boom of therapeutic approaches to patients in oncology because new markers have been found that make treatment more effective. And there are more and more target drugs that affect the outcome of the patient. And making the primary set for the analysis, it consisted of 64 parameters that were considered to be very important for forecasting. Each of these parameters had its own characteristics. We studied these characteristics in e-medical records, analyzed the average figures, maximal and minimal figures, the number of filled-in entries in the primary set of data. And the doctor made a conclusion that this data corresponded to real-world data or not. Also, they assessed the completeness of the entries. If there is a necessity, we can go even deeper into a specific case where is some conspicuous value or something else, and it is checked for the accordance of the task that we are fulfilling. And then this data went to the machine training. About 12,000 patients participated. And as a result, we included the data of survival in breast cancer. We calculated various metrics of accuracy, and by the result of this training, based on the result of this information, we made an examination of those cases that were sent for training. We analyzed the negative and positive cases, those that were in the cutoff point, and made a conclusion as to what extent this data coincided with the doctor's ideas. And this probably this approach is one of the steps to get valid data that could become evidence. And so the conclusions are here. Let me not read them. You may read them yourselves. Thank you very much. There is no time for questions. Let us pass over to the next presentation, and the floor is given to Dr. Samsonov, Director of the Medical Department of Pharma. He will speak about theory and practice of using real-world evidence in the regulatory strategy and dialogue.
Хорошо, как скажете.
Дайте мне буквально чуть-чуть времени.
А вы видите мои слайды, да?
Пока не вижу, сейчас я прекращу трансляцию. Сейчас. Момент. Включите, пожалуйста, еще раз вашу видеокамеру.
Сейчас, минуту.
Да.
Включил. Он мне пишет, что остановил организатор.
Так, момент. Давайте
There are some technical issues being solved.
Запустите, пожалуйста, заново вашу демонстрацию экрана.
Please show your demonstration of the screen again. Do you see the slides now? No, you're not translating anything.
Он мне пишет, что я не могу запустить. Вот сейчас снял, сейчас транслирует. Он мне пишет, что вы не можете запустить демонстрацию, когда демонстрация экрана осуществляет другой участник.
Я понял. Все решаем. Буквально минутка.
Just a minute. The technical issue will be solved.
Давайте теперь попробуем.
Давайте.
Let's try now.
Сейчас видно?
Do you see my slides now? No, no, no. We need to launch the demonstration. Just press demonstration of the screen and share it. And share.
Зеленая кнопочка в Zoom.
Да, нажал ее.
И там выбирайте вашу презентацию, которая у вас открыта сейчас. Не получается. Ага, все, вижу, запускается.
Получилось?
Окей.
В экранном режиме, в режиме показа слайдов.
Развернул.
Отлично. Так, возвращаемся на первый слайд, я даю обратный отчет и выходим в эфир.
Да, конечно.
3, 2, 1, мы в эфире.
Коллеги, добрый день, меня
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? Do you see my slides? Yes, everything is okay. Thank you, dear colleagues. So we have had some problems before the break. Let me sum up what have been discussed before and share our experience of technological and regulatory opportunities and risks in clinical practice. Many people have said that clearly defined technologies and standards allow us to get reliable data, to present them to the medical community, and to have a very effective dialogue with the regulator. The design of regulatory trials, and we take very many methodological approaches from regulatory agencies. We discuss them with regulatory agencies, and that's how we move towards RWE. I would like to share our experience 3 days ago in a medical journal. Medicine was published our results of our trial. The trial was conducted very well and presented to the medical community, and so that was about RWD, but the same way is used for RWE. I will tell you what dialogues we conduct with agencies and our next purpose, our next goal will be just to say that our first trial on RWE was also published in the Medicine Journal. Of course, we publish all our results in Russian journals as well. So regulatory news in the Russian Federation are very important. What is important? Now we have in the Euro-Asian Economic Union the terms of RWD and RWE. They have become part of the decision number 78 of the Euro-Asian Economic Union. And it had been used to extend the number of trials that would be held in this respect. So the question is how to expand the field of their application, the field of application of these trials, and include clinical practice. A lot has been said about European EMA, and from the regulatory point of view, the data has been included in the registration of drugs. Focus is on the quality of data on the basis of local consensuses, and there are very many parallel patterns in EMA and Euro-Asian Economic Union, and we can think how we can introduce them locally. And it is interesting to note Darwin EU, a large project where they process data. It is a service for regulatory experts. that they can use to solve some financial issues. Also, we may speak about FDA. They released several new guides. Again, from the field of introduction, they have come over to the assurance of quality. And here you see the guides. 3 guides have become final documents. It is very, when you are getting ready for the dialogue, you should know all these innovations. Now, as to RWE 2022, we speak about the acceptance and use of data. EMA continues to go in the direction of data-driven regulation. In September 2022, they launched a pilot project on the access of the regulator to the raw, crude electronic data about patients for registration and observational trials. As to, I will speak about our experience in this field, about getting data about hepatitis and HIV trials. And there are more and more new trials confirming the comparability of data received in RWE and in the previous registration trials. It's important for getting an overall bulk of data and using them in regulatory dialogue. As to methodology, you know, of course, it is important to break down data, to make, for example, EMA has made up a catalog of metadata. And the quality of data is, of course, of great importance. As to problems and prospects, so a lot has been said about it today. So what is of most interest as press is, first of all, integration of various databases and regulator, and the regulatory requirements for data, their collection and the storage. And there are a lot of, some data are structured, some others are not. And there are a lot of questions to non-structured data. There is a lot of suspicions about non-structured data. That's why the data is to be structured properly. In conclusion, the most interesting thing, this is the design of the observational trial. It started right on the eve of the COVID in 2020. This is an observational and prospective trial to assess the combination of therapy in patients with hepatitis and COVID. You know that a standard approach is cannot be used to assess the co-efficacy of different co-efficacy of different drugs. And here you see that the patients with the viral hepatitis C of genotype 1 and with COVID were under investigation. So understanding that co-infection is a huge problem in Russia. There are very many patients with the damaged liver function, and we need a large number of patients. So this trial was initiated, and you see, we estimate we had about 1,150 patients. In 2023, we will elect more patients up to 2,000. We need a large number of patients, and there was an online and offline monitoring of patients, paying attention to the laboratory tests and trying to make the data structured. So the results were reported at the leading symposium of White Nights on hepatology, and the first part of the trial you see on this slide. We see that the response, the efficacy of therapy confirmed what we had received in the registration trial, which is important. It also confirmed that the main points of efficacy were proved by laboratory tests. It is a very these are very objectivized data. And the response was long-term, and we continue confirming our data. This is a logical, continuous trial confirming what has the facts received, the results received in the registration trial. But we had a larger group of patients. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Mikhail Yurievich, for your presentation. It's a very interesting theme, but unfortunately, due to our schedule, we do not have time for questions. So that is not so bad. We will be able to ask them during our next meetings. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, now we are going to have a break.
Глубоко уважаемые коллеги, мы продолжаем.
Dear colleagues, we continue. And the subject of our next symposium that has already been mentioned by many speakers is pharmacovigilance. Well, I don't think I should explain to someone the importance of pharmacovigilance, pharmacosurvey. They make a comprehensive study of the drug and its components, and they may help us in understanding the profile of the drug safety and all the aspects that are connected with the safety of the drug. As Dr. Malinovsky said at the beginning, there are very many drugs now that are aimed at a narrow disease, for orphan diseases, for example, and there are more and more drugs like this. And that's why the methods of clinical trials that are a golden standard of clinical trial cannot cover the safety profile of these drugs. At the same time, there are some instruments today of accelerated registration. Today, for example, those for COVID-19, they follow the fast track of registration. And there are very specific clinical trials there aimed at collecting data on these drugs against COVID, for example, by means of pharmacosurvey. So they must help us. Off-label use of drugs related, it is related to oncological drugs and others. This is a very big problem, a problem connected with safety, and this data can be also collected by the instruments I have mentioned. Pharmacosurvey studies not only adverse events, some specific features of the drug safety, but also all aspects associated with the safety, understanding of the instruction, the correct administration, and other various aspects that can be collected only through the instruments of real-world data. And the work with large masses of data may provide us with the power of prediction, and we can understand by trends what problems may arise with this or that drug in the future. And I would like to give the floor to our first speaker, to Anna Kravchuk, Deputy Head of Coordination in the sphere of drug circulation from the Department of Technical Regulation and Accreditation of the Eurasian Economic Commission. She will speak about the proper practice of pharmacosurvey in the Eurasian Economic Union. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to tell you about the work that is done by our commission, mainly using the concept of real-world data and real-data evidence in the regulatory practice of pharmacosurvey. So this issue is mentioned in various acts, and the main terms RWD, RWE are included in the rules of registration, whose amendments were adopted in March. I will speak about them in more detail later. This year, we have also adopted renewed version of the proper practice of good practice of Pharma survey, and it was the decision was made on the 19th of May of 2002, and now we are preparing the we are working on it. Preparing a project. We work with the renewed version of the rules for good clinical practice. These documents are still underway, but as soon as we agree upon the version for public discussion, we will publish it. It is important to say that recently the profile working group that works on standards put forward the concept of using the real world data. Now the project is being prepared for public discussion, and in the fourth quarter of 2022 we will place it on our site, and you are invited to give your comments. If the first two acts are the decision of the Council and they are obligatory on the territory of Eurasian Economic Union, as to the concept, that will be just it is a programmatic or strategic act that defines the further development, and it will be used for regulation in the Euro-Asian Economic Union. It describes the international experience and prescribes further steps. As to the rules of registration, so the use of RWD, RWE is quite a general issue, but still the concept introduced it into the economic field of the Eurasian Economic Union, and the terms that are given there real-world data are considered as data related to the state of the patient's health and the process of medical care received from different sources. And a separate term is real-world evidence that is obtained on the basis of the real-world data. These are evidence in respect of application and potential use, potential benefit or risk of this medicinal drug application. There is a special provision in the decision of the Council of 17th March about the necessity to provide information, evidence that is received on the basis of the real-world data. As to the presentation of data of real-world data in the registration file, it is necessary to say that it is very important to present the data within the documents in accordance with the pharmacovigilance documents. First of all, it is there are several modules here you see. Model 5, for example, includes clinical study reports. As to the rules of good pharmacovigilance practice, we should note two things. First of all, we added the term post-registration study of safety, and that is a special trial related to the registered medicinal drug in order to define, characterize, and assess the threat to safety. Also, there is also a point that says that this data should be used for the safety trials. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to say that in the middle of October, this project will be placed for public discussion, and you will have a month to make your comments and proposals on this project. Please familiarize yourselves with our project, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Anna Mikhailovna. A brilliant presentation. As usual. Any questions, dear colleagues? Okay, let us not lose time and pass over to the next discussion. I would like to present the Executive Director of Flex Databases, Olga Loginovskaya. I would like to say that Olga and her company personally helped us in developing and introducing the pharmacovigilance databases, the second version. This Olga and her team always provide consultations to us in the field of IT and in the development of our IT systems in the field of pharmacovigilance. And Olga will speak about real-world data in pharmacovigilance, the appearance of the new epoch in the safety of drugs. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm opening my presentation. I don't have such an opportunity. Please give me the right to open my presentation.
Откройте, пожалуйста, вашу презентацию, нажмите на зеленую кнопочку в Zoom, такая кнопочка демонстрации.
Она у меня заблокирована, я вот ее прошу разрешить мне ее. Я нажимаю, и здесь я могу только экран расшарить, я не вижу презентацию.
А у вас открыта презентация в данный момент?
Да, открыта.
Хорошо, шарьте экран и давайте посмотрим, что у вас на экране.
Вот сейчас заработала эта кнопочка, сейчас я открою. Вот сейчас нормально. Сейчас видно, да?
Okay, do you see my presentation now?
Да, панель управления просто плохо видно мне, куда-нибудь в сторону. Да, отлично. Даю обратный отчет и выходим в эфир. 3, 2, 1. Мы в эфире.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Спасибо большое за...
Thank you very much for a very good presentation, for a kind presentation. You know, my theme has a question at the end of it, and I would like to express my opinion, whether it is really a new era coming or not. If we speak about of data, we can speak about established sources, electronic basis of regulators. Of course, here we have IAEA's pharmacovigilance and such famous bases and UDRA vigilance and FIRES, MedWatch. Each regulator now has electronic database in this or that way. We should speak about the VG base. It is a WHO electronic base, and of course publications in scientific literature. When we speak about the analysis, this data arouse no suspicion, no but we have also developing sources of data using AI and data science technologies, insurance claims, registers of pregnancies, registers of patients on nosologists, and other systems. They are developing now quite rapidly. And now we can pass over to the real-world data. I speak about a transition. I think that all pharmacovigilance data are more or less real-world data. Because we all know that the Achilles heel of pharmacovigilance is collection of data from primary sources. If the primary source did not report about the adverse event, we cannot identify it in any way. And this problem, this is the problem of all countries. That's why pharmacovigilance data are collected actively, and they were happy to receive any data that you send. Of course, there are certain criteria. There are several of them. You identify the case, identify the patient, identify the drug, then these data are processed. So these are real-world data, in fact. For Pharmaca survey, the real-world data are very much wanted, are very much welcomed, and I see here a huge prospects. In order to prove the safety of the drug for Pharmaca survey, these aspects are very important. In order to prove efficacy, they can be considered only as additional. And here clinical trials are absolutely mandatory. But coming back to my topic, to Pharmaca survey, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we have new instruments on the governmental level. These are Sentinel in the United States and SEP in Europe. Sentinel appeared in FDA in 2016. It was created to collect information from different data and to keep an eye on the safety of drugs. This database answers many questions, sees how patients take drugs, how they follow prescriptions, what is the level of compliance, off-label, or they have prescriptions. This is a very good additional source of data for Pharmaca survey. The similar database exists in the European Union. It is in SEP. It has different principles. It looks more like a network. And this database receives the information from various CRO and regulators, so it has very many sources of getting information. It has been in existence since 2017. They're not mentioned very often, these bases, but these are the instruments that help receive Pharmaca survey data. So quite new sources are social networks. No, this is not a straightforward source. You know, it is very important for pharmacovigilance to get duplicates, so not to so that the case would not become a signal. Of course, it is possible to collect very high quality data with the help of these sources. But there is also the ethical or legal side, and there are very many issues here. And I think these aspects impede the development of these sources. You know, none of us would like to have an inbuilt chip. They would inform the databases about our health. So this is a very complex issue. The data of laboratories. Nail spoke very much about these problems. He gave a full list. Limitations. We know a lot about them. there are fewer limitations in pharmacovigilance for using but they exist.
Некая предвзятость, легко манипулировать данными. Ну вот я на самом деле, когда готовилась к презентации, я
When I was preparing for my presentation, I came to remember about my thesis that I didn't defend.
защищать диссертацию, у меня был собран материал.
I collected certain material. I had 10 patients. I had very interesting material.
Стала работать со статистиком.
And I came to the work with the statistic. We tried to find the efficacy. We took different parameters. It was a multi-factor analysis. And tried to see what differs one group from another. And of course, it was possible to show a scientific innovation, but in parallel, I was making clinical trials, international clinical trials, and I saw that mainly well-organized clinical trials very rarely show the efficacy of the drug.
Со своим материалом на фоне
failed to finish this job. I understood that that was kind of manipulation. All the other aspects have been mentioned by my colleagues. Therefore, in order to keep up with the time, I would like to finish my presentation with an example when the real-world data help make a decision on the drug safety. This is Taiwan. It's happened in Taiwan with the drug ketoconazole. There were doubts whether it should be prohibited or not. And when the pharmaca survey data received in a standard way, were complemented by a large mass of data from insurance companies, it became clear that the drug was to be discontinued, was to be prohibited. And it was prohibited on the basis of the real-world data. So, completing my report, I would like to say that pharmaca survey data are very, pharmaca survey real-world data are very important, and pharmaca survey itself may provide real-world data to the clinicists. Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga Alexandrovna. Probably there were some technical problems. We saw only one of your slides, the first slide. If you have a chance to send your presentation to us, we will be very grateful to you. Are there any questions to Olga? Okay. Dear colleagues, I have the pleasure of presenting our next speaker, one of the founders of the local system of pharmaca survey, Boris Romanov, head of the Department of Pharmacology from the Russian National Scientific Research Medical University named after Pirogov. Thank you, Kirill Vitalyevich. I will try to show my presentation now.
Видно на экране презентацию?
Do you see my presentation on the screen?
Коллеги, видна демонстрация?
Yes.
Да, видно.
Yes. Yes, we see your presentation, yeah. So I may start, yeah? Check whether you may change your slides. I will speak more than I will show. That's why that's of no importance. I may start, yeah? Dear organizers, dear participants, good afternoon. The topic of my presentation is called Working with Safety Signals. I will speak about main principles of working with signals, including automation of this work, and also whether this work has to do with real-world data, real-world evidence. There are some publications about signals, there are some standards, and there is real practice of working with signals. For those who do not know this thing very well, I would like to say that most statements of my presentation have been published in articles that I have written. And all these articles on signals were written together with Dr. Yanovskaya and other doctors who had been dealing in signals for a long time. These articles show how doctors should work with the signals to minimize risks for patients and for the industry. And some slides of my presentation show or give a reference to the articles that we have written. You know, the term signal has a definition. Those who work in pharmacovigilance know that this term has changed. The qualitative criteria has been removed. The renewed aspects have been renewed. So anyway, signal is an information from one or several sources about a higher level of reliability of causal connection between the drug and its use, about which nothing had been known before. That's why the developing companies should know signals and should work with them very actively. If there is no work with signals, or if this work is incorrect, so the inspection of your pharmaca survey will find all the discrepancies. You know, for a long time, we worked with signals manually. Many institutions continue working this way. But now the work with signals is becoming more and more computerized. And it is necessary to introduce automation into the work with signals, no matter from where this data come from, administrative solutions, real-world data. Anyhow, all these issues are to be mixed, and clinical trials already use real-world data widely. The standards simplify working with the signals if there are enough instruments. And we need to ensure the correct processing of these messages. The first company that suggested the instruments for working with signals is Flex company and its software solutions. They help a regulator and the entire industry. And Flex solutions are used by pharmaca survey specialists. So we have heard already some speakers who are working with Flex instruments. Can it happen that Flex company will close its regional department? Then it is very dangerous and it shouldn't be done. The work with signals is conducted on all stages of the life cycle of the drug, but mainly this work is done on the post-registration stage. Of course, pharmacovigilance was born from real-world data. They always use real-world data in their work. Of great importance is the early period after registration of the drug for the first 10 years. This is the field for real-world data and real-world evidence, because the assessment of benefit risk is limited by a small number of patients and by a certain category of patients. By the time of registration, the drug shows only 50% of adverse events, and the rest of the 50% will be found later. Usually, the first, second, and third stage of the trial shows only the most visible adverse events. Mainly, these are allergic diseases. But in order to get the full information about all risks, we need to control these risks on all the stages. And here we can find rare and very rare adverse events, single out certain groups of patients. We can see the adverse interaction of different drugs. It is very important that all the interested persons would take part in collecting the information about the safety of drugs in order to cover this Achilles' heel of the pharmacovigilance. What are modern methods of working with the signal? So it starts with the message about the notice when the individual message is sent. So this notice about the suspicion for a possible signal happens at the very first stage. And of course, it happens on one of the three scenarios. First, it is getting the symptom of the adverse event into one of the three lists. It's important medical events, specific EMA list. The second scenario is serious adverse events. And the third is repeated adverse event for one and the same drug. The case card has the suspicion of the signal, and on the basis of the series of cases, we may make a conclusion about the appearance of a signal. So here we have quality methods of working with signals. They are based on the clinical assessment by a pharmaco survey specialist. He or she considers the data for one or several cases. The user may form a series of cases to use them as an evidence base. This is a very time and effort consuming procedure that requires very good professional skills. And of course, it is done not only by doctors, physicians, but also people who compile files. This slide shows quantity methods of working with the signals that allow to make a statistic check of adverse events. These statistical methods are based on the different scales and networks. What methods are used? First of all, traditional statistical methods, methods of detecting the possible connection. Here we speak about proportional reporting ratio, about reporting odds ratio, and relative reporting ratio. And Roman figure 2 shows data mining methods, bias approaches. And here we speak about multi-item gamma Poisson shrinker and Bayesian confidence propagation neural network. If we speak about AI, we have a big problem here. The platform of artificial intelligence are not purely Russian, but they are imported goods developed by Russians. And when you want to find some national platform, it is not that easy. This slide shows approaches to the validation of signals, to the development of solutions. Using qualitative and quantitative methods, we validate information and make a decision about a signal. Are we supposed to study this signal further or not? And it is to be done by the doctor who knows this nosology very well, who knows comorbidities and all other things. If the signal is refuted, then we continue monitoring by standard methods of pharmacovigilance. If not, then we prioritize signals and create a signal card where the signal is described and assessed. This slide shows future promising methods of working with signals. The pharmacovigilance process is, of course, being perfected all the time. We have more and more exact methods of signal detection. And here I show you this new methods: adaptation of multi-item gamma Poisson shrinker, self-control case series, and information component temporal pattern discovery. Dear organizers, dear participants, in conclusion, I would like to say that working with signals is a very important process in the activities of every medical organization. It is quite natural that real-world data are used for making evidence based on this data. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. A very interesting presentation. Does anyone have any questions on signals? Thank you very much, Boris Konstantinovich. And we are passing over to our next presentation. I would like to say that Pharma company is a very responsible company, very serious about all processes associated with the drug safety. We are communicating with the employees of this organization, and we are very pleased with the extensive answers that they give to our questions on the drugs. We are satisfied with the quality of the documents they present in accordance with the pharmacovigilance requirements. And I would like to present Director of the Department of Drug Safety, Alexei Skripkin. He will speak about pharma vigilance in a quickly changing world, challenges and solutions. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this conference. My presentation will be about functioning the pharmacovigilance system per se. Dr. Samsonov spoke about real-world evidence. I will just speak about the pharmacovigilance system and its maintenance. You know, it's difficult to make a presentation for 10 minutes, but I have defined the 3 main words that reflect the effect on the system as a whole. And the main thing is higher speed of process and dynamism. But there is, you know, the pharmaca system, like any other system, and it is a very patriarchal, stable, and slowly changing system. But for the last 3 years, very many things have taken place, and we had to react, to respond very quickly. Another aspect which is important is changes in all spheres. For recently, there have been very many dramatic, outstanding political, medical changes, and they touched upon all spheres of our life. If we project it to the safety issues, really it changed the regulatory approaches, it changed pharmaceutical companies. All the spheres changed very much. And we cannot but note that the history with pandemic very quickly raised the awareness of specialists in the field of pharmacovigilance. If 2 or 3 years ago, some people asked me, what are you, what you are doing? And they didn't know what is safety of drugs, what is pharmacovigilance. But today, the society wants to know more about it. That's why the raising awareness is a very, very good event for us. And facing difficult situations, the pharmacovigilance system must be stable. It must be continuous and faultless. When the pandemic broke out and first lockdowns were announced, all the efforts were made to ensure the process of information, communication with partners, communication with regulatory authorities, and it was not always successful. But 3 years have passed, and turning back, we may say that in many respects we managed this system very well, managed this challenge very well. And of course, all these things affected the structure of the processes if someone had told me that our employees will be spread throughout the country, I would have been surprised. But now all people work in faraway places online, and even conferences and meetings are held online. Very important changes have taken place in the system of pharmacovigilance itself. So we have recently discussed a new document, renewed version or innovated version of the good pharmacovigilance practice. And pandemic process demanded that we expedite introducing electronic systems. Today we have spoken about databases, but the international standard on the electronic data exchange has simplified our work. This is RWD ISH that allow regulators, pharmaceutical companies to exchange electronically messages about or information about adverse events. When there are tens of them, dozens of them, but when we have hundreds, thousands, and you know, this notices, the number of these notices becomes a very, very important issue and a difficult one. And of course, the instruments we have help us simplify this work. Our company today has tuned electronic ways, and I'm very pleased to participate in this process. And the volume of work is huge, but that allows to cut our costs and improve quality. One more important factor of the recent days is all aspects of pharmacovigilance for the drugs that used for coronavirus infection. And there are very important aspects associated with the control, monitoring, and safety and efficacy of these products on the market. What has pandemic given us? It gave a very serious load, provided a very serious load on the healthcare system as a whole. We may speak about the unprecedented number of notices that were made, and we have electronic databases that allow us exchanging these notices, and that is wonderful. Also within the COVID project, we had a number of monitoring programs for receiving retrospective or prospective data from COVID hospitals. And in a number of cases, we faced the problems of communication with healthcare professionals. Yes, this is COVID, specialist works in the red zone, and you can get this notice, but the follow-up gets stuck. But nevertheless, we saw difficulties in getting retrospective data from electronic medical records. And our idea was to unite three large centers. But when we analyzed it, we saw that these systems are very difficult to be united. That's why we made this analysis mainly manually. We had to analyze the data manually. The events of the recent days have shown us have given us very many opportunities of raising attention to pharmacovigilance. There is a dialogue with regulatory authorities in the sphere of discussing risks or informing the physicians. But the speed and efficiency of this communication has risen many times, multifold. Also, we introduced new systems of document turnover, not only exchange of electronic data, but it is also the document turnover, storage of information. It all requires IT solutions in the future. And there is a necessity to ensure safety control of drugs in the future and of improving the system, of expediting the process of introduction of those IT solutions that were planned before, and we need to perfect those systems that we have now. We spoke about electronic ways of analysis, analyzing medical information. In modern conditions, it is a reality already, and we need to move further in this direction. A very important aspect is to introduce the system of risk monitoring and organize the schemes of information data collection. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Microphone. Up-to-date system of healthcare now does cell therapy, clonal antibodies. But previously it was only molecules. Are the systems ready to work now with these new challenges, with those adverse events that are very difficult to foresee? A very good question. Thank you. First of all, pharmacovigilance has a large arsenal of instruments, but we shouldn't idealize any of them because all of them have their advantages and disadvantages. And here we have to tackle the matter given the nature of the product. Yes, we need to foresee risks and foresee risk, but if we can't foresee them, we are to detect adverse events as quick as possible and to inform about it, so to prevent the risk for the patient. I don't have a universal answer to your question, but we need to use the instruments that we have now and to use them to the utmost. I have a more down-to-earth question. What difficulties did you experience when your people began to work online? Of course, we had some difficulties with transferring people online. You know, the teamwork, the work in a good team is interpersonal relations, but is based on interpersonal relations. It's important to be near each other, to discuss things in private. But it was very difficult. Really, it was very difficult because I joined the company 2 years ago. It was very difficult to get on board when everyone is working online. That's why the data that we of pharmacovigilance that we have show that this detachment, you know, of people affects negatively social ties. If the person worked in a team and then he had to start working online. Of course, people manage to preserve good relations if they had, but it's very difficult to create a team when all people are working from home. And of course, we worked on it very seriously and for a long time. Thank you. If there are no other questions, then let us finish our session. I would like to thank all the speakers. All presentations were very good and contained very interesting information. The speakers raised very urgent issues, and a very important aspect of our work is communication. We communicate very closely in chats with each other. It is important for a regulator and for a scientific community. And this conference we are holding now is important for this communication. And we as regulators understand, begin to understand what problems the industry faces, what is to be done, and what we should strive for. That's why thank you very much for the organizers. Thank you very much to those who prepared the presentations. And we hope for further cooperation with you. Thank you very much.
Нурия, здравствуйте.
Так, когда ты мне тогда подгрузишь?
Нурия, меня зовут Павел, я режиссер эфира. Это я прошу вас включить вашу камеру, включить ваше видео и ваш микрофон. Пожалуйста, если вы слышите, ответьте мне.
Да, здравствуйте.
Отлично, слышу, вижу вас. Вы у нас выступаете первая в этой сессии, поэтому прямо сейчас я передам вам права на управление презентацией и оставим все в таком формате, в котором оно у нас есть. Вам передадут слово, вы услышите, как вам передадут слово, и можете свободно вести вашу презентацию. Так, так. Пожалуйста.
Так, сейчас.
Сейчас. Вот отдаю вам мышку, пожалуйста.
Так, я не вижу, как здесь демонстрация.
Вы видите саму презентацию, правильно?
Да, я вижу.
Ага, а сами стрелочки, они находятся в левом нижнем углу на слайде.
Вы имеете в виду просто переключать? Потому что я-то думала, демонстрацию экрана надо включить.
Ну, если вы можете запустить от себя, и вам так комфортнее, можете запустить
Давайте
от себя.
так, потому что я что-то растерялась, когда вы вот это сделали, я даже стрелочку не могу нащупать. Вот она. Все нормально. Ну, давайте так тогда оставим.
Оставляем так, ага, хорошо. Ну, все, тогда возвращаемся на первый слайд и ждем вашего выхода в эфир.
Хорошо. Угу.
Сколько завтра?
Коллеги, продолжаем. У нас сейчас симпозиум начинается «Оценка медицинских технологий».
Dear colleagues, let us continue. We have a symposium on the assessment of medical technologies and clinical recommendations on the RWE basis. Well, we all know how RWE are important for clinical recommendations and medical technologies.
Мы все понимаем, что на сегодняшний день такие важные для системы
We understand that such things are very important, and many things are based on RWD basis and on the experience that is different, that is not systematized. These are the data that are collected by different institutions, by specialists of different level, by researchers. But RWE data are another thing. They are to be based on the real world data. They are to be systematized, analyzed, and become the basis for further analytical work. They are to be the basis for the assessment of of medical technologies and clinical recommendations. And the first presentation today will be about the use of real world data in the process of assessing healthcare technologies. So we'll hear Dr. Musina. You're welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this event. I have listened to all the presentations with great interest, and they very often raised the issue of assessment of medical technologies, and I would like to dwell on this issue in more detail. Where medical technologies are now being assessed. First, it is clinical recommendations. We assess the clinical results. We do not discuss economics. We speak about the results of clinical trials, and then we assign the level of evidence. Also, we have the Institute of Clinical Approbation that is responsible for this assessment jointly with the clinical trials. They collect information on costs, and then they look at the expediency of investing in this technology. Of course, it is an overall assessment in accordance with the federal law number 61. And recently, we have developed the circle of kindness, and we make an examination with the elements of healthcare assessment. So today, the assessment of technologies is made in respect of drugs, but very frequently we have to assess medical makes. We use real-world data in the process of assessment for a long time because there is no other way to do it. In order to assess the cost effectiveness, we need to model what will be the costs and what will be the outcomes in the cost of the patient. We cannot get all the data that are required for modeling only from randomized clinical trials. And so, of course, the real-world data have been always used. What is the cause of the disease? What is the root of the patient? The incidence of the disease. So all this data are required to fill in this model. We take this data from registers if there are relevant registers. We take statistical reports, data of observational studies. So all this data have been used by pharmacoeconomists, but I would like to stress that these are not data about comparative efficacy of technologies. What happened in the last years? So it was mentioned in the morning that the products, the drugs have changed considerably. We have very many drugs for orphan diseases, and we have now we divide large diseases into small subgroups, and we have received the tumor agnostic drugs, cellular drugs, orphan drugs. So all these drugs are not mass market. They are oriented at a very narrow categories of patients, and all of them are costly. The medical requirements in these drugs are not satisfied, and usually they are registered in accordance with the fast track way. We have limited data on the efficacy of these drugs because randomization is impossible in trials. It's impossible to find the control group. And if we speak about therapy, we cannot define the duration of the effect. So the assessment has a lot of uncertainty because we never know in the end whether we should finance this technology or not. If we look at the experience of our foreign colleagues, we may say that everything started with the orphan drugs. Some agencies allowed to provide data of real-world data for these orphan drugs. And recently we saw that in foreign countries, the agencies of assessment have become very active in respect of real-world data. For example, IQWIG began work on RWD to be collected on CAR-T therapies. Then you see CAT agency in France. They also announced expansion to its scientific advice program to include advice on RWE generation, and the Canadian agency has have also specified this matter. What are the basic recommendations on foreign agencies? Probably the most complete information is contained in the NICE recommendation that was published has been published this year, and they provide very specific information. They focus on the transparency of reporting, on the reproducibility of trials, and on the assessment of suitability of this data. CAT met the requirements of the manufacturers and introduced scientific counseling in order to orient the company as to how they are supposed to collect and present this data collected. Germany is most conservative here. GBA may ask for the data of real-world data on orphan drugs and on conditionally registered drugs. Sorry. You see the trial which was published in The Economist. They decided to see how regulators use the data provided by pharma companies. They decided to study the file of the assessment for 5 drugs. 3 participated in the fast track, and 2 drugs that are high-tech drugs. Here you see these 5 agencies from Australia, Canada, France, Germany, and England. And you see, there were 35 reports, and in 21 of these reports, the company presented real-world data, real-world evidence. So the most advanced in the use of RWE are England and Canada. They have more active assessments in this respect. Germany is more conservative. In 17 out of 21 reports, real-world evidence was used to assess efficacy of technology of comparison. The problem in the product was that there was no control group and there was no information about comparison. What are the barriers for the use of real-world data in assessment? The first barrier that has been mentioned several times is the absence of regulatory legal regulation. Only an ICE described the legal regulation points. Other agencies have these requirements, but they are very blurred, very unclear. So below you see the data from the trial of The Economist. What terms are used? First of all, the authors believe that there should be a glossary so that all the agencies and companies would understand equally what we understand by this or that trial. And an early dialogue with the manufacturer is very important in order to assess how suitable the population is. Because there were cases when data were provided to NICE, but the regulator could not accept this data because the population was not suitable. And also there are no clear recommendations on the presentation and collection of data. And assessment agencies do not always provide this information. As to our system, I must say that we used this data, but now we understand that we need new sources of real-world data, and the circle of kindness can become really a very good help here. They finance often drugs, and we cannot refuse this data. These drugs are so expensive that administration and collection of this data will pay off. That's why we need to monitor, to collect this data and to produce, make a reassessment of these drugs and introduce them into our standard system of reimbursement. And the drugs from the circle of kindness will be go to the list of essential drugs. Risk sharing is also an important procedure, but here we say again that sometimes the assessment agency cannot make a decision whether they will finance or not. The drug works, the company gets the money. If it doesn't, the company returns the money or provides additional packs. And this mechanism is a very good source of collecting data of clinical practice. Many drugs in Italy, for example, I financed through risk sharing. So they kill one bird, two birds in one arrow. Patients get an early access, but the government removes the risk of unnecessary costs. Also, we have mechanisms of faster track registration. And this is also a source of data collection. And we need to connect these two processes with the risk sharing. If we have conditional registration, we must have a risk sharing. How can I sum it up? So we have limited data about the comparative effectiveness on innovational technologies, and we have to collect the data and to use them for making decision about funding. We do not have any other ways. So, and for the effective use of real-world data, it is necessary to develop standards for the collection, analysis, assessment of quality, and use of RWD. And the effective financing of innovational expensive technologies is impossible without introducing risk sharing. We need to collect this data and define the level of funding depending on what result we have received. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. A very interesting presentation to my mind. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Dr. Musina? There seem to be no questions. Thank you very much. Then we pass over. Your timing was excellent. We are passing over to the new presentation that will be made by Dr. Nedagoda, clinical recommendations and real-world evidence, prospects in the Russian Federation. Professor Negoda is head of the Department of Therapy and Endocrinology from Volgograd. So, Sergey Vladimirovich, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So the setting of this problem is quite unusual. We speak about pragmatic trials, about using RWD. But, you know, we're trying to connect it with the clinical recommendations, and that helps us understand what will happen in the near future. But globally, I would like to say that we have an understanding that on the basis of clinical recommendations, we will build a unique for our country and for the entire world, the system. medical system. It will allow to keep an eye on the patient's journey, what happens to the patient starting from examination to the drug therapy. It also creates an opportunity to make very high quality registers on important nosologies. Speaking about clinical recommendations, it is a very large step that was made by our community, headed by the Ministry of Healthcare and professional associations. Of course, professional associations were to develop very important documents in a very short time, and clinical recommendations today are formulated as instruments for the solution on various tasks. They are based on the federal law. Here I would say that help create standards. Here I would like to say that clinical recommendations are becoming a universal instrument for doctors. And since they are renewed not less than each 3 years, we get a very strong influence of recommendations on the routine clinical practice, because clinical recommendations always have a section about quality control. And since I am a member of the Council on Recommendations, I have to go through very many recommendations from different professional communities and from, you know, that very many different communities participate in the development of recommendations. I would like to focus on the fact that all clinical recommendations I have seen have a section devoted to the treatment and reaching certain targets, certain indicators, qualitative and quantitative, that are obligatory in making this or that interference. So we understand that on the one hand, the renovation is periodical. The schemes of drug prescription are very tough. For example, now we are making an upgrade of clinical recommendation cardiovascular diseases, where we will declare that if the ejection fraction is reduced, the patient will get hepatite therapy, and if it is not provided to the patient, the doctors will have to answer why it has not been done. The same about arterial hypertension. If the blood pressure, the target blood pressure is not achieved, doctors have to explain why they have failed to do it. So of course it will affect our medical practice to a great extent. And a year ago, the ambulatory records of patients that were under the real-world data observation, and they determined the target of arterial hypertension, and only 8% of patients achieved the target of 130/80 blood pressure. And that was a very serious case. The same when we studied cardiovascular diseases, new types of drugs were introduced, but the full therapy was observed only by 12% of the patients out of 1,000 that were under observation, under investigation. That's why it is that all these cases will be taken into account when the recommendations are being developed. You see that today over 300 clinical recommendations have already been approved, 13 on cardiology, 3.5% of the total number. But I would like also to speak about the following aspect. It is not enough to accept clinical recommendations. You know, foreign sources give us a figure of 10-20 years for the new clinical recommendations to become routine practice. In this case, I am an optimist, and I think that the control over clinical recommendations on the level of the medical institutions will shorten this period. But today, clinical recommendations have turned from the auxiliary instrument into the main regulation of practical work and are used for the control and judicial assessment of the specific doctor's activities. So all those approaches in the clinical recommendations will affect the modern schemes of therapy, and they become basis of the routine work. As to pragmatic clinical trials, their number is growing in the entire world, and it started in 2017-18. You are the hostages of the situation when we assess the efficacy of different interferences, and we understand that despite the fact that we follow tough standard rules, good clinical practice, but let us ask ourselves a question. Have you seen many trials on hypertension where the average age of the patients was below 60? No, there are very few. But there are very many patients below 60 with the problem. But if we take all the people, our results will be more significant. In order to receive the same result in the group with a lower risk, we will require much more years. You remember whole 3 trial when 7 years were required to reach endpoints. You understand that it is a great financial load on pharma companies. But another question arises, how can we extrapolate the results of our trials received in ideal clinical conditions to the clinical practice? Will the technologies that were effective in patients over 60 be effective for patients under 60? But it can be proved to become evidence-based. And here we see a very good and clear scheme of the positive expected effect and the negative expected effect. Now, this is a recent example that we will remember. Take, for example, a large group of drugs for obesity, dextromethorphan, that was used quite actively, and there were very serious adverse effects, and it just left the market because of that. The newest examples, there was a drug used for the treatment of ischemic disease. Posicur, it also left because of side effects, and we have very many examples like this. And for example, the class of drugs which we hoped for effective, the nicotine-like receptors, Remonaban-like drugs, but they proved unsafe from the point of view of cardiovascular system. Or, for example, thiazoline, neons, rosiglitazone. Rosiglitazone was compromised in the conditions of real clinical practice because there were very many cases of heart. So you see clinical trials and clinical practice have very great differences. And here we have to say that the conditions of the clinical trial, in the clinical trial, it is impossible to foresee all the side effects that may arise. Now we have two terms, real-world data and real-world evidence, and we understand that real-world evidence includes pragmatic clinical trials. The works that appeared, which is called Introduction to the World of Real Clinical Trials, that appeared in 2021. It showed that real-world data are the results that received from the patient and in the system of real health, and real-world evidence is the clinical evidence about the usage and potential benefits or risks of a medical product. Pragmatic clinical trials are important. This is one of the tasks of our medical community. It is important to popularize this area because it can become unique for our country, because today we will have certain limitations in the work with Western CROs, but our own trials, well planned, based on pragmatic solutions, are much cheaper, and the appearance of these registers will allow us to get very good information. There are advantages and disadvantages of this method, and this is the slide that I show for the first time. In order to get real-world data, we need the things that we didn't do before. Look at the electronic health records. We, do not analyze the accounts of territorial compulsory medical insurance, and we should do it. We understand that these compulsory medical insurance instruments are not used fully. Registers of diseases, registers of drugs. As to registers of diseases, we know they will work very well with orphan diseases, but for socially important, significant diseases, these registers do not work so well. As to registers of drugs, we know what it is. For Spinraza, for example, each patient is accounted for. Of course, we underestimate the data of the patient's self-control or patient-generated data, including in the home use settings, because we lack equipment here to provide all patients with the equipment for self-control. And of course, it means the analysis of a very large mass of data. Here you see the characteristics of data collection in classical and pragmatic clinical trial. As an example, I would like to show how our foreign colleagues work with real world data. So here you see CGLT2 inhibitors and see how the population conforms to these trials. It is quite evident that here we have a lot to think about. These are examples of how trials are conducted. Our Indian colleagues have their own national program of pragmatic clinical trials, and they conduct very many pragmatic clinical trials whose results have been published. One more important trial in diabetology, they compare different classes of drugs, and we see that for many positions, new classes of drugs have a more expressed perception. What was not done during double-blinded, they didn't compare GLT2 head-to-head, but the results of clinical trials on the pragmatic scenario proved the sulfonin urines are bad. We see how bad they are. We know the SGLT2 receptor is better than the other. It also shows the degree to what degree it is better. And this is quite an innovational drug for the compensation of acute heart failure, very key guat, but in 2022, you see the results of the trial that was made for very key guat in order to introduce this drug to the market. We see that real clinical practice of its use is very close to the data of the patients that were in the Victoria trial. I would like to say that today the pragmatic clinical trials are a scenario of the influence on the real clinical practice. They take up an interim position between observational and basic, well-planned, randomized trials. I would like to show respect to Professor Colbin and his respect, who do a lot in order for RWD, RWE become a part of our everyday practice. So I wish the theory turn into practice in respect of this data and evidence. Thank you very much. I think we are moving forward. We are coming over to the next presentation. The next presentation will be made again about clinical recommendations, and it will be done by Dr. Vaznyuk. He is the chief specialist neurologist of St. Petersburg, professor of the Department of Neurology in the Pavlov Medical University. Good afternoon, colleagues. Do you see my presentation? If you see it, then I may begin. Thank you very much for your introduction. The format is unusual, but I'm very grateful for the invitation to take part in this conference. I listened to the ideologies of this forum in the morning. I will just say I would like to give some examples. I totally agree with what was said. Currently, clinical guidelines are taking new position and they're becoming more important. And it's becoming a universal total approach, and this is a great standard of care. So it is related with the patient journey,
принципами размещения пациентов и так далее. То есть здесь связаны много деньги, материально-технические ценности, скажем так, наличие специалистов и все остальное. Поэтому мне кажется, что, конечно, вот то, что последние годы делается...
This is something which is done on behalf of the Ministry of Health, and now it's introduced quite directly. So this is a common platform that allows us to be on the same common platform. So that means we can stick to baseline requirements in the specific indication. We are creating the situation which could be very useful for the patients. And then it depends on individual experience. And let me remind you, so there are some classical requirements for those who are making the guidelines. So any clinical guideline where we can include these guidelines to speak about the efficacy and safety. When we speak about drug treatments that have, state authorization, which are legal for the local healthcare, it could be the situation when we talk about the fact that all conclusions, all logical conclusions on using these or that methods of treatment, they're based on the principle of evidence-based medicine. And here we have traditionally particular volume of previous medical history. So that means studies and actually something which is randomized, very frequently placebo-controlled. And if there are several studies here, and if there is meta-analysis, then definitely we are getting the best quality of guidelines, and we're getting the most reliable positions for that. Then definitely we should label each guideline with a particular level of evidence and class of evidence, which is important. So to us, for clinicians, it could mean how solid is the characteristic of this recommendation about the efficacy and safety and the applicability in the clinical practice, whether we should stick to that. We understand that all that is done on the common approach and common scale, which is assessing the strength of the guidelines. And definitely, of course, these guidelines should reflect two positions, whether we can do it or we cannot do it. And definitely, this is very important. Due to that, it means that the modern methodology in the global medicine is the methodology of evidence-based medicine. So that's exactly I just talked about. So here you see randomized clinical trials, and we can be based on some particular experience and recommend some type of care as a main treatment. And the real clinical practice, either in the evidence-based practice or routine practice of using these or those technologies, this is alternative methodology. And in the ideal option, it should have some less sense, and it may not be as supported as RCT or, let's say, clinical trials, which are in the basis of the clinical guidelines, inevitably. So looking at the current realities and looking at the fact that not all methods of treatment are massive and not in the big cohort of patients. So there are groups of the diseases, so-called orphan diseases, where the population of patients is not very high. So to get some massive data there that could be, compared within clinical trials, typical standard clinical trials for the evidence base of medicine. This is something that could be used as a tradition of treatment, let's say, in this territory or in this country specifically. And so here are the ways to be used. So here we can assess the experience looking back. So it looks like if we try to grade it, so these are interventions and proper follow-up.
исследования, которые, в общем-то, не предполагали какой-то предвзятости.
So there are some observational studies and there is some objective response, but they were organized as a randomized operational trials. Or it could be comparative studies in the cohorts, or let's say cross-functional case control. And in this context, it could be a very different rate of significance, but still they deserve some discussion. And due to that, there should be a very differentiated approach from the position of creating of this classical assessment to what extent it could be convincing and there would be high rate of evidence. Speaking about the technology of collecting the information and collecting the data that could be in the basis of clinical guidelines. There is some group of data which is accumulating around some indication, and this data for this period of time it could be a very good source for the analysis to analyze the efficacy and safety as it happens in the real clinical practice. And the source for this database could be results of patients follow-up, or it could be the results of some clinical trials. It could be electronic database of the hospital or outpatient clinics, insurance companies, and regional registers. So it could be value to assess the methods, to assess the programs that were used. And in this context, and there would be enough resources and the use of these and those technologies of statistical processing, it could be the use of additional resources for the collection of this data. All that can strengthen the value of these databases. The second important thing is definitely the critical approach to the information that we get as a result of accumulation of data in the real clinical practice. And here we need to understand that all aspects should be included. So on the one hand, we should assess the source of data, where this data comes from. So primary use of data, for example, observational perspective studies, where from beginning to an end, we had some patient reviews and also follow-ups for the pool of the patients which go for the treatment. Or it could be secondary use, where retrospectively we assess some databases that were accumulated before. On the other hand, we should assess it for the outcomes, clinical effects, economical effects. So these are results of patients' assessment. It's important when we assess or we analyze the results of the studies based on real clinical practice, how the process was organized. Because in this case, one thing, so it could be post-factum data from the databases, or it is still organized and followed up in the process of the treatment. And this is average about the efficacy and safety and some changes of the quality of life. And summing up, in the previous positions, we can make a conclusion about the evidence-based evidence. And we will see how the design could influence our scale that we are using in terms of strength of the recommendation. Well, traditionally, we understand that the, let's say, the highest level of evidence base And that would be only in the randomized clinical trials. And we understand that the real clinical practice has less high level, but still less high level of evidence, but still it can be used also within the scales. So this is a position of the treatment program or rehab program. And we understand that it would be within a range of conditional recommendation or weak recommendation, but still there is a particular level and particular task to do that. And again, according to that, we can simply continue. And the level of recommendation would not be very high and would not be ideal, but nevertheless it is very valuable because in this particular case, it closes particular gaps. And here we see the following positions. So still the value of the real clinical practice when you put guidelines could show the efficacy in the real therapeutical issue due to the reality of the medical care, how it's organized in the region, in the outpatient centers, etc. We understand it can be a particular compromise, understanding that in routine practice, doctors don't always follow to the complete amount of recommendations and medical guides. So it's not always optimal, or let's say as a result of professional level or training of preparation, or maybe due to the financial issues. So there is some access there, but nevertheless, the program is performed and what the results are there. So it can also be taken and then we can make conclusions on how effective this treatment could be, even if you don't fully follow the guides. Then I think it's the most relevant for the Russian Federation, especially when we see the lower compliance of the patients. Still, at least in a short-term perspective, we could see that the real effect is there, the real effect from the treatment programs. And as I said before, so very frequently, you also can use the experience of the real clinical practice where it is not possible to use long-term and very expensive, properly organized clinical trials, so where you cannot organize it or you cannot expect very fast results to use it later on. So because the average time for the real clinical practice effect is 1.5 to 2 years, and some RCTs, the average duration from 2 to 6 years, So definitely in this case, if there is a need to implement the technology earlier, and if there is a clear need, let's say, to provide care to the patients here and now, definitely we can be based on the real clinical practice data. And the story here, the story of evidence-based medicine is shorter than the history of medicine in general. And the history of using of particular treatments in the real practice definitely is much bigger, and it matters, and it has particular value. As an example, I want to provide you the following logic and the following guides that actually we could identify based on real clinical practice, and then particular expert conclusions for the future. So what we can do, let's say, here and now. For example, there is a guide. I apologize. We are behind the schedule strongly. Oh, yes, I got it. So it is recommended to the patients to carry out assessment by Glasgow and by 4, and it appears to be that we have a very low level here because actually the study was not organized this way here to have a very wide population by the age, and also the standards, clinical standards were not identified, and definitely reflection of the data was not standardized, and the period of time was very long. So then there was no verification, subjective verification. This is how it became possible. with particular limitations for patients in a conscious state, and then we can use these scales. The other guide is for the treatment, where we say that we mean the use of antithrombotic treatment within 24 hours after the introduction of fibrinolytics. So that means in this case, it carries some risks. And there are studies that tell us that this risk is not very high and you can use it. So there are some methodological errors that could give us a pretty high level of evidence and good level of confirmation. So this is the example where you can introduce it, but nevertheless, it helps. It helps, although this is a weak recommendation, it helps us to support more patients. So there are several positions here. The quality of information in the practical healthcare, where we need the position not of one person only, but let's say the position of all the doctors. And these are advisory boards. For example, if we look at the recommendations to patients to carry out treatment with statins, ezetimibe, and PCSK9 inhibitors to reach target level of cholesterol, is a high level of evidence, but it mentions just particular positions without touching the whole group of drugs, and this is how it extending the group due to the add of new and modern treatments from the group which is introducing into the synthesis of PCSK9, and then here we can hope that they would be acting very effectively as well as the inhibitors of this enzyme. So it appears to be that we can use those clinical trials, randomized clinical trials data, where among others, so that means multi-stenotic process, cardiological, and let's say large vessels, plus ischemic strokes, and to the ischemic stroke. So we can add on here also another recommendation. So that means that advisory board that would analyze real clinical practice here could be the basis to introduce as a recommendation, clinical recommendation, two positions that it can be done in a high-risk group, and it should be done also where statin treatment is not effective. I am sorry, and I'm already wrapping up. So that's my final slide. So these are requirements to the clinical practice. So probably it should also be formulated properly. So it should reflect the issues of efficacy and safety. So it should be around the proper treatments, and also it should be the use of statistical resource, which is valid for, let's say, all of us, and also it should be proper length to provide adequate assessments. Thank you very much for your assessment. Thank you very much. We're a little bit behind the schedule. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. Yes, well, I got relaxed because you previously said we are on time. So any questions? Any questions? So if not, then we are moving on. Igor, thank you very much again. And now we're moving to the next presentation. So the sources of data of the real practice of malignancies. As far as I know, in oncology, very big experience is accumulated. If I remember correctly, so cancer register is ongoing. And I think Alexei has something to talk about, and he has something to share, and let's say to show some sources of data in the real practice. So this is Alexei Kurilov, who is associate professor of the first St. Petersburg Medical University. He is represents Petrov Oncology Institution, Ministry of Health of Russia. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, friends, I would like to introduce our humble experience that we accumulated and to discuss the specificity of real-world data collection in the treatment of patients with different malignancies. So this is the data of clinical practice. Before we transform it into the evidence, first we need to be sure that this data is valid. So definitions were already given today. Yes, we already spoke about it. What data is available? Look at the patients. Patient has a diagnosis, malignancy. So in what systems and who could be the owner or the holder of this data, of this information, and how they organized? Well, mainly this is state insurance. This is federal and territorial foundations of medical insurance, and they have the data about the facts of hospitalizations and referral of the patients to the outpatient care. These are medical information system of the outpatients of the oncology centers, and we speak about oncology dispensary first of all. And now registers or registries or databases about the reimbursement. So these databases are carried out by the regional authorities of the healthcare, and the patient can get high-tech care. And this is VMP portal. This is something for Federal Ministry of Health. This is monitoring system, and also for oncology patients. What is very important, final point, is survival. And actually, the reasons and the date of death should be also included into the databases of registration offices. So the outcomes, you see, they're also quite sporadic. Since 2021, maybe doesn't look very impressive, but since 2021, this system actually became into dichotomy, and now federal medical institutions, they refer their data to the federal foundations, and territorial, they refer to the territorial foundations. Now we have two holders of the data. Well, definitely the federal could refer to the Federal Medical Organization for one service, and then for further treatments, it could be the other. He could move to the regional or to go back. So if we speak about one patient, so the data is in quite fragmented and separated storages. Now a bit more detail about some of them, which are the most important. So this is OMS system. Now this order is not relevant anymore, and the other one is active, but the point is not changed. In OMS system, electronically, in a very well structured way, according to the reference books, we say that there is data, some diagnosis, TNM stage, etc. So whether it was drug treatment, about the days and dates of hospitalizations, this is very important, about the outcomes, about the, let's say, hospitalization or the daycare, and about the drug treatment of the malignancies. Here we have some more data about the schemes of treatment, about the dates, about the drugs that could be used, and about some contraindications. What we don't have, we have no doses. So this is the same ID for the patient, and now you can understand how patient could be in different entities, in a different medical organization. So in fact, de facto, this is a personalized medical care, and option to work with this data in that personalized way, where according to this identifier, we can follow the track of the patients without getting personal data, name, surname, or other personal data. Yes, there are some specificities of the federal organizations, but in fact, the system is structured. Now about validity of data. Our experience shows that this data, well, I'm saying what is available now, not about what can happen, but what is available now, what we can take and try to work with that. So the best valid possibly, because all these data, they are linked to the reimbursement, and we understand where at every line of database, medical organization is getting some money, plus control. This data is quite valid. So reimbursement. Well, this is by the Petrov institution data. We see that the databases are organized differently and they are structured differently, but nevertheless, common thing what we can get here is a diagnosis. These are dates of vacations of particular units that patient is getting it, then the fact of getting it, we cannot follow the fact. So the source of finance and additional from data. The chronology of getting these or those treatments according to the reimbursement programs and the other, their personalized identifier, which is SNILS. So putting together, it creates particular challenging. So these are the same patients and they go to oncologists regularly, so they prescribe reimbursement prescription, so they go to the pharmacy, but they never match these time parameters. It becomes very difficult, almost not possible today. And I think not much should be done in order to make it possible. And technically, it's easy to implement. Now, high-tech medical care, it is very clear that the patients can get surgeries, radiotherapy, and federal, and also go back to the entity for the continuation of treatment for the patients suffering from oncologists. And this legacy is important because it influences the outcomes, and definitely this data is important. This is system of VMP monitoring with the Ministry of Health of Russia. What can we do here? Again, electronically. Again, it's all electronically. So this is the diagnosis, medical care. So this is called so-called type and the model of VMP. And some copies of primary documents that could be seen, and the identifier here is at the same time, we have some data about the SNILS and OMS paper. And well, actually, it's not much to do. So these are basic blocks where the patient is getting therapy, including drug therapy. Registers of the patients, so-called cancer register, which is approved by the order of the ministry from 1999. It is clear that the time is ticking, everything is changing, and some updates are already coming. But in the registry, what do we see there? The diagnosis, the stage, cases of providing care, types of treatments, again, dates of hospitalization, some drug treatments, and what we don't see in any other databases, these are reasons of death and date of death. And this is the final outcome of any oncological disease, and we are looking at overall survival. Again, here, identifier of the patients, that's internal code based on some internal rules of the provider that is providing this automatization of the register and doesn't allow to match it with the other sources of data, which complicates the picture here because, in fact, we don't see the whole patient journey and it's more difficult to assess the efficacy. But at the same time, vertically integrated medical system and the common information system in the healthcare, mainly they should enrich us by the data of the real practice because this is a clearly structured reference book and there is a huge scale done according to the internal pharmacological control, so-called SAMT, structured medical data, which is getting to the VMS system. And I believe that upon development of this approach in different oncological areas, which is already ongoing, we will have more massive of real data of real practice, specifically from VMS system, and possibly somehow it will be later on integrated with other sources. But yet now today, we cannot consider VMS as a full-fledged and comprehensive source, and we need to combine it with what we have. By now, we're accumulating decent experience in merging the data, and I wanted to show just several examples based only on the data. So clinical guidelines are changing the practice. Yes, totally agree. And in oncology, it happened just for 3 years. So this is real clinical practice from January 2019 to December of 2021. So that's the story of 3-year treatment for all the patients that were going through OMS system in the 11 entities of the Russian Federation in the Northwest Federal Authority. So this is not the sampling. This is actually general representation. So schemes were classified within several types. Here is chemotherapeutical, let's say, as oncologists saying standard treatment, and also schemes to use monoclonal antibodies and combination of chemotherapeutical and monoclonal antibodies. And here you can appreciate that in January 2019, the share of these very modern schemes of treatment was less than 20%. By December of 2021, we see that these are half of cases with the use of modern oncological treatments. So when we speak about the availability, I think this slide demonstrates very illustratively how the access improved for the modern anti-tumor treatment. Yes, access is getting much better. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. This is not real-world evidence. Well, this is statistics. This is raw statistics. Yes, this is mainly RWD than RWE. So actually, we cannot make any solid conclusions from here, and we're not processing it, and so this is no constatation of the fact. So, and we need to structure that drug treatment. This is drug treatment for lung cancer. So dramatic changes. If monoclonal antibodies they were not used, so by now the share is coming to the half of cases. So this is drug treatment using modern drugs, those that are mentioned in the clinical guidelines. And where you said clinical guidelines, and there is option to control, and this is a basis for the requirements. Well, here it is. Here it is.
Пример, поэтому, конечно, за 3 года произошли существенные изменения. И еще один крайний пример – это то, что является реально жизнеспасающей технологией, это лекарственная терапия.
And another example of life-threatening, this is metastatic non-resectable melanoma. First of all, number of cases reached 100 in January. The drugs that prolonged the life of these patients were less accessible. So few patients died very soon, patients died and treatment was over. So, and these are cycles of chemotherapy, and all that happened due to the modern drug treatment of monoclonal antibodies in combination. So we can say very confidently.
Например, хотя бы по меланоме с позиции лекарственной терапии исполняется в более чем 90% случаев. И это данные системы ОМС, это то, что оплачено, это то, что было получено. И,
this is something which was obtained, and this is something which was reimbursed, and all of that is quite valid. So these are illustrations. And analytics of RWD allows us to get it when we facilitate our activities with this data. And now conclusions, very briefly. The collection and processing of data is yet done by very different holders. But development of the system and based upon that, we will be able, we can make some analytical studies and generate real-world practice. Thank you very much, Alexei. Thank you very much. And I think that's extremely interesting, very interesting practical knowledge. And this is great experience. Yes, there are some challenges with so many sources incomparable with each other. And this is just part of the regions. And we know that in other regions, in oncology, we have quite sporadic data, different sources of information, but what you did is really fantastic. And I believe this is a great source and this is a great step forward. And with that, I think we can finish our session. And thank you very much.
Я поддерживаю как модератор, и поэтому...
Well, We start our final session for today. Yes, this is the final session. This is patient-oriented healthcare, and this is real-world data. And I want to personally thank Alexei for the invitation. And it could be a paradox that representative of the patient community is moderating this session. And I have to say that quite recently, RWD was associated with the car industry, but we're all increasing, we're all evolutionizing, including medical community. So today we are going to discuss very important topics, how the real clinical practice can help in the implementation of the patient-oriented model. And please don't tell me that we are apologists, we are ambassadors of this model. As far as I understand in the presentations, we also will speak about the assessment of the quality of life using digital technologies, and also many other things, From your permission, I'm not taking too much time from the speakers, but I would like to remind all of you that our timing is 10 minutes. So the first presentation, patient-oriented approach from theory to practice, individualization of pharmacotherapy and interaction of doctor and patient. This is Dr. Frolov, Volgograd State Medical University and Vice Director of Clinical Pharmacology Association. Welcome, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Well, this is important topic. This is important topic. And this is a key moment of our healthcare today. It's a patient-oriented approach. And definitely we should understand very clearly that the future of medicine still in the patient centricity, in the patient focus. In the center of any system, the patient should be there. And preparing to this presentation today, I actually catch myself on the idea, creating some slides or drawing some schemes. I suddenly understood that, again, I'm trying to start speaking from the system of the healthcare. In fact, everything should look very differently, and then we have to develop actively here. We need to tell ourselves, stop now. Yes, rational pharmacotherapy. Yes, individual approaches and our digital systems, etc., etc. But the most important is the patient himself or herself. And from the side of the patient, everything may look completely different. And if we are hoping for the real-world data, and if we are hoping to get some basis for the changes of the real clinical practice, then definitely we need to pay very special attention to that. You know, this is a slide which we are showing already for a long time. We are saying that we are interested in a very good quality data. Ideally, when we are speaking about the big data, we definitely speak about anonymous data. We are saying that this is depersonalized data. But as soon as serious work starts, as soon as digitalization comes, as soon as we see some fine-tuning, so we immediately realize that, yes, we cannot be anonymous, we cannot do depersonalization, but then we should collect a lot of information about one person, about some specificities and details, which finally actually brings us to some doubts, And definitely we are saying that the development of social networks, development of services, messengers, different chats and channels where people spend time, provide their ideas, all that is the source to study, and all that should be used. And the key slide here in this very short presentation is the following. Patients are the main beneficiaries from the development of the healthcare system. So this is left part of the slide. So which is guarding this moment. Patients are not just the object of some external care from the state.
и объект приложения медицинских услуг. безусловно, пациенты это участники. Вы обратите внимание, что слово
Patients are
«ответственный
participants
участник» я
and they are
поставил вот
responsible
такие
participants
квадратные
and
кавычки,
responsible. I'm putting here
что
in the
я хотел
box
подчеркнуть
here.
мысль, что всегда
I'm
предполагается, что
always
пациент – это
emphasizing that
ответственный
we always
участник
believe that
лечебного
patient
процесса,
is a
хотя мы знаем, что в жизни на
responsible
самом
participants,
деле
although we
заметной
know
части случаев
that
это
in
далеко
life,
не
in
так.
majority of
И не
cases,
только
it's not like
участник
that.
лечебного процесса, но и процесса, который связан с профилактикой заболеваний,
But this is a process related to the
и
prevention of the
своевременной
disease.
диагностики. И понятно, что в профилактику укладывается на самом деле
And
весь
it is
здоровый
clear that
образ жизни
the healthy
с
lifestyle belongs
учетом
to the
рекомендаций
prevention, keeping in
индивидуальных для
mind guides
конкретного
and
отдельно
individual
взятого
recommendations for
человека.
one
И
specific
мы понимаем, что для
person.
большинства людей вот эти
And we
рекомендации могут быть
understand that for the
общими,
majority of
однако
people, it
для
could be a very
некоторого
general
процента
recommendation.
людей в популяции
And for some percentage
иногда
of
эти
people in the
люди
population,
образуют
sometimes
какие-то группы или
these people
когорты
can
по
create
какому-то
some groups or
диагнозу,
some
иногда
cohorts for specific
диагноз у них не
diagnoses.
выставлен, и тогда
And
они не
sometimes
знают о том,
diagnosis is
что им
not
нужны
made, and
именно
then they
такие
don't know that it
индивидуальные
should be
методы
such
профилактические.
specific
Вот
individual
эти
preventive
моменты,
methods.
они
So
как
all
раз
these things,
являются важными для того, чтобы
they are
эта
important.
информация, которая создается пациентами, которая возникает в системе здравоохранения в процессе оказания медицинских услуг, которая возникает
So
и
it
связана с
happens,
тем, что
and
человек
it is related
покупает,
to the
какую
fact
еду он
that people are
покупает в магазинах,
purchasing some
занимается ли
food
он
into the shops,
фитнесом,
and whether they're doing some
занимается ли он
fitness,
закаливанием, во
or
сколько
let's
он
say
ложится, во
some
сколько он
healthy
встает,
lifestyle, how
каковы его домашние
what time
условия.
they
Все
get
эти
up and
вещи,
go to bed,
безусловно,
what are the
они
common
создают
conditions at
некую
home.
индивидуальную
So
картину, и которая
they
может быть
create some
на
individual
самом деле
picture that could
изучена
be
и
studied
рассмотрена вот как
and
раз в
considered
процессе
in
получения
the
данных
process
реальной клинической
of the
практики.
real world
Важен
data.
сбор и учет информации о
So it's
образе жизни, о
important to collect
поведении и
information
характеристиках
about the lifestyle
жизнедеятельности,
behavior
состоянии органов
and
и систем каждого пациента и отдельных групп пациентов.
organs and
Вот
systems
это,
and separate groups of
безусловно,
patients.
важнейший момент, важнейший элемент, скажем так, при взаимодействии пациента с системой здравоохранения. Однако нужно
That's
понимать,
very
что
important moment
индивидуализация
here, but we need to
фармакотерапии,
understand that
она возможна,
individualization of pharmacotherapy.
или, скажем так, прежде всего при тесном взаимодействии пациента с
So
системой
it should be with
здравоохранения.
the close cooperation of patients with the healthcare
И
system.
здесь под системой здравоохранения мы опять же понимаем медицинские организации, которые могут меняться, но в этом случае они
And medical
должны друг
organizations could
другу
be
уметь
changing,
передавать
but
информацию
they
о
should
пациентах или,
transfer
скажем так,
this information
запрашивать ее
about
по
the patients, or they
необходимости.
request it if
Врачом
needed.
или врачами, в идеале, конечно, если это есть семейный врач, который
Ideally, family
регулирует,
doctor that could
скажем так, вот
regulate
эти процессы
this
консультирования и
process
вмешивания, скажем так, участие других консультантов в этом процессе,
and participation of
централизация,
other
скажем так,
consultants in
в
this
одних
process is
руках
also
при тесном
important.
взаимодействии с
Centralization in the same
пациентами,
hands.
с другими медицинскими работниками, ну, в данном случае это могут быть медицинские
And
сестры,
it
это
could be
могут быть
medical
фельдшеры,
nurses,
если
it
мы
could
говорим
be
про сельскую местность, социальными работниками,
average level
которые могут
healthcare
вполне
professionals. It could be
контролировать,
social
например,
care
и
that could easily
управлять приемом
control and
лекарств там,
manage
пожилого
the drug
пациента или пациента,
administration for the elderly
находящегося
patients
на
or
уходе.
patients who are cared.
Безусловно, важно
Definitely,
для
it's important
обсуждаемого вопроса мнение
for the
отдельных
discussed
пациентов
issue, the
самих по
position of
себе,
one
да,
specific
и
patient by
это
themselves,
мнение о том, как
and
проходит этот
this is a
процесс,
position of how
и
this
что человеку не
process is
нравится, и
ongoing,
почему у
and
него
what people
такой комплайнс,
dislike,
а не другой,
and why
почему
they have
одни
this type of
рекомендации
compliance or
выполняет,
the other,
другие
why some
рекомендации не
recommendations are
выполняет.
performed
И
and
вот
the
здесь
others are not
индивидуализация
performed.
фармакотерапии
So
в
this is
рамках вот этой
individualization of
получения обратной
pharmacotherapy
связи,
in order to get some
в рамках
feedback,
получения обратной
some
связи,
feedback.
это является чрезвычайно важным
And this is
моментом, и
extremely
мы говорим о том,
important.
что информация, которая возникает
And
в
we are
процессе
saying
вот
that
этого
the
взаимодействия, это,
information
по сути дела,
that
и есть
happens here, this is in fact
данные реальной клинической практики,
the real
о
world
которых мы с вами
data.
говорим. Причем здесь я хотел бы подчеркнуть еще мысль, что важны не только сами пациенты и мнение самих пациентов, но и их представителей.
And
В одних
it's
случаях
important
это
for the
являются
patients and for
родственники, мы
the
тогда говорим о том, что
representatives.
это
So in
представитель
one case, it's a
конкретного
relative,
пациента.
so
И
that
в
means
другом
that this
случае
is
мы
a
говорим, безусловно,
representative of
о
one specific
сообществе,
patient, and
об
then
этих важнейших игроках на сегодняшний день. И я,
most
например,
important
очень
players
рад,
here
что
today. So,
вот
and
в
I'm
каждом
extremely
крупном
happy
нашем
that in
мероприятии, а это
our each
мероприятие
large event,
проводит наша ассоциация клинических
and
фармакологов
we
тоже. И
also carry out
большое
some
спасибо
events as
Алексею
Association of
Сергеевичу,
Clinical
что
Pharmacologists, and many
беспокоится
thanks
об
to
этом.
Professor
И
Colbin,
третий раз
because
мы
he
уже
cares
проводим
about it,
такое
and we
важное
already carried out this very important event for the third time. So I want to speak about the importance that patient symposia should be carried out.
На самом деле, вот лучшие практики, вот посмотрите, пожалуйста, значит, ключевые моменты,
Best
важнейшие
practices, so
положения,
key things,
которые
most
играют
important
роль
positions
в
that
сборе
play
вот
a
этих
role
данных РВД
in the collection of
при активном участии
in case of
пациентов
active
для
involvement
целей
of the
рациональной
patients for the
фармакотерапии.
purposes of rational
Здесь
pharmacotherapy.
важность вот именно
So here it is
действий и
important
результатов
to see
передовиков к
the
теме работы с данными
activities and
реальной клинической
results
практики. То
working
есть,
with the real world
безусловно,
data. So
страна огромная,
definitely, the
система
country is very
здравоохранения
huge
разная.
and the healthcare
Есть
system is very
государственная,
different
муниципальная
because there
система,
is
есть
state,
частная, есть
municipal, there is
ведомственная.
private,
И везде есть свои
there is
передовики,
regional and
везде есть
municipal,
коллективы,
and we have teams,
которые
we have
смогли
hospitals, and
вот создать такие
they're
условия,
able to create such
когда
conditions.
вот там вот видите, там третий пункт стоит важность
You see
цифровизации. Те,
point 3
которые
here, the
смогли
importance of
настроить вот эту
digitalization,
цифровую
those who
реку,
manage to
где
settle
данные
this
не
digital
теряются, где
river
данные
where the
следуют за
data is
пациентом,
not
и
lost, where the
они
data is following the
накапливаются, они
patients,
обрабатываются, они
they
используются непосредственно
accumulated,
в процессе лечения, и,
and they're
безусловно,
used
они
in the
могут быть
process of
обобщены,
treatment,
когда этих пациентов собираются целые группы.
and they could
Важность
be
освещения
generalized
лучших
when there are
практик,
groups of
вот этот
patients.
момент я бы хотел,
Well, it's
чтобы обязательно
important to
попал в
care about
резолюцию
best
сегодняшней
practice.
конференции, поскольку,
I'm happy if
безусловно,
it goes
вот
to the
эти лучшие
resolution of the
практики, о них
conference.
нужно постоянно
The best
рассказывать,
practices,
что
we
о
should
том, в
speak
таком-то
continuously
регионе,
about them,
используя
that in
такую-то
some
информационную
region they're using
систему, вот
this type of
такой-то главный
information
врач, я не
system,
знаю, там,
and
или
this
такая-то
chief
группа
doctor, or
специалистов,
let's
или
say this
таком-то
group of
диспансере.
specialists,
Вот было вот так это организовано, и есть
it was
такая обратная
organized
связь,
this
и вот
way,
такие
and there
данные
is
они
great
могут
feedback, and
собрать.
this is the
Они
data they
данные эти
can
могут
collect.
собрать, эти данные
They can
можно
collect this
обработать.
data,
Посмотрите все остальные, как это можно сделать.
and
То есть вот эти лучшие
you
практики,
can see how it
вот
can be
эта система
done.
лоскутного одеяла, которая
So this
представляет из себя
practice, this
наша система здравоохранения с
of
разными
our healthcare
информационными
system,
системами, с разными подходами. Я
the
имею в виду
different
в отношении
approaches.
там, индивидуализации
I'm speaking
фармакотерапии и
about
так далее. Вот
individualization of
это нужно
pharmacotherapy.
учитывать. Важность
We
роли
have to keep it
пациентской
in mind. The
организации я
important role
также
of
хотел
patient
подчеркнуть,
organization. We
что
also
их
wanted to
роль может быть,
emphasize that
например,
their role
важна
could
вот в
be
определенной вещи.
important in
Мы
specific
говорим
things.
о том, что данные реальной клинической практики,
So the
например, те
data
же,
of
которые
real clinical
генерируются
practice, the
пациентами,
ones that are generated by the
они
patients,
низкого качества, поскольку, безусловно, кто-то пишет, кто-то и сообщает окружающему его миру о каких-то своих
so
симптомах,
sometimes they're prolonging the
что-то ищет
symptoms.
из лекарств, что-то ищет из, скажем так, услуг
So
медицинских
if these are drugs
организаций,
or
то, что
services of
может
the
быть
medical
обработано, то, что
organizations,
может быть изучено и исследовано, все это, безусловно, важно. Однако высшую ценность имеют данные,
but the highest
привязанные к
value
конкретному
of the
человеку.
data
И
linked to
здесь
one
у нас
specific person.
есть этические моменты,
And
поскольку
here
мы
with
не
some
можем,
ethical
несмотря на то, что
options, we are
физически
facing
это не
some ethical
является
options, although
слишком сложным,
physically
можно
it is not
проследить и
challenging,
понять,
but you can follow, you can
что
track, and you
за
can
человек
easily
стоит
understand
за,
what's the
скажем
person
так, деперсонализированными
behind
данными,
this
если мы берем конкретный
depersonalized
случай.
data. If we
Особенно
take
если
one
соединить
specific case,
несколько
especially if
источников
we put
информации,
together
например,
several
социальные
sources of
сети,
information, let's
не
say
дай бог данные
social
мобильного
network,
оператора,
let's
да,
say
и
data of
еще какие-то
mobile
данные, то есть
operator,
никакой анонимности
so
реальной при
maybe some
необходимости ее не
anonymous
существует, она может быть, в
if
общем-то,
needed. So it can be
нарушена и повреждена, и только
so
этика
it
и отсутствие там
and just
глобальных
ethics
задач,
and
ну,
the
в
absence
общем-то, не
of
ставят
global
эту
tasks.
тему
Well,
на
it never
передовую
puts
повестку.
the topic as
Однако
number
представьте
one.
себе, что
But
есть
although just
некоторые
imagine
группы
that we have
пациентов, например, с
some
редкими
groups of
заболеваниями,
patients, let's say with
для
rare
которых
diseases,
медицинская помощь важна, для
and for them
которые
medical care,
организованы и для которых
medical care
общение
is
между
important,
собой,
and the
общение с
communication in
врачами,
between
общение со своей пациентской
with them,
организацией, с
with their
комитетами
doctors, with
здравоохранения, которые
healthcare committees,
обеспечивают
with public
лекобеспечение,
organization
она
that
для них
promote
очень важна.
reimbursement.
И эти
It's very
пациенты
important
могут
for them,
оказаться
and
согласны
these patients
поделиться своими личными
could be
данными.
happy to share their
Они могут
personal
согласиться
data, and they
для
could
участия,
agree
например,
again
в
for the
исследовании данной реальной
participation in the
клинической практики,
study.
где помимо привычных и понятных там
And
историй болезней, данных
besides the
лабораторных
typical
исследований и
stories
всего
and
прочего остального, и визитов, и
the
назначенной
rest
фармакотерапии,
and
эти данные могут
pharmacotherapy,
оказаться
so
дополненными данными
it
из
could be
соцсетей,
additional
из
data for the
мессенджеров,
social
и из
networks
каких-то
from
анкет и
messengers.
так далее, и так далее. И вот мне кажется, что здесь
And
пациентским
then
организациям
it seems that patient
можно работать
organizations,
и
they
можно
could be
продвинуть
working
достаточно вперед
and we can move it quite forward, this topic, and this good quality data of the real-world data, and based upon that, you can do some conclusions, and you can get particular evidence-based data. And as our time is quite limited, these key things are presented. I think that would be more than enough. Thank you very much. Any questions from the hall? You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, me, as a responsible moderator, I see that this is a discussion, but actually I don't know how to organize this discussion because I'm ready to confirm. So without, let's say, reducing the importance, I would like to mention two things here. So that's the issue of responsible patient, because patient-oriented model somehow in a medical community, it looks like anarchy and self-treatment or something else. So these trends are not related with the patient-oriented approach. And patient-oriented approach means awareness, compliant patients, and the aspects of the conference. This is not just the compliant to treatment, but also in case of data collection, this is also compliant to reporting of particular information. And the second thing, you know here that Alexei actually invited us to the design of the concept, and we are happy. And we provided the possible scenario of how to do it. We understand the challenging, but the data from the patient community and patient organizations. Thank you for mentioning that. We have to work on that. This is a source of information that you should not ignore. So thank you very much, Mikhail. Thank you very much. And we move on. And the next presentation, the quality of life in hematology and oncology. In the real clinical practice, and this presentation is supported by Novartis Pharma. And the speaker is Tatiana Ionova, who is the lead of Medical Technologies Clinic in St. Petersburg Medical University, and she's a chair of National Center for Health Quality of Life Studies, St. Petersburg. Welcome, welcome. Good evening, distinguished colleagues, dear chairs. So the issues of quality of life are very important for the patients. And my accent is done for the patients with oncological and hematological diseases. Definitely today, these issues are in the framework of the specialists. And it's better to say it is seen by all the participants who are in the decision-making. So in my presentation, I would like to be based on the title of our symposium from patient-oriented healthcare, because patient-oriented healthcare means that we need to think, we need to understand, and we have to keep in mind the quality of life of patients. So main positions of the patient-oriented healthcare, according to the advisory community, it's a priority of not only physical, but also physical well-being of the patients, keeping in mind his or her positions and preferences. This is definitely the accent on the interaction doctor and patient, and also with the family members. This is definitely information support. Well, I do apologize, Professor Ionova. Just a second. I think we have some problems with screen sharing, but we would like to enjoy your slides. Oh, really? Don't you see it? No, we don't. No, we don't. That's why I interrupted your presentation.
Здравствуйте, нас с вами не слышно, не видно. Давайте перезапустим вашу презентацию, потому что вместо нее какой-то черный квадрат у нас, серый квадрат точнее. Давайте закроем презентацию, сделаем демонстрацию экрана, а после этого откроем презентацию.
Так. У меня вот не получается. Сейчас я попробую тут. То есть вообще закрываю презентацию.
Да, полностью закрываем презентацию. Теперь делаем демонстрацию экрана, выбираем рабочий стол и после этого открываем вашу презентацию в режиме показа слайдов. Попробуем таким образом запустить.
Так, слушайте, как-то так, видите, я переживала, и у меня вот не получается.
Ничего страшного сейчас. Ну, бывает, техника бывает, сбоит, программы тоже сбоят.
Так, давайте, как мне правильно?
Смотрите, в Zoom нажимаем зеленую кнопочку демонстрации экрана.
Да, ну я понимаю. Да,
Там
я
выбираем,
нажимаю.
да, и выбираем рабочий стол. Вот показывает он у вас экран 1, экран 2. Там должен быть рабочий стол вашего компьютера.
Теперь его уже нет у меня рабочего стола.
А что вам предлагает выбрать в качестве совместного использования Zoom?
Все просто полетело куда-то у меня. Давайте, может быть, тогда мне надо... Вот
Ну,
демонстрация экрана я нажимаю, но я не вижу своего рабочего стола почему-то.
Что ты просто...
Я вижу маленький Павел, черный экран Павел, я вижу доска сообщений, iPhone, пад, презентация. Все как бы у меня тут вот полетело почему-то.
Ясно. Мне кажется, поможет только перезайти в Zoom в таком случае, раз вы не видите рабочий стол второй.
Я не вижу. Хорошо, тогда давайте я зайду, может быть, тогда другая презентация, я еще раз войду? Как правильно поступить?
Вам, да, нужно перезайти в Zoom, просто выйти и заново войти в Zoom. И после этого сделать все то же самое с демонстрацией экрана.
Если нужно, я могу пока выступить. Александр Ильич Хохлов на
Давайте,
связи.
Александр у нас на связи. И да, мне кажется, мы как раз замену организуем. Александр, запускайте, пожалуйста, вашу презентацию, демонстрацию экрана.
Ребята, следующий можно пускать?
Сейчас мы откроем.
Так, минуточку, вы даете доступ?
Вам нужно сейчас вот PowerPoint выбрать стрелочкой. И вот...
Я уже выбрал, мне почему-то не дали демонстрацию экрана.
Нет, у вас как раз демонстрируется сейчас экран, но только не то. Нажмите, пожалуйста, на PowerPoint. Ну, где ваша презентация? Да, нужно выбрать ее сейчас.
Ага. Вот есть?
А я вон вижу, она... Да, вот она. И теперь сделаем ее в режиме показа слайда на полный экран.
Хорошо. Угу. И так видно?
Да, и скройте вот эту нижнюю панельку, пожалуйста, которая снизу с синими прямоугольниками. И свяжитесь, пожалуйста, с Ионовой, скажите, чтобы она не начала сейчас говорить во время эфира, как вернется обратно, потому что она перезаходит. Сейчас будет
Уважаемые коллеги.
Александр, мы сейчас передаем слово нашему модератору, он вас объявляет, и после этого выпускаем вас в эфир. Уважаемый модератор, даю обратный отчет. 3.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, participants of the conference, our audience, so we have some technical challenges. That is why we will change the order of presentations. And now I'm happy to give the microphone to Professor Khokhlov about the role of information technologies in the analysis of the real-world data. He is academician of Russian Academy of Science, and he's a rector of Yaroslav State Medical University. Professor Khokhlov, welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, extremely happy to hear and see all of you remotely. And although it's already pretty late, we are discussing very serious things related to the use of information technologies. And I'm very pleased because we are talking about clinical pharmacology, the science that studies the effects of drugs on the organism. And it's a bridge that links science and practice. And this is what we need to know. Without it, clinical pharmacology has no basis. We need link to the real medicine. In information technologies, there are particular algorithms of introducing the data, interpretation of the data, analysis, and the use. And it is important to what extent and how we can interpret the data that we're getting. That's very serious, and from the quality of the incoming data and quality of information depends what we get at the end. And here is another question. Can we always trust artificial intelligence? To what extent we need let's say, disclose it, that we cannot, let's say, fully interpret the recommendation. What to do with the cases that the patient may not allow using particular categories of data, let's say family, and how to balance confidentiality, efficacy, and safety. Also, there are many other things which are difficult to assess in the real clinical practice, even without the computer. When there is some artificial intelligence, then this data should be presented very precisely. So the collection and the interpretation of the data matters a lot at the first level. For the stimulation of using technologies of artificial intelligence, there are specific mechanisms of adaptation and regulation, and this is interaction with artificial intelligence, and these are some norms which is in the National Strategy of Artificial Intelligence Development up to 2030. Well, definitely there are some standards that we are using, and they also exist in the artificial intelligence for the healthcare. So this is the standard 3471, artificial intelligence in the healthcare. These are national standards that are called to regulate these key aspects, challenges that we are discussing now. And the key objective here is to identify methodology, technical and clinical tests and trials of artificial intelligence. At the same time, things which we see in the real practice, everything starts with clinical trials. How they are performed, how the information is collected, what we need to pay attention to when we look at the real clinical practice. So always in the prognosis of this data, we need to talk about the clinical trials with evidence-based data. So here we have multiple interesting questions related to the ethics and ethics of the studies, and something which is related to the AI. And we made some steps. Back in 2020, the committee was established in the Russian Federation, and here we invited leading specialists, famous colleagues, leaders in information technologies, and we have to say that the chair of the committee is a specialist in this area, so one of the leading specialists in the academy, Dr. Kuleshov, and this is Institute of Science and Technology. Ethics by itself is a universal, and it may assess multiple ethical components of the studies, universal mechanisms that can be used in clinical trials, and also in the ethics of artificial intelligence. And this is how science should serve to the rights and freedoms of the individual. But at the same time, today, artificial intelligence is a challenge. It's a particular challenge to the freedom of intelligence, and to any of us, it is very clear that this is at the same time the supporter and the competitor. We can interpret it very differently, and not everyone trusts them. According to data of UNESCO, 72% of residents of US, Germany, Australia, UK, and Canada don't trust AI, and 65% from 26 countries believe that ethical frames, it's a key thing for the trust of AI. So it's important to know what is the correct way of using artificial intelligence. And one of the countries that best trusts artificial intelligence is the Russian Federation. So we do trust digital technologies. And the key one is the Code of Ethics for Artificial Intelligence, that international forum that called that beginning of trust. And in this context, the Code of Artificial Intelligence was signed. This is self-regulation, soft power, and this is agreement between artificial intelligence and human beings. And this is important for all stages of studies of drug treatments, especially for the studies of the real clinical practice, where we don't see this clear borderline between the practice and the start of particular study or assessment. That means how the patient or how the doctor identify that borderline which is related to the assessment of particular technologies, and specifically when we talk about the studies or when we talk about the real clinical practice. At the same time, When we talk about establishing of and design of new treatments and multiple treatments related to the evidence-based level, were already established at very early stages, as you saw the theory. So we said we saw preclinical studies and clinical studies, etc. And only then we can see some evidence-based level and clinical guidelines. But you know probably that the guidelines are changing and the level of evidence is changing, and the life is continuously changing the situation. And also there is a position of repositioning when one drug could be used for very different purposes. And actually, the search of new drugs or repositioning, well, sometimes it gives you the information from the typical clinical practice when the accidental findings could be the reason to establish particular projects and then artificial intelligence programs. But at any stages, we can use international technologies that provide a very good assessment of the events and also actively used by the patient itself. These mobile technologies today allow us to collect huge amounts of data, mainly in the cases where it's not easy to collect, when there is some distance. And this is not only pandemia, this is also the case where there is not very clear presentation of the calls, and in the real practice you can collect additional information. So currently very many mobile technologies that are used, they don't have, so they're not always fully available, and there are programs that require all permits which exist in the AR. So the development of mobile technology is very relevant for the country, and this is somehow allows us to combine all the efforts, some mobile systems and services and data processing and representation of the results. Well, we even have this modern definition, so-called mobile health, and sometimes they talk about the mobile studies. But speaking about the mobile health, well, the general title of the project, using of the mobile devices of the diagnosis, informing and motivation of the patients, and definitely smartphones, tablets, and modules allow to do remotely blood tests and ultrasound that facilitates the resolution of particular issues. But this mobile health, and these are mobile studies which are of particular danger, let's say, particular danger, even for the patients themselves, because some of them do not trust that, especially elderly people. Some of them are quite tired. They have not attentive or formal attitude to that. So it's important that sociologists, psychologists started diving deep into this topic related to the mobile health, because it is not only the issue of how to assess, but also how it influences the treatment. Well, a lot was done at different stages of data collection and data interpretation, different steps of the lifetime of the treatment. But today we're speaking about with real clinical practice, with a mature option. So I collected data in different resources. Well, we see here some advantages and disadvantages. For example, this is resource. So this is laboratory elements, so very good base. So we have some apps for mobile phones. So they could be used by clinicians, by all the specialists. And this is not only assessment of the clinical practice, but this is also option to identify particular diagnostic tools. The other one, Algom, well, Russified and very convenient service. So guidelines are here, and there is a short line for the treatment, and using intellectual function provides very fast access and a calculator. Besides, there is another program, Social Medicum. So this is Skolkovo, and here there are some doctors and researchers that participated in the design, multiple options, very useful. Then VBMet. So this is AI system registered as a medical device, so automatic detection of diseases, sticking to clinical guidelines, and also reduce time for the interpretation of the medical data. So that means multi-level audience, pharmaceutical companies, healthcare professionals, GPs, and specialists. There are some other software, and Sberbank is actively working here. So there could be diagnostic tools, simple solutions providing care in the sorting out of data, then CheckMate, very simple interface. Again, they look at drug-drug interactions. Also Kiberis, but there is some specificity here because there is different option to interpret the drug-drug interaction depending on the version. Also, it shows the standards of the diagnosis and many others. Well, there are directions that, let's say, are priority for us that you can interpret in the different areas. So let me provide you some examples related to our studies here. For example, this is how to assess generics in the real practice. So it can be done at the stage of design and also in the process of clinical use. And unfortunately, we don't have the standardized common document, let's say one source where we can assess the efficacy and sufficient efficacy of generics. So all registered treatments should be effective and safe as they were studied in the clinical trials, either equivalence study or therapeutical equivalence study. But at the same time, there are some, let's say, vulnerabilities here related to treatments with high variability. And the point here is that based on meta-analysis and the results of bioequivalence studies and this data for the volunteers, you see 31,000 data from genetics and volunteers, it has been shown that there is a difference of 20% from the original treatments. Let's say, residual concentrations of antibacterial treatments, and it may lead to the development of resistance, etc. And this is so-called simulational model of therapeutic efficacy assessment. If there are some discrepancies, some gaps that may appear not quite convincing for some treatments, especially with a very narrow therapeutic range. And there are lists of such treatments. For example, there are lists in different countries. It could be warfarin, digoxin, carbamazepine, valproic acid, but also others, clindamycin, cyclosporin, and DET, methotrexate, etc. And the point here is that truly here we can understand that if we deal with that therapeutic range where the difference between the therapeutic concentration is not convincing, then we can get not sufficient effect and very different adverse events. That is why this algorithm of decision-making was offered, where we recruit patients depending on the scoring system, and then we select decision. And depending on this data, we can forecast the non-equivalence of the results, so less informative results, and in order to make them informative, we need to have additional clinical trial data. Also, there is another interesting question, and what if there is adverse event? How to interpret it? So today we see very many drugs in the market, and to us it is extremely important, but at the same time, what is important is to assess all the adverse events that are happening in the real practice. So it's important for the authorization holder in order to have correct support to assess the efficacy and the safety of the drug. In the increased burden of the medicinal employees, HCPs, it was clear in pandemic, and well, the number of reports was low to a certain extent. So it did not depend on the fact that there were fewer messages. All the drugs were quite safe, and there was not enough time, and there is still not enough time. So that's an important moment for the collection of information about adverse events. So here we are offering the software. So this is reporting, adverse event reporting, connecting to the local call center, where via email or the phone call you can present all the data that goes to the database, then it's integrated with the Ministry of Health, and this is how we can contact directly, and then later this data already sent to the Roszdravnadzor.
Практически готовой информации. То есть благодаря использованию технологий, мобильных технологий, интернета, даже пациент.
So these are mobile technologies, internet, and then even patient could register adverse event, and then it would be properly analyzed from the position of evidence base. Another important thing, how to increase efficacy and safety.
Которые есть при опросе пациентов. И, конечно же, есть популяционный подход.
So there are some populational approaches, personalized approaches, and differences in efficacy.
Здесь важно оценивать и последствия от эпидемии, что многие препараты.
So it's important to assess the consequences of pandemic, because very many drugs had fast-track registration, and we need to assess how they're working currently. And actually, calculus is helping. And this is data of Professor Zhukova, and also number of doctorate theses. And these are prototypes of these apps, and this is how you can assess the efficacy of treatment and the scheme of treatment. For that,
который позволяет упорядочить клиническую эффективность от большего значения к меньшему и распределение в результате получаемых лекарственных препаратов по уровню клинической эффективности.
So that's level of clinical efficacy. And this is set by the users, low, middle, and high. It allows to get very clear graphic designs, distribution of clinical efficacy with the visual comparative analysis. That means to bring and to provide this data.
Более достоверный результат, числовую формулу и с доверительным интервалом клинической эффективности. Особенность программы – возможность сопоставления объема выборки при одинаковых средних
значениях. And this is comparison of samplings with the same medial and some number of outcomes. And this is how you can assess the reliability if you need to change the number of analyzed patients. So this is one of the elements that requires and method allows to assess this criteria. The number of positive outcomes, negative outcomes, the average cost price versus chemotherapy. And this is match code 15.
Особенность прототипа приложения в том, что возможно сопоставление объема выборки при одинаковых средних значениях, что также
in the average median data, it allows to assess the reliability of the analysis.
Методики хороши для того, чтобы оценить действенность, эффективность лекарственных препаратов. Но как управлять факторами риска, которые влияют в результате на результат?
But how to manage the risk factors, how we can bring it to the results, how to make closer the efficacy and safety, the good clinical practice, and average-based medicine. So here we wanted to offer the software for the risk factor management, providing cardiological care. So this is the order of the hospitalizations, and very significant for the cardiological care. And here they try to use this mechanism for the dispensation. So we selected the analysis of factors influencing the results, objective response, patient, doctors, medicine organization, etc. The model of automatized monitoring and the risks of cardiological care. And this is the quality and the results of the cardiological care. So this is doctor, the nurse, the experts.
Сбор данных, консолидация
the
данных.
collection of data, consolidation of data, and graphic analysis, factors and manageable correction here. But besides, although we have different options of artificial intelligence, we have particular risks and threats which associate the implementation of digital into life. So these are risks related to the artificial intelligence code. There is some discrimination here. There is some loss of privacy. There is some loss of control over specific studies, people, whatever, over the artificial intelligence, that this is not directly related to the doctor or to some other processes related to the artificial intelligence. This is harm, and this is a mistake of the algorithm. So one thing is when the doctor is making a mistake, and the other thing is that he's carrying the responsibility. But actually here, artificial intelligence is not always, may appear to be the correct one. To reduce the level of mistakes, it's more important task than simply train the doctor, because the mistake could appear to be fatal. There are many risk factors that can happen in the data interpretation in the real clinical practice.
Большой риск представляет применение искусственного интеллекта в неприемлемых целях. Один из этапов сотрудничества в нашем университете стало подписание.
And here there is a signing of the cooperation between the Medical University and Sberbank to establish the Center of Digital Competences to train medicinal staff, medical technologists. And this is one of the main models, is to implement electronic prescription to the territory of the region and some nearby territories, which allows to implement and test and administer the treatments, and then to assess the efficacy of the use of these methods in the real clinical practice. I invite all of you to our next forum, and later on you will get detailed information. We call it digital leadership, and together with Sberbank, we are happy to carry it out in Yaroslavl. We will have both online and offline formats. So a bit later on, I will send you the full information, and we will be happy to welcome you there. Thank you very much, and have a very good evening. Well, thank you very much, Professor Khakhlov. Any questions? If no questions, then a short comment. Well, very interesting presentation, and I totally share your position about possible risks of using AI. And definitely, sometimes patients demonstrate some cautious attitude to that. But the second thing here is what is very important is the experience of working with AI in the pharmacovigilance. So we know this practice well. Formally, patients can apply, but the mechanisms of reporting of adverse event is not convenient for the patient. It's very bulky and challenging. So what you told us today is extremely important experience, and I think it should be somehow presented and discussed in Roszdravnadzor and should be scaled up, because the patients in the conditions where the doctors are not always ready to, let's say, introduce this data into the database, then patients should have quite user-friendly interface to introduce this information later on with a further checkup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Well, I hope we managed to overcome challenges, and I'm giving the floor to Tatiana Ionova. Tatiana, are you with us? Yes, I can see you and I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Yes, now we can hear you. Yes. Can you see my slides? Not yet, but we can see you. What about now? Yes, now we can see your slides. Oh, that's great. That's great. I appreciate if you meet 10 minutes. Yes, I will try to meet. I apologize for this technical failure, but well, I think our discussion would not be complete in our session devoted to the patient-oriented approaches in the healthcare without the discussion of the quality of life of the patients. I think this is very important. So this bridge to the quality of life, this is the title of the symposia, patient-oriented healthcare. Patient-oriented healthcare, what does it mean? So these are main parameters that I'm going to now, and by that I mean the quality of life of the patients per se. So the International Expert Advisory Board, Patient for Care, means that the priority is not just the physical well-being of the patient, but also psychological health of the patients. So positions and proper level of cooperation between doctor and the patients. This is interaction with the family members. This is interventional support, training of the patients, and participation of the patients and family members in decision-making.
Точно пересекаются с понятием качества жизни, которое подразумевает под собой.
And this is interaction with the quality of life. Physical, psychological, and social well-being of the patient based on his or her subjective perception. This is related to the definition of the health by WHO. So quality of life is something related to the health, and the most important, the quality of life should be how it is assessed by the patients. If we speak about, if we speak about hematological diseases, well, definitely such aspects could be influenced by subjective symptoms related to the disease itself and also with the treatment. Let's say nausea, vomiting, fatigue, dyspnea, suppression, so subjective symptoms, quality of life, and some other standardized positions. They are united by the expert position in the assessment of the patient. These are patient-reported outcomes. And if we go back to why it is important to assess the quality of life of the patient with the oncohematological disease, we actually go back to 30 years back to the consensus conclusion of American Society of Clinical Oncology and the National Institute of Cancer of the United States that actually identified the priorities and the following efficacy. So the first and the key thing here, that's overall survival, and the second significant one, it's a quality of life of the patients. And then the optimal search, that's the balance between the prolongation of life and also support and preferably improvement the quality of life. If we speak about new drugs, FDA and it means that the data should be presented not only in the clinical efficacy about the life expectancy, but also for the quality of life of the patients. And here on the slide, you see some information about FDA guidelines of 2009 for pharmaceutical industry about the assessment of patients in the registration of the medicinal products. So if we say in what cases and why and when we can use this method of quality life assessment in oncology, hematology, and in some medical directions, these are clinical trials. These are phases 2, 3, 4. And in the clinical trials, the quality of life is an additional criteria of the efficacy. And there are studies and there are examples when the quality of life today in the international community and also in our country, we have some experience using quality of life assessment, specifically symptoms of the clinical practice. But what I think the most important and very perspective, these are observational perspective studies of the quality of life in the real clinical practice. Why is it important? Because the inclusion criteria is such observational perspective studies are wider than in the clinical studies. So we can get information about the quality of life when the patient is getting real treatment in the real routine clinical practice. In such studies, the quality of life can and normally is the main criteria of the efficacy of treatment. What is also important, it's direct involvement of the patients at the stage of adaptation of the questionnaire on quality of life that later on can be used in such observational programs. Another key thing, we get information about the quality of life in the national population of the patients because we understand that the quality of life is due to the cultural and social aspects. And that is why information about the dynamics of the quality of life is very important if we have some data in our national population of the patients. In other aspects, in such studies, we can analyze the quality of life of patients in different groups. For example, identify the group of elderly, patients with comorbidities, and to identify and select factors that influence the change of quality of life in the process of treatment. Summing up the importance of such programs, we can say the following. Such observational programs of quality of life, that's the only way how to assess the risks and advantages of treatment from the point of patient himself. That's opportunity of active role of patients in the assessment of results of treatment. That's active involvement of all parties, including patients, into the decision making. And definitely, this is a justified method of using data on the quality of life obtained in such programs when preparing regulatory solutions and designing clinical guidelines. As an example, I would like to show national program of the quality of life of the patients with myeloproliferative diseases and the attitude to the issues related to the patients and doctors. The results of programs that was done in 2020 with the support of Scope and Pharma and with the coordination of the International Quality of Life Studies Center, they were published as a separate issue and big article in the Clinical Oncohematology. So 1,100 patients participated, 100 doctors, hematologists, and from different regions of the countries. But let me draw your attention only to some aspects. So we used very modern surveys. They participated in their testing, and this is HPRO, for the assessment of the quality of life of oncohematological patients, and then NPN10 for the assessment of symptoms of the patients with myeloproliferative diseases. And, well, they were quite interesting results. Well, I fully understand we have no time on that, but this slide demonstrates us that we studied specificities of quality of life, unresolved issues, open needs of the patients with different myeloproliferative diseases. This program is important contribution to the increased awareness about the challenges in the treatment of patients with myeloproliferative diseases. And attract attention to the unmet needs of the patients. This information helps to understand better the challenges that patients with myeloproliferative diseases can meet, and then to use it for the improvement of the quality of care. And now two moments that I want to identify. We saw that in the true polycythemia, doctors underestimate reduction of quality of life and the influence of symptoms. We found some unresolved issues of patients with true polycythemia, and we designed new study, new prospective follow-up program of the changing of the quality of life and the symptom with true polycythemia that are getting ruxolitinib in the real practice. So this is a program that starts in October this year with the support of Novartis, and we are hoping to use the following standardized questionnaires. So that's general questionnaire on the quality of life, then symptom assessment for the myeloproliferative patients, MPN-10, then general self-care scale and satisfaction of treatment scale. And as I said you before, that would be prospective, and the patients would fill in these questionnaires before the start of treatment and in different timelines. In order to meet the timing, let me come to the conclusion. So the studies of the quality of life in oncology, in hematology, in the real clinical practice. So this is opportunity to increase the role of patients in decision-making and to include into this process all parties. This is option to get information about the quality of life in the national population of the patients with hematological and oncological diseases. This is option to improve the interaction between doctor and patient and to improve quality of care via active communication and cooperation by the doctor, patient, and his relatives at all stages providing medical care. This is increased awareness about the challenges related to the disease and to the treatment. This is relevance for the quality of life, and this is attraction of attention to the unresolved needs of the patients, open needs. And last but not least, data on the quality of life of patients obtained in the real clinical practice is scientifically justified and should be counted in the decision-making of regulators. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. Well, I hope I met my timing. Well, thank you very much, Tatiana. Well, as the representative of patient community, I should say that I totally agree with you because quality of life is one of the key important issues of the assessment of the efficacy of treatment and the safety of treatment, especially if we follow value-based approach in the medical care. And here are the criteria which are important and highly demanded. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And now it's a final presentation, a real clinical practice and using clinical and pharmacological technologies in personalized medicine. And this is Professor Sychov, who is a rector of Russian Medical Academy of Continuous Medical Education with the Ministry of Health of the Russian Federation. And this is pre-recorded presentation. Good evening, dear colleagues, dear friends. At the beginning of my presentation, I would like to thank organizers of this traditional forum devoted to the studies of the real clinical practice. And personally, I would like to express gratitude to Professor Kolbin for this opportunity for traditional And in the famous book on clinical pharmacology, he used to write that we live in the century when the surgery becomes more and more safer and the treatment is more and more dangerous. Now COVID-19 came and actually we felt this disease as never before. So with the example of using anticoagulants, we definitely saw that in 2020, 2021, due to the fact that this group of treatments was considered as the drugs for pathogenetic treatment and for the prevention of very dangerous complications, thrombotic complications of COVID-19, we saw increased sales of these drugs in the Russian Federation. So this is direct direct anticoagulants. This is rivaroxaban, apixaban, and dabigatran, which may lead to particular clinical consequences. And this is the data of a chief surgeon of Moscow City, academician Shabunin, who is the lead surgeon in Botkinskaya Clinic. And also here, the mortality change, mortality from gastrointestinal bleeds without the increased rate of this complication. So we saw the increased mortality from the baseline level 1.2, 1.3 up to 176 by 2020 and 154 in 2021. Well, partially it is related to the better and wider use of anticoagulants in the outpatient protocols. And this is a very good example, as the doctors, unfortunately, very frequently make mistakes in the dose selection, in the administration, in the prescription and duration of treatment, keeping in mind all functions of the patient, creatinine clearance and renal function. If you administer anticoagulants to atrial fibrillation patients, in every fifth case, doctors deviate from the clinical guidelines and from the labels, although they know them. And in case of deep vein thrombosis, they can deviate in 50% of the cases. So we need technologies that in the real clinical practice could increase the efficacy and the safety. Antithrombotic treatments, and they should be mutually additional. This is a use of evidence-based medicine. These are clinical guidelines, and they are designed by specific as professional communities. And according to the law 37, that's the basis of providing medical care. This is an important moment which is associated with the quality of life and improved prognosis of our patients. And the technologies of personalized medicine, and in our country we have the concept of developing of personalized medicine. It's important because in the basis of personalized medicine we have a design of particular biomarkers that reflect individual specificities and pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics and physiological processes, and could be substrate for the doctors for the selection of treatments, about the prognosis, whether there is a good responder or bad responder, stratify patients into groups. That's the substrate for the personalization, and biomarkers here that could predict individual processes could be the most perspective. Well, continuing the examples of anticoagulants in the analysis of unfavorable events related to the drugs, this is also our own data plus bleeds. You see, in 1/3 of the cases, there is a situation when there is some deviation from the doctor, well, non-intentional. So they are deviating from the guides, from instructions, etc. But in 2/3 of the cases, it looks like it was correct prescription, although the bleed took place, which is related with the individual sensitivity. And now biomarkers that we talked about before in the concept of personalized medicine. So it helps to count this personalization, and the concept of personalized medicine is in the strategic documents in the country, and where it said that priority for the healthcare, the switch from personalized medicine due to the rational use of drugs, and in the strategy of healthcare development in different so-called multi-pay medicines, 3P, 7P, 10P, whatever you want, but it is still the same. This precision, this personalization, its precision is reached due to these biomarkers. Biomarkers due to the definition which is given by personalized medicine in the concept of 3P development, which was designed by the Ministry of Health back in 2018. And our president back in 2018, in his message, is telling us that to reach active living through the transfer from active medicine to personalized medicine, which is using particular scientific achievements, biomarkers, based on genomic technologies and multi-omics technologies, which are the tools of this specific personalized medicine. And reactive medicine actually is still working in many indications. There are clinical guides for the treatment of arterial hypertension, 5, 6 classes of drugs here. So we start selecting depending on comorbidities and special features. So one combination is not working, then we switch to the other, then we manipulate with doses, and we reach sometime later target levels of systolic and diastolic blood pressure. And now we go to the precision personalized model when we have specific biomarker that we believe that this drug, this combination is working. We administer this treatment or the combination, and it could create particular effect without any adverse reactions. And this is how target levels could be reached for blood pressure and international normalized ratio INR. And biomarkers for personalization, they are the same. So they could predict special and this range, there are no adverse reactions and there is high efficacy. These are biomarkers that reflect and that participate of special enzymatic and transport system in metabolism, and they predict so-called ADME processes. We're designing these biomarkers and we implement them in the clinical practice. And this is what our teachers were dreaming about, specifically academician Larkin in his famous book, Biotransformation of Drugs, where he used to say that personalization could be approached when we know how to manage the outcome of the drug in the human organism. So these are biomarkers for real clinical practice. We start implementing actively to learn, to study how they work. Well, mainly this is pharmacogenetic and pharmacogenomic biomarkers and also pharmacoepigenomic. And here in the basis there is PCR and methodology, which is getting cheaper from year to year. And pharmacogenomics reflects individual specificity of gene, especially those genes that are participating in pharmacokinetics. And pharmacogenomics, these are circulating microRNA and expression of them related to the biotransformation and the transport of drugs. Pharmacotranscriptomics, these are matrix RNA, where they're synthesized in tissues, and mainly these are tumor stories, personalization, targeted treatment. Pharmacometabolomics, well, here we mainly see HPLC for the measurement of concentration of drugs and metabolites, and also we are approaching another group of biomarkers. This is pharmacobiogenomics, where it is possible to predict antimicrobial effects and other hypolipidemic treatments, anticoagulants, etc., etc. But the let's say the first what we do are genomic biomarkers, although circulating biomarkers are also quite prospective in the real clinical practice. We actually saw that they could predict individual specificity of psychotropic drugs pharmacokinetics, and that's the first article about it here on the right. And here on the left, you can appreciate something what we designed. This is methodology of circulating microRNA selection as candidates for prediction of laboratory resistance to clopidogrel in patients with acute coronary syndrome. And last but not least, our studies, we put it together and we announced that it's perspective to use in real clinical practice some circulating microRNA for the prediction of individual specificity of pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, specificity, and blockers of P212 in patients with ACR and ischemic strokes and obliterating. And another publication about direct oral anticoagulants, also with deep vein thrombosis and for the prevention of thrombotic complications after the prosthesis. We're also trying to design particular biomarkers and models of anti-COVID treatments, inhibitors of RNA polymerase. This is favipiravir, remdesivir, and molnupiravir. There are gene candidates, and we are doing associative studies as a task force from the Ministry of Health. And finally, we will get prediction model for the decision-making for the most optimal option from the point of clinical economical justification that would be working and will not cause adverse reactions. So we see here that this is hepatotoxicity and nephrotoxicity mainly. But for remdesivir, there is some data that it metabolizes until active metabolites in lungs through carboxyesterase type 2. And here there is some genetic polymorphism of this enzyme that actually explains the existence, especially in some ethnic groups, lots of metabolites. So that means slow metabolism, slow transformation of remdesivir into the active metabolites, and this is slow efficacy. So that's pharmacogenetic atlas. This is distribution of slow metabolism in carboxyesterase 1 in the ethnic groups of the Russian Federation. So you can see the slow metabolites. So the brighter is the color, especially in the Urals and Siberian Far East. We need to take it into consideration in the future for the personalized pharmacotherapy and COVID-19. Well, all over the world, there are great hopes for these technologies of personalized medicine and COVID-19 as well. So you can appreciate the scheme shown here. What we have now, so this is the upper part, this is so random administration of treatments according to the modern guidelines, but nevertheless, the lower part of the slide, this is the future where we have biomarkers, pharmacogenetics, and where we can select drugs on their basis, but we can predict it and increase efficacy and safety of this type of treatment. So these schemes and algorithms are important based on all the studies, mainly in the real practice. And what we are doing, we're building it, algorithms of doses, algorithms of selection of methods of control over the efficacy and safety. First is pharmacogenetic studies and personalization of selection of P2Y12 receptors in ACS patients and ischemic stroke. So, and this is doctoral thesis of Karina Mirzaeva. And the right side here, this is also selection of the personalized selection of psychotropic drugs, neuroleptics in adolescents with the first psychotic episodes, depending on the pharmacogenetic specificities of the patients and correspondent risk factors of adverse reactions. So such algorithms go through the machine learning, and we do special algorithms of prediction of the efficacy of treatment together with our friends on bioinformatics from the Computer Science High School of Economics, and this is Professor Pavtsova. This is a model of prediction of resistance to clopidogrel with ACS patients, and these are multiple factors here, and also pharmacogenetic factors, which may be used potentially as many other factors, except genetic modified factors, and this is how you can change the fate of this patient and change and model the fate of the drug in terms of efficacy and safety. So these algorithms, these models are made into the system of decision making, and one of the most important here and most successful design was designed together with our colleagues with Skolkovo and actively implemented in some clinics of Moscow, specifically in the Central Clinical Hospital. The author of this algorithm, system decision making, Narcology Associate Professor Dr. Zaostrojan. So this method is not simply designed, this is a system. And in the real practice, in Narcology Clinic, in Moscow Center, and it was shown that the use of this decision-making system in the narcology patients for psychotropic treatments in psychometric scales increases the efficacy, and by OKU scale reduces the rate of intensity of adverse drug reactions. So there is a validation in the real clinical practice of this algorithm. So this type of studies, algorithms of personalization biomarkers needed for the implementation of the clinical practice should dive deeper in the clinical recommendation, and that's what we are doing. So not only local designers refer to us, but also international. So we need to merge these technologies and professional standards, and which is let's say, northern light for the employers to understand what technologies to be implemented, and actually this is how make it for the specialists. This is indications for the clinical interpretations. And also this is professional standard for the others in order to understand competences. Because from labor functions, we see competences which are needed to be created in the implementation of professional retraining. So this is the right side of the slide, and the left side here, this is continuous medical education. And these are educational programs for the qualification and events to improve the competences, especially using these new technologies in the real clinical practice. So our algorithm, which I already showed, we're already proud by that. So how we implemented the real practice these technologies. So this is multi-stage algorithm that includes searching part and associative parts and part related with the design of the algorithm model and their validation, clinical and economical analysis, and also the system of decision-making and particular educational programs. How our doctors are ready to implement these technologies. Actually, 2 weeks ago in pharmacogenomics, so that's a big review of clinical pharmacologists, GPs, cardiologists, how they're ready to introduce pharmacogenetic testing in the real practice. And more than half of them told us, yes, we're ready to introduce these tests. We understand that they improve the quality of patient management, efficacy, safety, and also the interns and doctors are positive about it. And as a bottleneck here, they see the absence of these tests. And we see not enough knowledge about that. So we work on that. We improve qualification for the portal of continuous medical education, and we have several programs like this. And Academy has all the competences. So we have 4 affiliates. And these are trainings based on personalized and evidence-based data, and very experienced experts, 13 academicians, and 34 staff, together with the vices of the Academy of Sciences. And the content here, this is a principle of evidence-based medicine and the principles of personalized medicine with the use of pharmacogenetic technologies. So this is complex product together with Atlas. These are educational products devoted to the in genetic testing with different specialists, not only pharmacologists, but very different specialists, gastroenterologists, oncologists, for the improving prevention, diagnosis, and multifactorial diseases. And here we see we have 17 chairs in 1 institution. So these are complex program and interactive things, and definitely knowledge control. And currently we launch this educational product, and it would be extra budget, and we're expecting improving competencies of our doctors in these studies. So here you see the title of the curricula. So mainly this is devoted to how genetic tests are helping to improve management of the patients and multifactorial diseases in different areas. So improve competencies, we use educational diseases, and this is Pharmacogenomic Congress that we carry out once in 2 years. The next one takes in 1.5 years, but pharmacogenetic schemes traditionally is to be carried out annually. And in March 2023, we're also planning next type of school. So technologies of personalized medicine with a real clinical practice, they're not contradicted, but they're adding on methodology of clinical guidelines implementation. So all that provides best quality care and high efficacy and safety of treatments. So wrapping up my presentation, again, we should learn how to treat, and this treatment should be related. We also should follow doctors all lifelong. Thank you very much for your attention. And these are pictures from the planner of our kids. They were actually providing pictures of our academy to our 90th anniversary 2 years ago. Thank you very much. And I would be happy by mail and by other contact information. Thank you. Many thanks for the organization for fantastic conference. Well, I'm very grateful to Dmitry for very comprehensive presentation. And also I would like to thank all the speakers of our very final session, because each of them, in fact, contributed quite a lot into the building up of patient-oriented healthcare model. Here we saw how different approaches could be, but the task is the same, is to preserve life and the quality of life of the patients. And the patients is the focus of studies of the investigator or the treating doctor or healthcare organizer. As I said before, this is a final session for today, and we finish the conference. And now I give the floor to Professor Kolbin, and I invite him to the Presidium for the wrapping up words and for finalizing farewell. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we wrap up our third international conference. We carry it out for the third year. We discussed everything we scheduled and we planned, so all presentations took place, no misses. We have been working for 11.5 hours. 11.5 hours. Well, possibly for the next conference, we need to change the format. Maybe we need to extend it, so we will see whether it works or not, because we used to think that well, the conference should be like, you know, the first breath. So we breathe and we absorb the information and we breathe out 11.5 hours later. Second thing, so actually all the presentations we heard today, they were done by the specialists in RWD, RWE, and this year we shifted towards Russian speakers, of course, due to the fact that particular turbulent changes changed our agenda. We hope that next year our program again went back mainly to, there will be high percentage of speakers from international community. So we had simultaneous translation available and everything is properly recorded. So it will be placed at all available platforms as separate lectures or presentations in both languages. So all that would be in open access. And as soon as it is ready, we definitely inform all registered participants of the conference. So we had about 500 participants today. We measured the activities for these 11.5 hours. So as far as I understand, continuous figure was about 100 every moment in YouTube for these 11.5 hours. Yes, they were rotating, but I think that's very good data. But definitely we are not in the athletic competition, and we should not compare how many and how here. And I think all those who are dealing with different aspects of RWD, RWE, methodological aspects, They participated in the conference. They were invited. Many thanks to moderators. We had fantastic moderators, and we invite them. And separate thanks to Yuri for his patience, for his involvement, for his enthusiasm. So yes, we were a little bit behind the schedule, but we used to say that's fine, that's okay, that's normal. And actually the task for the next year, we understand that last year we had a task to write down a concept and we resolved it. And for the next year, it would be the number of recommendations for Russia, for Eurasian Economic Union, how to analyze them, how to make them for the regulators to accept it as a tool for decision making. Once again, many thanks to everyone for very concentrated, very hard, a long working day. So that's fantastic day. That's a success story. And hopefully next year, all of us will meet here once again in the same site. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and goodbye.